conversation with Hyper.
Yeah, like whenever you left the call, we could hear you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to coverage of the Midwest Esports Conference here on the Unified Live Twitch channel. We've got a whole lot of exciting games for you today. 4 best of 3s lined up and ready to go for week 1 of collegiate action here. I am Grapes, joined alongside DJ. We're going to be taking you through a lot of these exciting matchups. Unfortunately, not at the LAN at Grandview, but this is the next closest thing, isn't it, DJ?
Yeah, it is the next closest thing. And of course, we will continue to hope and wait for the day we can all be together at the LAN and really create the excitement. But we're going to do that from our homes today and make sure that you all out there at Grandview are having an absolutely wonderful time as the games do get underway. And I'm just excited for another Midwest Esports Conference season, Grapes. Last year was an exciting time. Of course, Grandview coming out on top. of that split. They've got a bit of a new look roster. We've already seen them in Proving Grounds, and they'll be featured in our first game of the day.
Yeah, and the exciting thing is there's even more teams here to participate here in the Midwest Esports Conference. We've got Ottawa, a team that a lot of people are considering pretty highly, coming in to maybe try to challenge Grandview's position at the top of that spot, at the top position in that conference. We're going to be seeing them tomorrow play against each other, and there's been a whole lot of back and forth on Twitter between these teams, a lot of trash talking, so to speak. So that's going to be an exciting one to watch out for. But as we said, 7 teams going to be participating here. The first matchup of the day will be the Grandview Vikings up against Purdue Northwest. And DJ, this is once again 2 teams that we have seen last year in MEC. Grandview has ended up first place in the conference, but Purdue Northwest ended up last.
Yeah, it was a bit of a tough regular season for Purdue University Northwest, but they do have a very new look roster coming out this year, and they have some pretty exciting players on it as well. The holdovers, of course, are going to be No You Stink in the jungle and Udon Bidon, who's moving from AD carry last year down to support, where he will be helping out with this new look bottom lane that they've put together for themselves with ISO. And there's a lot of players playing new roles for this team, but they're all so talented and exciting. They really could be an interesting matchup for Grandview in the first game of the season. I mean, if there's a time to come up and nip the heels of a team like Grandview, it is right now before a lot of scouting has been done early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of the thing here for the side of Purdue Northwest is just, it's really hard to figure out what this team is going to look like come game time. I mean, a lot of their players are, sort of playing off role according to their OPGGs. You take a look at the roster, there's like 2 ADC players, 2 jungle players, and then like a mid lane player who's playing bot lane. So there's a lot of like mix ups back and forth. And I think that flexibility might actually really end up helping Grandview come through. But in terms of a matchup that we might want to look at here, DJ, I think the jungle is a really, really interesting point here. We've got Colthrow for Grandview, and on the other side is No You Stink, who's, as you said, been there before.
Yeah, I'm very focused on this matchup mostly because these are the holdovers, right, from last season. Colthrow and No You Stink will know each other. They played each other a bunch of times last split. They are the same junglers. One, of course, of the first place team. One, of course, of the last place regular season team from Purdue Northwest. So they'll know each other. They'll know their styles. And what I'm looking for, and I'm excited to see, is No You Stink's progression over the offseason with this new group of players, right? When you have a new group of players and you still are taking your time to come together, you want to look to the rocks of your team, like No You Stink, like Udon Bidon, to kind of lead the theme of your team and try to improve on what happened last year. They'll know what went wrong last year. They'll know what they need to improve on. And so what I'm looking for is No You Stink to really lay down a marker here early in the season, say, this is the team that we struggled last year, but that doesn't matter. That's all in the past. We are a new look roster, and I'm the one who's going to come out firing to show how much better we are this year.
Yeah, and on the other side, there's Colthrow, as you said before, played for Grandview last year, moved over to Columbia College for a little bit, but is right back in his former home, ready to, try to take some more names here in the collegiate scene. And for Grandview, it's a very exciting season for them. They unfortunately fell in the, I think, round of 32 of CLO last year after taking first place in that Midwest Esports Conference here, DJ. So definitely have a bit of a chip on their shoulder, want to, continue to try and improve. And I think after their performance in the Proving Ground Circuit Open Qualifier just a couple of weeks ago, definitely a lot looking up for this team.
Yeah, it's been a very exciting start to the season for them, right? And Coach Dreyer coming over from Purdue last year, he has really been excited about their progression early on. Of course, a heartbreaking defeat in their opening Proving Ground Circuit run at the 10K gold lead that they did drop against Supernova. But that's the kind of loss early on in the season that can really fuel a collegiate team, right? Really get the blood pumping. They know how close they were. They know how good they are. And so now they can try to take it out on the rest of their conference as the regular season gets started. So look for that bounce back, right? I expect them not to be too worried about it anymore and just going to be moving forward in this season as they try to improve on their CLO performance from last year.
Yeah, and it's really great. It's really cool to see a lot of these collegiate teams make their way into the amateur space. We saw Grandview almost make it in, but then on the in terms of other teams that also made it into the main event, teams like Maryville, Winthrop, and even UCI and Bay State also getting in, it just shows that collegiate's really just getting a whole lot better. And this is the first step to getting to that next stage and getting to the eventual point where all these teams are going to have to play against each other despite being in these different regions. But we do have a draft on our screen here. Grandview University is going to be taking the blue side, Purdue Northwest on the red side, starting off very, very early on with targets towards the bot lane. Zeri taken away here is a very interesting one here because this champion has not been out very long, and it seems like there's about a lot of mixed opinions on it.
Yeah, there's a lot of opinions out there, Grapes. I definitely fall into the camp that I would ban this champion at all times, every time. That singular clip from Jan was enough to tell me that I don't ever want to see this champion in my games. And, you know, these are, I think it's, you know, for someone like me who plays a little bit lower elo, of course, it's a little hard to operate the champion. But with all of our players here, as good as they are, I think this champion is an absolute menace for anyone that gets their hands on it. It is a little weak in lane, but with the way the meta is working right now, you can't TP behind it. Gets time to scale up into the game like we see with Jinx and Caitlyn. So I would be banning this away. I think Purdue Northwest has the right read on this.
Yeah, and especially against a player like Aaron, who had such an amazing performance in the Proving Grounds OQs and have really risen up as sort of like that new rising star. Remember, Grandview last year, I believe, was playing with Azog in that collegiate role, so another very, very solid marksman down there. But it seems like Aaron and Pluto have really stepped up, really, you know, matched that sort of intensity and skill that their previous bot lane had, and I'm really excited to see how they continue to move forward. Unfortunately, not going to be on that Zeri as we head through the rest of the ban phase. Set, Corki, and LeBlanc all taken away, so it's now a bit more solo lane priority here, as there's just a lot of really great players all around.
A lot of these champions taken away from 12 Years of Jungle in the mid lane. Of course, Corki just broken in general. The LeBlanc, I think, more of a specific pick, or maybe just something that Meslo doesn't want to play against. But rounding out the ban phase, we'll get that Akshan out. I like this ban from Purdue Northwest. Again, take away some of these playmaking options from GVU. Make sure they can't just dominate lane and turn that into early leads. But we will get a hover. And okay, they haven't locked it in. I thought they did for a second. That would have been an interesting blind on Wukong that early on in the draft, Grapes. I know that Bray Cooper's pretty good at it, but this seems a little bit more standard and a little bit of a better start with the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, Xin Zhao being one of the most powerful junglers in the meta for a very, very long time. Not surprised to see that go into the hands of Coulter to start this draft off. On the other side, no, you stink. Remember, this is the jungle matchup that we were talking about. We'll see what he ends up picking into the Xin Zhao. Does have a lot of counters. Something like that Trundle could be something that we see down the line. Not sure how much exactly he plays of that champion, but obviously something to look at. Instead, just going to be power pick matched against power pick with that Viego lock-in, as the second pick here for Purdue Northwest will go underway shortly.
Okay, covering the Tryndamere. This could be interesting. We'll see. Wait and see what the second pick is. We'll say I like the answer from No You Stink, right? This is a classic matchup. Every jungler will know the Xin Zhao versus Viego matchup at this point. And so we're looking less at champion difference now. We're looking at the players, right? How is No You Stink going to play the matchup up? How is he going to deal with Coulter's aggression in the early game? And can he get those resets and fights? He's going to get a little help as we got 12 Years of Jungle locking in that Vex.
We're just seeing a whole lot of these new champions here, DJ. We see the Zeri and the Akshan taken off the table. Now Vex picked up by 12 Years of Jungle, a champion that provides a lot of really good wave clear and a lot of ability to roam around the map and make big impacts later on. Really excited to see how 12 Years of Jungle can kind of, you know, access the rest of the map and work that out here. On the other side for Grandview, seeing that Jinx lock in, definitely not a surprise, especially considering you got a player like Aaron down there in the bottom lane. The Kali hover here for the mid lane would be very interesting, but looks like we're just going to see that Syndra here for Sko.
Syndra, pretty solid answer to the Vex, right? It can match a little bit of the early game playmaking, should have control of the lane early on is I think what we're going for here with Meslo, just playing into that. But I do think the playmaking power a little bit higher on the Vex, so interested and excited to see what 12 Years of Jungle can do in this matchup. I've seen a couple of Vexes absolutely dumpster on Syndra as the game goes on, so this could be interesting, and it gives it a little bit more team fighting potential when you want to get resets onto this Viego. Final lock-in for the AD carry spot, though. Just going to opt into that Aphelios Jinx trade. These are sort of the two scaling marksmen that everyone wants to pick if Caitlyn's off the table and you're not going to push. Pick Jinx, pick Aphelios. Every AD carry should know these two at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be a whole lot of damage coming out from the bot lane come these later to game team fights as we have rounded out the first phase of the draft. Interesting to note that both teams still have their top laner and support to lock in here as we enter the second phase. Not normally the place where you see a lot of priority here. I wonder if Purdue Northwest will try to get you know, a counter pick here for Toponer up in the top lane against Prankuru, because Prankuru definitely a player who can really punish lane if he ends up getting an advantageous matchup. So saving that R5 could be useful, but for now, seeing some targets for that support pool with the Lulu taken off the board.
Yeah, Lulu taking off, that's going to deny the pushing lane away from the Jinx Lulu. It's kind of a classic one to keep your opponent locked under turret, allow you to get onto Drakes early on, which you would want to do with the Xin Zhao, so smart ban there. I expect to see at least one more support ban here, if not another one coming through from GVU. Thresh is still on the table for both of these supports, or for both Udon Bidon and Pluto, so could take that one off the table, remove some of the safety from the AD carries, and as I say that, there it goes. Yay. And now with one more slot left, GVU still has the option of removing the support, but with that support taken off, yeah, I was going to say I'd expect another top laner taken. They'll remove the scaling on the Ornn, and now the critical R4 pick for Purdue Northwest. I feel like at this point you can just lock in your top laner and try to find a little bit of a better matchup in the bottom lane, but we'll see if they've got a different read on it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Obviously, still a lot of power picks, especially in terms of what champions these guys like to play. Still on the board, Prankuru's Gnar and Pluto's Rakan are two things that come to my mind as things that we could possibly see here as the draft goes over to their side, as the Nautilus will get picked up here by Udon Bidon. So it will be that Aphelios alongside the Nautilus down in the bot lane for Purdue Northwest. They're going to save their counter picks for the top lane, as Gwen gets picked up here for Prankuru, a champion that we've been seeing a whole lot of, does a whole lot of damage out in the top lane, and it's really a major threat.
Yeah, and Prankuru, of course, going to be very, very well-versed on this champion, and is one of his favorites. He's been playing it a ton in the early season, and I like the pick a lot here because it's going to be hard to counterpick this. There's really not a lot of things that outscale Gwen in a side lane, and so this could be a good answer.
Whoa.
Just dominate it in the early stages. Will this be locked in for the Poner? We got 13 seconds left on the pick. No, they're going to go away from it. Oh, I wanted it so bad. Instead, it's going to be the Jarvan. And I believe it's going to be a Jarvan top. This is a specialty for the Poner. He plays a ton of this. He's been spamming it in solo queue, both in the jungle and in top lane. He played a bunch of it last season, so going to be a comfort pick into this Gwen matchup, and not one we see a lot of, Grapes, which I think is a good curveball for Purdue Northwest to throw in. They can try to use this as an early game point of power, take a couple kills off of Prankura, and play around this topside trio of the Poner, No You Stink, and 12 Years of Jungle.
Yeah, this is a really interesting pickup here that Purdue Northwestern are deciding to set up here. I don't think Jarvan does super well into Gwen in the extended 1v1, but as you said, that power of the flag and drag early on in the game can definitely be really important. And we were talking about the jungles here for Purdue Northwestern. No You Stink on this Viego can definitely get a lot of help from a big knockup coming out from a player like the Poner on the Jarvan. Maybe can focus top lane in terms of trying to get their jungler ahead, get that top side ahead, letting the bot lane scale up a little bit more and allowing 12 Years of Jungle to kind of roam around the map and do his own thing. So I'm really excited to see how this top lane matchup ends up going, especially considering Prankura on the Gwen. I mean, you have to definitely punish that early if you want to have a chance of winning this game.
Yes, hard agree with you here, Grapes, and I think you're calling out where we should keep our eyes focused in the early game, right? You look at GVU's comp, and first of all, I think both teams are happy with their comps. And I think for GVU, right, they've got about as standard as a composition as you can get here, right? A lot of early game playmaking with their mid-jungle duo with the Xin Zhao and the Syndra, scaling in a side lane later on through Prankuru on this Gwen, and then of course you've got your scaling AD carry, your marksman in the Jinx, Leona, about as solid lane as you can get. So you do need to disrupt this in the early game if you are Purdue Northwest, because you will get a little outranged. It's going to be hard for you to answer in the side lane as this game goes on with the Jarvan top. So use that playmaking power on the Poner and on No You Stink to take those kills early on, right? Like Graves said, not going to be about the extended fights. You don't want to do that against a Gwen. You want to use that flag and drag, set up the burst, set up the early kill with the over-the-top damage from the Viego and the Vex, and really make Prankuru's life miserable in the early game so that you have the power to go to objectives. We've got to keep our eyes on these first 4 or 5 levels in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of style or build Poner goes for. I used to actually, this kind of hits close to home because I used to be a big Jarvan top player back in like season 7 or something. So I'm really excited to see how this goes. There are a lot of different durations. You can go with the Emax with the Aerie that we saw kind of at Worlds last year up against champions like Kennen. You could also go for like a sort of W Max where you just play really defensive and go for some of these tanky items, or just a standard Gore Drinker Sterix sort of build that you see in the jungle as well. So.
What about lethality like dunk you one shot?
Hey, if that happens, I'm not gonna be complaining, but I don't know if that's like the most likely outcome that comes out here. Honestly, probably just expecting something like a Grasp going alongside the Gore Drinker going up against Prankuru for some of those early quick trades, get a decent amount of damage out and just get out quickly. But yeah, I mean, Jarvan top, that's where I want to watch, because I definitely played a lot of that back in the day. Thinking about it right now, going up against the Gwen, not my favorite matchup, I would say, even though Gwen, wasn't a champion by the time I kind of moved on to other things in the game. But yeah, it'll be something interesting to look at, and a really exciting matchup to look forward to here in the first week of this Midwest Eastern Esports Conference. Reminder of how things will be working here. This is a best of 3. Basically, I believe every team just kind of plays a round robin with each other. So this is the first match of the day between Grandview and Purdue Northwest. And we'll have 3 more of these after this down the line. Important thing, some other matchups that we could be watching out for is Ottawa versus Ohio Northern, Illinois College versus Arkansas, and finally Grandview will be making their return at the end of the night to play against the Drury Panthers.
Yeah, it should be an exciting day. Got a lot of best of 3s on the table, Grapes, and we're gonna be here through it all. And I hope we get an exciting start through this, Jarvan. I'm hoping we get something like lethality so that we can get that really fireworks start to the game. And if you know the matchup, we can flip roles here a little bit. You could go all color on the top matchup, and I'll play my play, and then we'll flip for the rest of the game. But we are into game and finally starting another MEC season, and I am super excited as we get a 5-man stack in bot lane from GVU.
Man, it's so good. It's so good to be back here in the collegiate scene, especially at something like this LAN that's happening right now at Grandview University. Obviously, the hosts want to start off on a good note, as they will be playing another best of 3 later today, as well as playing against Ottawa tomorrow. Starting off here, yeah, looks like the 5-stack did not end up working out super well for them, just getting a little bit of extra vision, maybe some early priority in the bottom lane for Aaron and Pluto, while it just looks like the rest of Purdue Northwest don't want to get super aggro, just want to do a little bit of scouting around, maybe getting a little bit of defensive warding in, but at the end of the day, it will just be No You Stink and Solendric up in the top lane, just clearing out that red buff to start things off.
Yeah, I do like the start from GVU, though, right? This plays into something that we have seen them do for the entirety of this early season, and that's really rely on Aaron and Pluto. They have been a dominant duo in a lot of their matches thus far, and what they've done with this 5-man stack, you can see they're already in the bush. They've got a ward in this mid bush, and so Pluto's Leona can take control of the bush, can take control of the side of the lane, and really dominate positioning with the early vision that they'll have against the Nautilus. So really setting up once again for Aaron and Pluto to have a safe laning phase, to have a controlled laning phase, and keep them in a position where they can dominate the game as it moves forward.
Yeah, and bot lane actually might be a bit more of a topic of conversation than we were expecting, as both the junglers are starting top, pathing down there. Zenith Blade starting out here by Pluto to just get a bit of early trading here in the laning phase. Priority will be given over to Grandview to start this bottom lane phase off. They'll hit that level 2 first, just continue to push these waves in.
Yeah, and of course, Leona's level 1, maybe not the strongest one in the game, but it does get the Aftershock proc and just pushes them away so the push can be established. Nice trade of the HP bar from Pluto to get that push early on.
Yep, absolutely. In the mid lane, some more pushing here for the side of Grandview. Meslo going to be able to get that ward here to track out No You Stink, just confirming their suspicions that they will be starting up from that top side. Some more defense, some more good vision coming through from Grandview. They're really going to be able to track No You Stink throughout this early laning phase, which is going to be important considering that he is going to have to be a major facilitator for a lot of these early game fights.
Yeah, again, all eyes going to be on No You Stink to make these early plays, probably around the top lane as well with the Poner. Got a little bit of a different name there on the account, so we'll have to keep up with that one, Grapes.
Yeah, they did
take a look at the build. He did take Grasp, so you were right about one of the builds. No poke on this one.
Yeah, I don't think Aerie would really work here. Going up against something like a Gwen, he's just going to be in your face all the time. I think you normally see Aerie against like range champions, like we saw Kennen in the matchup against Worlds that we saw a whole lot. But it's actually the Poner in the bot lane for Purdue Northwest, Solendric in the top lane. So it looks like the player names were a bit mismatched here, but still the same people on the Rift, as Rift Scuttler, has been spawned. Colthrow gonna go for a bit of an invade here onto No You Stink, who's still trying to finish off this Gromp. Priority still lies in Grandview's hands in the bot lane.
Yeah, good defensive vision there actually placed by No You Stink, right? He recognizes the timer. I think he knows that they have seen him his entire path. He knows that this Jin Zhao cold throw wants to get in his face early on, so does spot out the aggressive attempt. And while he will lose out on the Scuttle Crab, he'll be just fine finishing his clear. Let's see if there's any sort of scrap around the top Scuttle Crab. It's still available. Actually, sorry, it is a double Scuttle that has been earned by cold throw, and that'll be a nice start. Not quite as debilitating as it used to be. Root gonna land in the bottom lane though. Here comes the No You Sting.
Yeah, Udon Budon going very, very aggressively. Hook lands here onto Pluto, who's actually going to Zenith Blade forward because Coulthor's on the horizon. First blood already picked up here for Aaron, and now Purdue is on the run. Coulthor going to finish off that second kill. Pluto getting dangerously low and will end up falling to Deponer, but it just might be a third kill going over to Grandview. Double kill to Jin Zhao, and that's the start that Grandview wanted to have here in the MEC.
Beautiful start for Grandview, and you can see exactly why they invested the early vision into the bottom lane, why their bottom lane is so highly touted. Just a beautiful 3v3. It's initially a 3v2. No You Stink, he makes the early play. He tries to get the opponent going in this lane, and it does not work out. It's very well played. Great positioning by Aaron and Pluto, and they win out. One kill already now on to Aaron. He's got himself a 10 CS lead, and they will be set up to carry this game.
Absolutely, and getting a character like this Jinx ahead, especially on Aaron, definitely very valuable. We saw Aaron carry a lot of Jinx games in the Proving Grounds OQ. Keep referencing that just because that's a really high level of competition, and so if Aaron's able to do that against some of the top teams in Amateur, definitely is someone to watch out for as we move forward here in the Midwest Esports Conference. And very good start for Grandview to start off this game, start off this series of about 1.5K to start off at 5 minutes.
Yeah, it is a super solid start. Exactly what you want to see from GVU, right? Upsets can come when early games go awry very often at GVU. They're not having any of it. They've already got their main carry into a good spot. Now, really, all that remains is trying to spread that lead maybe to one other lane, two if you really want to get greedy, if you think you can do it for cold throw. But you look at these two solo lanes, already a pretty nice CS lead for Prankuru in that matchup. Just one more gank to really open up this map for GVU in the early game.
Seeing the junglers interact maybe a little bit more towards the bottom lane. Again, Coulthor going to be spotted on this ward and might get collapsed on here early by the Purdue Northwest bot lane. Looks like Pluto is going to reach the rest of the team. Udon is already very low, and Aaron picks up kill number 2 of the game. No You Stink trying to do anything to try and trade back, but it just will not happen. Grandview get another successful pick in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I mean, I appreciate the aggressiveness and the attempt to pick off cold throw, but look at the itemization, right? He already had 2 kills from the early play in the bottom side. He's got this Iron Spike whip. Like, how are you really going to kill this guy when you have a Vampiric Scepter and really nothing else in comparison to cold throw? That just seemed like a poorly, I guess just not the best engage, right? You're just down power, you're down items, and cold throw and GVU walk away with some extra kills, although a little measure of revenge, just No You Stink swipes that one away.
Honestly, worth at the end of the day for No You Stink. Getting that Scuttle Crab just feels so good, but either way.
NA junglers and Crabber, right?
Yeah.
Sacrifice everything for Crabber.
Speaking of Crabber, actually, wanted to touch on this a little bit. Talk to some of the players at Grandview before we enter the game. Talk to Pluto, actually, their support. And he said that their team environment it reminds him a whole lot of some of those old Cloud9 teams of the past, where everybody's really close friends and things like that. And I think that's a really cool environment to have for a game like this and for a team like this in the collegiate scene that's trying to do well, having a lot of that chemistry. And we're seeing a lot of it early on. Cold throw in the bot lane getting along very, very nicely as we're just seeing Prankuru also scale up very, very efficiently in the top lane.
Oh, I know that feeling, Grapes, right? I know I am the old man of the group here, but I was in college once too, and I was a college athlete. Maybe not very good at League of Legends, but I did play college athletics, and you know, I can definitely attest. I can definitely attest to how important camaraderie is, right? When you're having fun with your teammates, it is just such a better time. You're the ceiling for your team, the heights that you can go to just goes so much higher because you're willing to sacrifice for each other. You're willing to continue to play, to continue to grow. And when you're having fun, you always play your best. So it's great to hear that that environment is still alive for Grandview. And we hope that that's the same case for the rest of the teams in the MEC, because it will help as the season progresses. And, you know, of course, if they are emulating Cloud9, I'm just wondering what percentage of their words are memes at this point. I don't know if you've ever heard those comms Graves, but they don't really speak with normal words. It's kind of like 90% meme, 10% like articles, you know, the and a, just to like get the sentence.
Get the memes, connect the memes together, basically. at that point. But I don't know. We'll see if they'll be memeing a little bit here as Coulter are going to get picked out by the rest of Purdue Northwestern. Shadow Surge already forward. Heartbreak in by No Use Snake, and he will pick up his first kill of the game. Resets coming through for ISO as he might try to get a little bit more onto Meslo, who will have to flash away. Purdue Northwest getting a nice pickoff here onto Coulter, getting a little bit more of that gold back.
And this is just a great pick on vision. They spot him coming in. You can see the pings coming through from ISO, and they are level 6. So all of that over-the-top damage we talked about in the draft comes through. It just can't get away. Coulter pops his ultimate, but it's not enough. Oh wow, we say that Meslish just solo killed ISO.
Wow. Okay.
Can we get a replay,
Ultimate was used by Mesla, so I'm assuming that was used in some capacity to get that kill, but a very, very big one at that, going over to the mid laner here for Grandview. Probably just some standard Syndra things, honestly, as Grandview will now use this 4v5 to try and take this
standard
first dragon.
Syndra things.
It's the same thing over and over again.
You don't love watching someone press R and the entirety of the enemy's health bar just disappears?
I don't want to caster curse this, DJ, but judging by the way this game is going, I'm pretty sure you'll get to see some more standard Syndra things as we get later and later into this game. First Drake picked up by Grandview will be that Inferno, so even more damage over to Meslo, as the gold lead has ballooned to about 2,500, as Aaron and the rest of the team getting a whole lot of gold, whole lot of plates.
Yeah, it is a very nice lead right now for GVU, and it's on everyone that you would want it to be on, right? Aaron is 2-0-2, 2-1-1 is Cold Throw. He'll probably be completing that mythic item very, very soon in the Gore Drinker, but I'll say that. Four-man play to bot lane.
Purdue looking to make something happen here in the bottom lane. Pluto already getting stunned up before we forced to flash away. ISO does not have that ultimate just yet. Nice solar flare to buy a little bit more time. All the autos are coming in from Deponer to slow down Pluto and take him out. The commit from Purdue Northwest was successful as they punished the overextending bot lane.
Yeah, just clever pathing from ISO. He comes back after the solo kill. He kind of checks in briefly, but never really spotted in mid lane, right? So Meslo doesn't really have anything on the comms as though, okay, there's some comms to trying to get the long-range rocket, but not quite going to land onto Solendric. And it's a clever path from ISO, right? When you're down in gold, like we just mentioned, Grandview up 3K, you've got to make these clever plays off vision, and ISO really makes that one happen.
Going in on the Prankura, who just takes him down under tower. Solendric did not end up using the Cataclysm even. It was just the Needlework that did enough damage, enough healing to end up taking it down his lane opponent. And with that, Coulter will have this priority around the Rift Herald. Will likely be able to take it down unless some steal happens. Ooh. No, you stink. Able to pick that one up. Will he be able to get the eye though? Looks like he will. Might be a bit of a one-way trip. Heartbreaker out, and No You Stink is out scot-free. Call that a highway robbery.
That's what we love to see, right? Again, they're still behind in gold, but No You Stink has been making some very nice plays, and give him credit. Remember, his first couple of attempts did not go well. The 3v3 was turned around, then he tried to fight into a stronger Cold Throw and was killed again. He has not stopped, right? He has just continued to pressure Cold Throw to steal these buffs away. It's 2 now in the game, and continues to try to make these plays for Purdue Northwest to climb back in the game.
This is kind of what we were talking about pregame here, DJ, about this jungle matchup here. Coulter and No You Stink both have been very proactive around the map, maybe in the bot lane. Oh, mid lane, Syndra things, almost. Syndra things, one more Q. Shadow Surge forward, Meslo taking a whole lot of damage, but ISO will finally fall. Now in the bot lane, a bit of an engage happening here in the 2v2. Udon doing a whole lot of damage here onto Pluto. Heal already popped. The Leona has to try and get away, but the red and green guns from Deponer will take down the Leona once more. Coulter is here on the horizon to try and get some trade back, but the Rift Herald will be used. Coulter looking to go aggressive now. Deponer forced to flash away. It looks like Purdue Northwest will be able to get out with their lives. Herald will almost get the proc off, and it will. Big crucial turret plates going over to the side of Purdue Northwest. But now Coulter and Aaron, they're looking to push. They're looking to fight. Super Neka Death Rocket is not available for the Jinx, so they will not be able to pick up any kills. But a whole lot of explosive plays across the map there, DJ. That was a doozy.
Yeah, really like it from Purdue Northwest. They're kind of thriving in the chaos. Unfortunately, ISO does go down again. Some fancy feat to dodge one extra Dark Sphere, but can't dodge auto attacks at the end of the day. But they take advantage of that chaos to go straight to bottom lane. They pick up another kill. You can see Aaron had to flash away, so they continue to remain aggressive. And GVU will still be happy that they have a 2K gold lead, but it's dwindled from 3.5. And you see Purdue Northwest, they are not going to sit around and take this lying down. They are still trying to push these plays and bother their opponents of Grandview.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is exciting to see out of Purdue Northwest. You know, we came in thinking, okay, these guys have a lot of players off roll. They didn't do super well in the last season, but and going up against the champions, it might be a bit of a harder game for them. But they're showing that they're not afraid of the former MEC champions. They're making the plays. They're having a whole lot of impact all around the map, and they're keeping this game close.
And they're keeping it very close, and be interesting to see now in the coming minutes what is going to be done about the objectives that are spawning. We're reaching that mid-game point, right? Very low turret in the bottom lane. Haven't quite broken out of laning phase, but it's coming soon at some point. I'm interested to see if Purdue will force a play in that bottom lane to try to take that first turret of the game. Still sitting at those zeros, but they'll have a choice between that and the Drake coming up. We already have one on Grandview. This is a Cloud Drake coming, which means we'll get some sort of more useful soul in this game. Grapes, thank God it can't Chemtech anymore, so yeah. God bless.
God bless.
That one no longer available, but a lot of choices and a lot of gold available for Purdue Northwest in this next minute to 2 minute window sitting on this bot side of the map.
Absolutely. That dragon, as you said, spawning very, very shortly here. Taking a look at the gold is Meslo and Aaron, the main carries for Grandview, that are in the lead, but still have a lot of close matchups here. Deponer and No You Stink still very, very close behind. So still anybody's game here, as we're going to see another trade here in the bottom lane. Deponer uses the cleanse a little bit early and will get stunned by the Solar Flare. Super Nega Death Rocket, not enough, but the rest of the damage here from the Eclipse will do the job. Solendra coming in with the teleport will take down Pluto, but now Colthrow and Aaron, they're back here, and so are the rest of Grandview. Needlework coming forward from Pankuru to take down Solendric, and another one falls. 3 dead on the side of Purdue Northwest as Grandview take the fight.
And that's a valiant attempt in the bottom lane from Grandview, but it just goes all awry. The Unleashed teleport is there. I think that's what they're thinking, right? We make this aggressive play. We still have Solendric to come in the back room, but the thing really not considered is how this mid lane matchup has been going. It's been controlled by Meslo in that mid lane, so he actually has push and roam, which means him and the jungler Colthrow, they are already on their way down there as the play happens, and you can see there is no Vex in sight as this play progresses. So it's an easy cleanup on the fight for the likes of Grandview, and that's going to mean they're going to get a Drake out of this. They're probably going to push down the bottom lane turret if the wave stays alive. Just a huge play to break the game back open for them.
Absolutely, and they'll likely get the dragon off of that play as well. Seeing a bit of a pause here, but we are back to live. Thank you very much, production. Colthrow going to be taking down this Cloud Drake. Going up 2-0 here as Grandview have also picked up that first turret down in the bottom lane. So Purdue Northwest that made a valiant effort to try and, you know, make the game a little bit closer there with that play. But Grandview were able to punish and now have blown the game open just a little bit more.
Yeah, we look back at the lead, right? It's 4K, but I think more important than that really is this 4K lead is now the map is open for Grandview to use that 4K lead. I mean, look, Pluto already out on the map, going to be looking for plays around mid and top lane turret. And you look at the items now, they weren't that bad at the Drake fight. It was actually pretty even, 2 mythics apiece. Now you look across the board, and there are mythics all over the board for Grandview. We're still waiting for
Bounty.
that gold drinker on Solendric, and oh boy.
The turret doesn't even fall. Oh, it's so sad. Colthrow going to lock up the Deponer. Going to try to get something back, but it will not be able to do so. Oh, that sucks. Look at the tower.
What's
12
the HP of this turret?
Oh, it's 12. I think even like if a minion hit it, it would have gone down. And I think that might have been Deponer's plan at that point. You saw Colthrow there, but unfortunately was not able to pick up that objective bounty. Instead, just another kill going into the pockets of Grandview University. We're looking very, very strong and very, very capable of closing this game out.
Yeah, the AD carry in me cries out in sympathy for the Poner there. I know how it feels, right? You're falling behind. You're on this scaling champion, and Billy's just like, I can get this turret. One more auto. I'm going to get the gold. I'm going to go back. I'm going to get some items. And every time, man, every time the enemy jungle is just waiting for you. And the insult to injury is the fact that the turret doesn't fall. So we still have a 0 for Purdue Northwest to the 2 of Grandview, which means this map is pretty wide open for them to now establish a vision line inside the enemy jungle. And you can see them grouping up. Here comes your classic support jungle hand-holding duo. As the second Rift Herald spawns, they'll take this down. They'll look to wipe away the first turret line of Purdue Northwest.
Yep, both bot lanes actually making their way up towards this Rift Herald as well. Doesn't look like Purdue Northwest want to do too much to try and contest this. Looks like that Herald will just be going over to Grandview. Hopefully, probably going to be using that towards that top side to get that final outer turret down. Hey, we got that bounty. ISO ends up going down, hitting it one time, taking it down that turret. Nice little influx of gold for him, but obviously still a lot to be desired for Purdue in order to get back into this game.
Yeah, going to take a good bit of effort, but I think this is the right trade, right? They understand this turret is done. We can't fight around this Rift Herald, so they send ISO to the bottom lane. Let's pick up all the gold we possibly can. That's why the objective bounties are there, and we'll start to work our way back into a fightable state through our macro game. What they're really going to be looking at is this 2-minute timer, right, Grapes? They need to get 2 power spikes by the time this Drake arrives, because if they lose that soul point, all of a sudden it's just a big magnet for Grandview to wield against them. They can just pull and push them all over the map with the threat of that mountain soul. So they are going to need to power up for this fight around the 3rd Drake. They got that 2 minutes. They need to get critical carries, most notably the Poner, to a 2-item spike if they possibly can, because you look across at the other side and Aaron already has his.
Yeah, that's a very scary jinx to say the least. Opponent still, farming up. They're giving a lot of resources over to this Aphelios, as you said, DJ, will have to be one of the main damage dealers come these later game team fights, especially if it's this Mountain Rift on the table for Grandview. If you get some of these more resistances on to either of these sides, it's going to be a lot harder to try and burst some of these champions down with champions like this Vex. And so having that consistent DPS definitely going to be important. Seeing a little bit of hovering around this mid lane as the game has sort of taken a bit of a lull state. Obviously, both teams don't want to do anything too crazy before this dragon spawns. It just looks like Grandview are going to maintain this gold lead and continue to scale up.
Yeah, the dragon really going to be the thing in everyone's eyes here in 1 minute 15 seconds, and that's not a whole lot of time. We look at the items. The opponent is not going to get his 2nd item. I mean, this fight is going to feel bad for the side of Purdue Northwest, particularly if Colthrow can somehow complete his 2nd item and get that Sterix gauge. That would actually be a massive spike for him before the Drake, but I don't even think Grandview needs it. They just need control. You can see they're happy to. They've already pushed the waves. They're going to walk in, get a line of vision right as this Drake comes up. This is perfect, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. You can see the coaching coming through. You can see the understanding coming through, and they look primed to take this Drake and really bust this open.
Now, for Purdue Northwest, still are a lot of options for them. You have that Cataclysm on Cylindric. You have the Shadow Surge from ISO. You can get the Wombo combo. The question is just, is that enough to finish the job against some of the players here on Grandview who are looking very, very strong? That Dragon will be the answer to our question that is spawning in just 20 seconds. TPs available for both Meslo and Cylindric up on the top side. Wouldn't be surprised to see them use them.
Yeah, the problem is, Grapes, everyone on Grandview has their flashes up. So even if you use the Cataclysm onto Aaron, even if you get that engage that you're looking for, he is just going to be able to flash away. So you're really going to have to plan out this fight and layer the CC onto Aaron to make sure he cannot just walk away. It's going to take at least Cataclysm and the knockup from Nautilus's ultimate to get this done.
Well, No You Stink is going aggressive very, very early on. Already going to get stunned up, and the rocket will end up taking him down. ISO down in the backside will take down Aaron, and Cylindric is here off the teleport. Flag and drag onto 2, as Udon will also fall. Meslo's now trying to get away here from the Jarvan, and will be able to do so. Now it's Cylindric in a bad spot. Prankuru picking up a kill onto ISO, and is just wrecking face into the enemy backline. A double kill for the Gwen, as it is just the Jarvan alive. Will not be able to do anything here in this 1v4. Soul point going over to Grandview.
Oh, and it was a good effort by Purdue Northwest, but give some credit to Colthrow and Pluto for breaking up that fight. I mean, ISO actually got on top of Aaron. He one-shot Aaron, if we were to see the replay. I mean, he absolutely burst him down. Didn't even get to use the flash, did Aaron, but it didn't matter. As they dumped in to get Aaron, Colthrow and Pluto split up the fight, and that allowed Prankuru to go line or member by member and just snip them down for the team fight win without the AD carry. They get that 3rd Drake, and Grandview is in full control of this game.
Yeah, and that was the big thing there for the side of Grandview, being able to split that fight up. When Prankuru came in for the TP, it was only the carries that were really available for him to try and fight, as the rest of the champions that tried to dive in onto the Grandview bot lane were kind of left out to dry. And it really just allowed a situation for Grandview to, split their resources up and take down all of the players, and have now opened up nearly a 7,000 gold lead for themselves. Soul is woodly on the table when this next Mountain Drake spawns as well. And they're looking very, very poised to have the potential to close this first game out.
Yeah, I mean, now it's about being clean, right? You've done everything you've needed to do in the early game as Grandview to win this game. All that's left is that big buff in the Baron Nasher, right? Be clean around this Baron as it spawns, get your setup right, pressure turrets correctly. Once this buff goes down, it feels really, really hard for Purdue Northwest to come back. They don't have a lot of wave clear, right? Aphelios is fairly short range when he has his good guns. Vex really the only one that can assist everyone else's melee up against this Jinx. So a Baron would be devastating.
Oh, Prankuru doing the work, needlework coming through. Snip, snip, go the scissors, and down goes ISO. Solo kill here over to Prankuru in the bottom lane. This Gwen just gets scarier and scarier by the minute, man.
I mean, he's 5-0-2. 2 items are in. He's not even on the 3-item power spike. And now with that lane wide open, right, the pressure starts to mount. Now you have to deal with Prankuru in the bottom lane while the Baron's up there inside your jungle. They're trying to fight.
Udon might be in a bad spot. Cold throw forces the Crescent Guard early, but is already bursting down the Nautilus. Cylindric looking to try to get anything here onto the backline. We'll use the Cataclysm onto 2. There comes the Moonlight Visual coming out from Deponent, but it's not enough damage to get anything. Double kill, make it a triple onto Aaron, and that just might be all she wrote. The ace comes through for Grandview University as they're going to push down the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's just ISO remaining, and that fight was ace. That ace came through completely without Prankuru as he pushes in this bottom lane. That should just be the game. I don't think ISO has it in him to clear this away.
Does have the Shadow Surge, can maybe get some resets if he lands that ultimate onto the right player. Udon is also here. Nexus is being exposed, but yeah, I don't think this is really much to say about this one. Game 1 of the Midwest Esports Conference will go over to Grandview University as they go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, really like the look from Grandview. That was a pretty clean game, start to finish, Grapes. A couple of moments there in the mid game, we saw some good fight back from No You Stink, right, who we did highlight as needing to step up. I think he and ISO had a couple of good picks, had a couple of good looks, but it just was never enough. It always felt like Grandview was ahead in tempo. It always felt like they understood what was happening on the map and where they needed to be. And when those critical objectives came up, they had their spikes, they played it out and prepped it out beautifully. Just a very nice start to this MEC season from Grandview.
Absolutely. And on the side of Purdue Northwest, before we got into the game, we were talking a lot about this top lane matchup, the Jarvan going against the Gwen, and how while the Jarvan will lose in the side lane, if the jungler and a lot of the rest of the players come up to try and shut down the Gwen, that could be a win condition there for the side of Purdue Northwest. But we saw a lot of attention towards the bot lane instead, and it kind of just left the top side for Purdue Northwest to really not be able to do anything in that regard. And we saw at the end of the day, I mean, Prankuru on the Gwen just took over by the end of the fight.
Yeah, it was right. We highlighted the top lane a lot, and we really did not see any action up there. So it definitely feels like that Jarvan not as effective as it could have been. If you can't play make on the Jarvan early on, you saw what happened, right? Prankuru is just going to win the lane. He's going to get stronger as the game goes on, and he really did dominate proceedings with that power that he was given in those later team fights. And of course, in the 1v1s we saw, there was no answer to him. So there will need to be an answer in draft for game 2 coming through from Purdue Northwest, because you cannot just give a free lane over to Grandview.
Absolutely. The possibility of a comeback is always there. This is a best of 3 after all. We'll see if Purdue Northwest can take down Grandview in game 2. We try to extend this to a third final game. But before we take a short break, want to thank one of our sponsors here in Skulls. Looking to upgrade your gamer gear? Look no further. Start your 2022 off right with official Unified Esports merchandise brought to you by Skulls. Hoodies, joggers, jerseys, armbands, and a whole lot more coming soon. You'll have the skill, now get the swag. Skulls.com/collections/unified has everything you need. Gear up, game on, Skulls. With that, we'll be taking a short break, going back in a little bit with game 2 action here between Grandview and Purdue Northwest. Don't go anywhere, you're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody. We're here for game 2 between Grandview University and Purdue Northwest here in the Midwest Esports Conference. DJ, it was a bit of a slow start in game 1, but it quickly folded into Grandview's favor. We'll see what Purdue have in store to try and even out the series as we head into game 2.
Yeah, I think the fact that the early game was so sort of standard is going to be a problem and something that Purdue Northwest doesn't want, right? The slower and more controlled the game is, the more it's likely going to be in Grandview's favor, right? They are going to be the team that everyone knows. They are, of course, the conference champions at the moment. So you want to add a little bit of chaos, which we thought we were going to get from that Jarvan in the top lane. But unfortunately, Purdue Northwest never found a chance to really utilize it. Never found a chance to use the playmaking. And when it did TP into fights to use that Cataclysm, it was either a little late or in a fight where they were numbers down due to rotation timers. So we need a little bit more chaos, I think, in this draft from Purdue Northwest. We want to shake up this series and throw something at Prankuru and company that they haven't seen quite yet. And that when you do throw that curveball at them, make sure you invest in that curveball. Right? You can't be throwing a weak curve here, Graves. You throw a weak curve, they're going to hit it 330 feet over the left field fence.
Yeah, just hangs in there, and then you just have a very, very easy shot over the fence. But that's exactly right, DJ. I mean, I want to see chaos. I'm a big fan of chaos here, especially for a team that's considered underdogs against the presumed conference champions from last year. And we saw a little bit of differences in the draft than that parted from the traditional meta for the side of Purdue Northwest. We saw that Jarvan top, but at the end of the day, it wasn't really used in a way that was super game changing for this team. And so when you have a lot of these flexible players on the side of Purdue Northwest, I would like to see maybe a little bit more innovation and adaptation to try and maybe surprise Grandview a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to come straight from draft, right? It can just come in early game decision making. Either or, though, is something that we do need to see in this game too. Because I mean, we saw it play out. A couple of decent plays from Purdue Northwest in that mid game. They got a pick on the cold throw. Then ISO took a nice path back from base to get a good pick onto the bottom lane, but it just was never enough. And they were always giving up more than they were getting for these plays. Grandview, I'm sure in their comms, never felt really threatened, was always fully in control. They stacked up 3 Drakes very easily and eventually just used their control over the map, their vision, and their power to throttle them out of the game. So that's why we're asking for chaos, because it can't just be comfortable for the likes of Grandview. Give them something that they haven't seen and invest in that chaos. Go full chaos fire build, right? Witch of Izalith, this stuff. Like, give me some eruptions. Give me something here.
I mean, absolutely. I sure hope we see a lot of that, and I'm hoping that they had the chance to talk over it here. Of course, they're at this LAN here at Grandview, which I'm still going to talk about because I mean, I really wanted to be there. It would be so cool to just be at an in-person League of Legends event. We were talking a little bit pre-game, DJ, about how if we ever ended up doing this in person, now you would drive me over. We'd have a cool little road trip, but fortunately, not happening just yet. But hopefully, they have some of that in-person experience and have a lot of fun. If you guys want to tweet at us, make us feel like we're a little bit more part of the action, obviously, we'd be very appreciated. But we're about to get into draft very shortly for Grandview versus Purdue Northwest. For the side of Grandview, I mean, we talked a little bit about Purdue Northwest and how they want to try to innovate a little bit more. For Grandview, I mean, it was a pretty standard composition that they set up. They had the Syndra in the mid lane, Gwen in the top lane, and then you had Aaron on a bit of a carry. And they played towards bot lane, they got Aaron ahead, and eventually got them the win.
Yeah, I expect a similar approach from Grandview, right? Everything kind of went to script for them in game number 1. I think looking back at the VOD, Coach Drury will be pretty happy with what he saw on the video as well. So I would expect a Jinx ban maybe to get thrown at Aaron, at least throw him onto something else. But as we know, there are plenty of options in the AD carry pool that you can play around at the moment. So I think maybe just throwing him off of comfort for 1 ban would be worth it. Might still have to throw that Zeri ban out, of course, but either way, just some sort of adaptation. And again, if there's no adaptation in draft, I just want to see a little bit of adaptation in that early game, as we do get the call that draft is about to be ready. And, one thing that we can even look for, right, is sort of the energy of being live. Like you said, when you are live after a loss like that, right, you can group up together, right, get in that huddle, get yourself pumped up like you can't when you are on remote, and really kind of get in each other's ear to get that energy high, feed off of the stadium that you are in. So let's see some of that excitement and energy both in the draft, in the game. Give me those fun times for Purdue Northwest. Show me what you got and come out and really throw something at Grandview.
They need the pep talk, the one guy coming in there just going super hard.
Oh, dude, I used to do this
everyone
all the time,
do the goosebumps.
man.
I mean, you're a collegiate athlete here, DJ. You probably have had a lot of
I was the
experience with pep
goosebump
talks.
speech guy, man.
Really?
I was very loud in college, a little bit too much, so probably. But that's how I ended up here in a broadcasting.
Now
booth,
you're yelling
right?
at video games.
The only thing I've ever been good at is yelling at people. So there you go.
We'll see if Grandview will be able to, weather the storm of Purdue Northwest's major inspirational speech if they ended up doing one at all. Head into the draft here for Game 2. The sides have swapped, so Purdue Northwest will be starting off on this blue side as Grandview will take the red. Similar bands starting off so far with that set taken away. We'll see if Grandview decide to focus again towards that support role or instead go towards that Corki.
Pretty standard bands to start off. That set is a favorite of Prankuru, and of course can still be kind of flexed to the support position, so not surprised for Grandview going standard to start this one off. I don't want to see any Corgis in my games. This thing is just way too strong as the game goes on. I don't think a lot of players know how to punish it, right? I've seen a lot of matchups and a lot of tweets about, like in the Victor matchup, for example, people just can't quite punish the Corki early on, and at some point Victor gets outranged. So yeah, I would just take that off the table. I don't want to play against Corki. He's too busted.
Have you seen Earth Corki?
Oh, don't. I don't want to think about it.
I ran into that I think a couple of days ago, and man, it was just Corki,
dude,
but like times like a billion or sort of.
Oh yeah, I mean no cooldowns. What is his E like? Just constantly firing and like every auto's empowered.
And you can't even kill him because he just like has his W up every like 5 seconds. You can't even like get onto him. I mean that was a problem. And thankfully, we're not going to see any of that. First of all, because we're not playing Earth. Second of all, because Corki is banned. Looking at the rest of the bans, more target towards the solo lanes. That Gwen for Prankuru obviously was a major factor in the win there for GVU in that last game. So we'll be taken away here. LeBlanc and Karma will be the other 2 bans as we're about to start locking in some champions here for these teams.
All right, taking away the Xin Zhao just to take that safe early pick away for Grandview, right? They played it last game, Cold Throw did. They know how safe it is. They left it open, though. And Purdue Northwest is happy to take it. We're going to get our first Zeri action of the year. And hey, like I said, it's not that strong in laning phase, but we've all seen that this champion creates chaos, and we have asked for chaos.
I'm surprised Zeri gets locked in. I think it's not even enabled in a lot of the major regions right now. So this is literally one of the first times any of us are going to be seeing Zeri here in a competitive environment. Really excited to see it kind of match out here for Deponer. On the other side, Grandview going to be locking in that Caitlyn here for Aaron to try and match up against this new champion. Try to maybe outrange her a little bit in the early game, and maybe pair alongside that Nautilus here for Pluto as well.
So actually interesting that you say outrange. It's actually not that easy to outrange Zeri with Caitlyn, because the fact that her Q is a spell and it goes center to center, as the tweet from August mentioned, your range on the Q is actually fairly close to Caitlyn's auto range. So you can farm pretty safely on Zeri and even trade back if you are getting your auto spacing right on the Qs. So I like the concept from GVU, and we'll see. Aaron is of course really good on this champion. He could just auto space against the Poner, right, and get that advantage in range, but it is not as simple as it might seem for a Caitlyn to just outrange Zeri in the laning phase.
That is interesting, this whole spell versus auto thing. I guess that's the whole point of the champion, but we'll see it matched alongside a Braum here for Udon. I guess you get like the double proc, so you can get the Q and the autos maybe in terms of that Winter's Bite passive. We'll see how that sort of interaction ends up working here in the laning phase, as see a Poppy lock in here. Finalizing out that first rotation for Purdue Northwest. Could head into the top lane or into the jungle.
Yeah, the Braum, just a good counter pick usually into Nautilus, and will offer some defense in the laning phase for Zeri, who again, even with the auto range, just isn't that strong early on. When the Nautilus does hook into you as a Braum, you just throw the Q out. It's pretty much guaranteed. That lands part of the Winter's Bite, and then you can try to trade back on him as he retreats. So like the defensive pick, the Poppy's interesting blind here with not a whole lot of mobility on the GVU comp yet locked in. So maybe not maximum value from the Steadfast Presence that will come out just yet, but and you kind of see the answer there from GVU, right? Victor, not a mobile champion, not really going to be bothered by Poppy's W, and we'll just be able to scale up. And they can even throw bans, additional bans at the mid lane to make sure this Victor gets the proper matchup that he wants. Yeah,
that is a really interesting point that you bring up there, DJ. Just the fact that normally you see Poppy show up very late into the draft when you see a lot of dashes here on the enemy team. But you don't really see too much. Obviously, you have like the Dredge line coming out from Pluto, or maybe like the 90 caliber net out of Aaron, maybe in the bottom lane. But those aren't really the interactions that you think of when you're thinking of picking a Poppy. You think of things like the Camille, for instance. And so it'll be interesting to see what the rest of Grandview's draft ends up looking like. Obviously, champions like Nar and Camille are pretty big champions in Prankrew's pool. So obviously can kind of like soft ban some of those champions and prevent some of them from coming through. But yeah, right now this Poppy is a very interesting pick. Obviously can again flex both into the top and the jungle. We'll see where it ends up going here. Second phase of the bans nearly complete. Going to be a jungle focus here for Purdue Northwest. They take away the Lilia and the Olaf, as it's a mid lane focus here for Grandview with that Vex and Syndra taken off the board.
Yeah, and that might be trying to announce that this Poppy is a jungler. Of course, they can still keep that flex pick, which is one of the nice things about picking this on 3, right? They ban away the junglers, so now maybe you can take it as a jungler. If you don't like the jungle pick, if you like the top lane pick, right, you can take that. So they do have options of where to put this Poppy, and now we'll see what the answer is as Prankuru just goes to his third favorite, right? Doesn't want to bring out the Camille, doesn't want to bring, out the mobility into the Poppy, so he says, okay, Volibear is going to be just fine.
Yeah, another flex pick that could potentially open up here for Prankuru or Coulthor. We'll see where this Volibear ends up going. Have been seeing it a little bit rise up in competitive play in the jungle, but obviously a champion that Prankuru can play well as well. Jarvan getting locked in again here, presumably over towards Cylindric in the top lane. So it looks like that they thought that was... I mean, there's just a whole lot of flexibility here going on now.
Yeah. we got options here for the side of Purdue Northwest. I mean, I would venture to say you're right, Grapes, in that, Cylindric played it once. He's obviously comfortable on the champion. It didn't work out super well in game number 1, but the matchup was a lot tougher than I think it would be into Volibear. So definitely have that option. The Orianna will round out the draft for a safe pick into Victor. Should be pretty solid. And now what's GVU going to do about their jungle top lane, right? Volibear can be a jungler. They're hovering top laners. Does he want this Fiora counter? Okay, he's just going to go for the Gnar.
Yeah, I was thinking if the Fiora comes through, then you just send the Poppy top lane maybe. But it looks like the Gnar just going to come through, maybe try to outrange some of these more melee-focused champions that Purdue Northwest have set up. Once again, will be interesting to see where this Jarvan and Poppy end up going. But I'm pretty sure it's safe to say for Grandview that we know the positions of all of these champions. And taking a look at the composition, a lot of team fight for both of these squads. Obviously, you have that Wombo combo for Purdue Northwest, so to speak, with that Jarvan Orianna. You have the Zeri as well, who does very, very well come these later game team fights. Other side for Grandview, maybe a little bit more split, but you still have these big team fight ultimates like the Chaos Storm, like that Gnar, that could really have a whole lot of impact.
Yeah, I actually really like what Purdue Northwest have done with this composition, right? They have a lot of frontline right now. They do have a good Wombo combo that's pretty easy to execute on, right? You throw the Ori ball onto Jarvan, he engages, you press R. It's not that bad, and you have Poppy for disengage as well, as we do see where the champions will end up. So it looks like Cylindric going to be on the Poppy, and it will be no use stink on the Jarvan. I think either or is pretty fine into this GVU comp, and I like the answer because you look at GVU's comp and they want to keep you at range with Meslo and Aaron. They want those two to be the carries, but you got plenty of go buttons to get on top of them, and you got plenty of frontline to make this Caitlyn really kind of hate her life on the 2-item mark. She's probably going to have to go for armor penetration, go LDR with her second item, which will take a little bit longer for her to get to a place that she likes. Your main target going to be Meslo, and you got plenty of options to get onto Meslo, who might even need to invest into something like the Zhonya's Hourglass early on to stay alive, because those two are really the only damage, right? Like, where else is it going to come from unless Coulthor gets really, really fed? I think PNW have the answers here to GVU's comp. Now the question is, can they execute it? Can they execute on it? And question B, of course, is how is this Zeri going to look, right? We just have no idea how much the opponent has played it, how good he's going to be on it, how much damage he can dish out with it, and that will be a big question for these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. The Zeri, I'm very excited to see it here, DJ. First time I'm going to be casting a game of Zeri, and I'm assuming maybe you as well. Not 100% sure.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, just I've seen it in some of my solo queue games so far. Has been a very interesting pick. I think just because it's a new champion, you see some good performances, some bad performances. But when it's good, it looks really good. And so seeing that matched up alongside the Braum down there in the bot lane for Deponer definitely will be very, very interesting. And I think this is kind of sort of the innovation, DJ, that we kind of wanted to see out of something like PNW, where you have a lot of this more maybe easier team fight options here with this Jarvan Orianna, and it's a little bit more simple in terms of you just want to group up, fight as 5, and maybe win that way.
Yeah, I think they've gotten themselves a good, easily executable composition, and they've thrown a little bit of chaos into there, right? Something that it's probably been not easy to prepare for if you're GVU. I mean, how many Zeri games have you really played against? How many times has Aaron played Zeri, right? Very hard to say. And if the opponent is comfortable on this champion to lock it in on B1, that could just be the wrench that they need to throw into this. If that champion is effective and we have it's well piloted by the opponent, there's plenty of damage on this team comp. There's easy engage. It's a really, really solid answer. And I really like what Purdue Northwest has done for themselves to try to get back into this series. It's just going to be about answering those questions. Can you play the Zeri? Can you dish out the damage? Will it be there to execute these carries in Aaron and Meslo, who are going to be far away from the fight, who are going to try to poke you out at range? If you can do that, I can very much see them taking this game, because I don't see a lot of side lane threat like there was from the Gwen in game number 1. I expect this very much to come down to team fighting execution between both these sides.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that might even come towards the early game when you're looking at the jungle matchup here, again, between Colthrow and the other jungler here on Purdue Northwest, just in terms of the amount of early game presence that they both have on this Jarvan and on this Volibear. In terms of where they want to path, last game we were talking about how they maybe want to focus top side, but this time for Purdue Northwest, maybe going towards some of these main carries in the mid and bottom lane. And we'll see what that ends up happening here as we have finally loaded into game for this second matchup here between Purdue Northwestern and Grandview. Maybe another 5-stack to start things off here, DJ.
Yeah, another 5-stack in the bottom lane for Grandview. Same strats coming out. We got a line of scrimmage and a 5-stack, and looks like they're going to try to get Aaron that priority again. I imagine they'll put a word here in either the second or the third brush as they walk on forward. Let's wait. Here it comes. Pluto, help me out here, buddy. Don't do this to me.
No,
don't do this to me. No, they're not going to invest. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We got it.
You can place wards when you're backing. You want to make sure you get the maximum amount of time of vision in that brush, I guess. And with that, it just will be Pluto going back to base, picking up that sweeper, just maybe control the vision even more for the side of Grandview down here in the bottom lane. Seeing the junglers make their ways over to their respective camps to start things off. Once again, will be both No You Stink and Colthrow pathing towards the bottom lane, which I'm very excited to take a look at here, DJ, because it's a Zeri lane. That's what you have to think about.
Wait, is he actually? He's going to start red.
Oh, okay.
That's
Never
interesting
mind.
from No You Stink.
Yeah.
This is so I'm interested to see how No You Stink plays this Jarvan. I was very encouraged by how aggressive he was in game number 1. Sort of something that the analysts on the LCS, for example, said about River when he was behind in the Dignitas games is right. He just kept engaging. He kept going for plays. I definitely saw that out of No You Stink in game number 1. I want to see that in game 2, but this is I'm intrigued to see where he's going and if he's trying to get a top lane, because usually when you're playing against the Caitlyn or playing with the Caitlyn, you're pretty much obligated to path down, right, at level 2, because the Caitlyn is going to push. They've already put a ward into the bush, so you can tell that they're trying to set up on GVU's side to push that bottom lane, to have control of that bottom lane. And maybe the call is just, we're just going to sit and farm, but pushing or pathing away from a Caitlyn in the early game is usually not something the junglers opt for.
Yeah, and as you said, maybe the Zeri has enough range to match the Caitlyn a little bit towards the early game, but definitely will just be an advantage over to GVU's side to come the early lane down in the bottom side. The way that we saw the jungle pathing sort of start out for both of these teams before we headed into that pause, it looked like No You Stink was going for like a red Raptors Gromp up to the top lane. Poppy into Gnar has the potential to maybe all in very early on with the heroic charge in tow, so really interesting to see if we get a lot of early focus there, or maybe focus towards the mid lane instead, as another point that we were thinking about there, DJ. But for the side of Grandview, they're going to have that priority bot lane early. They're going to have Colthrow pathing down there to help out the rest of the team. Aaron and Pluto will definitely be getting a whole lot of early gold there.
Yeah, they should get a lot of early gold. Right, I talked about the range matchup not being as bad for Zeri as it seems on paper, but this lane should still push, right? Nautilus, Caitlyn, into Zeri, Braum. This should be a pushing lane for GVU. They've already invested the ward to do so again and make that lane comfortable. With their jungler pathing down, they won't have any problem shoving this one in. So it's going to be a farming simulator early on for the Poner. He's going to need to keep himself topped up. And really the question is, what can you get out of this decision for the likes of PNW? Because they are going to path in a way that I don't think GVU will expect, right? This is not what you expect your enemy jungler to do when you are playing a Caitlyn. So they need to get a play and use this Jarvan. Like we said in game number 1, use the power of this flag and drag, this playmaking early on to get yourself a lead somewhere so that you can bring this chaos to the rift, so that you can get yourself a point of power on the map.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a whole lot of sense in that regard. I mean, Jarvan, not a champion that does super well come the late game, so has to make his impact early on. And we saw in game 1, I mean, it didn't look like Purdue was doing a whole lot to try and to snowball this Jarvan at all. And because of that, oh, got the gromp. Because of that, it was just Solendric kind of falling behind like 30-40 CS against Prankuru early on, and that's what led to, you know, the eventual demise of the Purdue Northwestern team comp. Prankuru basically won the game by himself towards some of those later game team fights. And so for the side of this Jarvan, No Use Think is going to have his work cut out for him as he finishes up the blue buff and maybe looks towards the top lane.
And he's actually going to pass up. I think he is... Okay, he has... No, he skipped the crab. We might be trying to wrap around for a play here.
Oh, but look at Coulter also headed here towards the mid lane. It looks like No Use Think will be here first. Flag and drag with the flash is going to jet Meslo down very low, but Coulter is here as well. Big damage coming out of the Ian. First blood. We'll go over to the Grand View. Jungler, very good counter engage, knowing exactly where Purdue Northwestern were going.
Oh my goodness, Grapes, hold on here as ISO even has to flash. Oh no, dude. Coulter has read this book before, right? When we came in, we talked about how these were the holdovers, right? Coulter and No Use Think have played against each other several times, and Coulter is reading the No Use Think book. Like he's done it like 5 times apparently now. He knows exactly what No Use Think wants to do, reads that level 2 gank in the mid lane perfectly, is there to answer, and all of the early initiative that Purdue Northwest wanted is now evaporated.
Yeah, and big lead now already going over to Grandview. Similar to what we saw in game 1. Just getting that first blood for themselves, very, very important. Of course, getting Coulter ahead, obviously a good thing as well, especially up against this early game champion like the Jarvan. So for Grandview, things once again starting off very, very well for them, but once again, the Wombo combo still is there for Purdue Northwest if they're able to, you know, stay a little bit more even. And right now, in terms of the CS departments, we're seeing them do just that. Seems like that first blood is really the only thing that's getting the gold into Grandview's favor.
Yeah, I mean, the gold, right, it's not great to see it behind, but it's not a big deal. The real problem, again, is just the tempo of the game. You want to arrive at these team fights in an even state. You want your Jarvan to be strong enough, and you draft this for early playmaking to get your mid laner ahead. That's all just been removed. So Coulter and Meslo are going to feel so comfortable now knowing they can get this Victor to his scaling mark, that they have the control of this mid duo, of this mid jungle matchup, and you can see they're trying to turn around again. Here he goes.
Back in onto Meslo. Flag and drag will not land the knockup. Meslo going to get the stun onto No Use Think with the gravity well, as Coulter will re-enter the fray in the mid lane to just make sure that Purdue Northwest don't get any ideas. Another gank not really working out here for No Use Think, but this is the aggression that we wanted to see out of them. Just continue to go forward, and No Use Think will do just that. Pluto, though, is here in the mid lane, going to flash forward and stun up the Jarvan and take him down. Coulter picks up kill number 2. Now Toponer and Udon are here to try to join the fight as well. Pluto almost gets stunned up there by the Winter's Bite, but it won't do enough to take down any of these Grandview members.
Man, I was saying that, you know, early seasons, the best place to get upsets because scouting isn't quite there yet. I might have to take that back because GVU is just reading everything that Purdue Northwest wants to. They are first to every play. I mean, look at how early Pluto, and it was there for that play, right? Flashing in his Udon beat on to try to save his jungler, but it's all too late. The play's just been made, and it's already been made early by GVU for this entire early game. This book is wide open. They're on chapter 6 or 7, right? They know the next like 3 paragraphs coming up. GVU just on a roll reading the early stages of this game.
When I was a kid, I like would read books so many times, like Harold and the Purple Crayon, that I could just like straight up memorize them. Hold on. ISO, Shockwave, not going to be able to do too much, but it seems like that's what Grandview is doing right now. And when you take a look at that play in the mid lane as well, while Pluto did get the early roam up to the mid lane, Aaron actually stayed down bottom, and with Toponer and Udon making their way up to try and contest, Aaron has a massive CS lead at this point, and it's showing it right here. Look at the damage that he's able to put on here onto the Purdue Northwest bot lane. Maybe going to force another early recall or just some more farming under tower, because the bot lane here has also just done very, very well for Grandview.
Yeah, and that's why even though the lead isn't that drastic at this point in the game, I mean, 1K is still pretty big for 6 minutes, right? What I'm worried about is the next 5 to 10 minutes, Graves, because the leads that we see are only going to expand. So many resources have already been used on these mid lane plays to try to get ISO ahead. They haven't worked, which means you now have less resources to go potentially gank the bottom lane, who's just farming for free. Prankuru is completely, you know, unbothered in this top lane where they're even. So GVU is just going to get to all of their marks again. It's just like we talked about in game 1. Even if you have a better team fighting comp this time around, GVU is just comfortable. They're just comfortable with how this game is going. They're going to remain comfortable as it progresses, and that's not something you want if you're Purdue Northwest.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. When Purdue if Purdue wanted to win, they have to maybe spice things up and go for some really, really volatile early games. And we're seeing just that, but on the other side, Prankuru gonna finish off the solo kill with the wallop, and now towards the bot lane, Purdue gonna try to make a play in onto Pluto. Ignites ticking, one more auto will seal the deal, but it's not able to get it. The W misses, and Udon finally gets it with the Ignite and will barely escape with their life. Nice play coming out from Purdue Northwest, but it comes at the cost of a solo kill top.
Yeah, it's a nice timer. Colthro's here.
Likely to do something. No. Whoa, Meslo takes down ISO on the other side as well with the Chaos Storm. So we see kills in all 3 lanes in a very short period of time, and we might see some more down bottom. Colthro does have the Stormbringer available, has not been able to use it just yet. Udon going to push forward with the jump. Continue to try and take down Colthro. Will not have to use any sort of ultimates to get out. Unbreakable to get away from the AC in the hole.
Yeah, nice footwork on this bottom lane play from Purdue Northwest. They managed to pick up the kill. Udon stays alive, sticks around to help his team, but with his health bar low and the tempo on the base timers, they are going to lose out on this first Drake. A little bit later than it was in Game 1, but will set Grandview on the path they were in Game 1 towards that Dragon Soul, and nice little early boost of power as well from that Inferno buff.
Yep, and once again, will be that first Inferno spawning here for the side of Grandview. Colthro will be able to finish that one off rather easily. And once again, looks like Grandview still in control of this game. Once again, shout out though to No Use Think, still making some plays here on the Jarvan, trying his best to get his laners back into this one. We see him hovering around the bot side, does have the Cataclysm available, and with the lane pushed up here for Aaron and Pluto, wouldn't be surprised to see them try to make a play. Flag and drag forward. There's the flash away from Aaron, away from the Cataclysm, but now Pluto is stuck in the box and will get taken out. No Use Think finally gets a kill.
Absolutely love it. You just preempted it perfectly, Graves, right? He is not stopping. He's not being deterred. No Use Think absolutely recognizes how this game is going, right? He's got to make stuff happen. He has to make plays. He's sacking camps right now. I mean, look at his CS, right? He's 14 down, but he knows it doesn't matter. He knows it's more important to get his lanes back into a fightable state where they are not all behind their opponents, right? Solo kill in top, Prankuru is ahead. Mid lane, we've all seen how it's played out, right? Meslo is ahead. He's got to be making these plays to get his laners back into a state where they can be even, where they can fight.
Yeah, and he's been doing his best, but so far still has a lot more work to be done. As the kills have been towards the bot lane here so far for Purdue Northwestern, but as you said, DJ, the solo lanes for Grandview definitely doing well. We saw solo kills for both of them earlier on in this game. As we continue to push forward here in this one, taking a look at some of the itemization paths for some of these players. See Deponer going for that Triforce build, something that we see very, very often on the Zeri. And on the top side, we see a bit of armor stacking here for Cylindric, to say the least.
Yeah, good amount of armor stacking for Cylindric. I do like the early path and the build because of the composition, but still, it's going to be not the best into Prankuru for the rest of this game. With the lead that he does have, should be able to build up pretty nicely. And these are two top laners who don't usually have a whole lot of action between them. There's No Use Think he's going to get caught on a ward. He's being surrounded.
Yeah, it doesn't have the flag and drag because he used the E to try and get some vision here on the other side. You know, be in a whole lot of trouble right now and will get taken out, getting punished for taking down that ward as Prankuru will land the final blow. Now, Aaron might be in a bit of trouble. Can he outplay this? There's the ultimate coming through from Deponer, and the autos will finish the job. That's the power of Zeri on the all-in.
Yeah, and I think Aaron just thinks he has more time in this play, right? To the Deponer and Udon Beaton, they head up towards that Rift Herald because No Use Think is calling, right? I'm on Rift Herald. I'm going to start this Rift Herald. They don't realize that they're being surrounded, and once their jungler goes down, they immediately turn back around to the bottom lane, but it's not communicated in time to Aaron, and he overstays for the lanes there. He just, like you said, the acrobatics, hops over the wall, shows up in your lane, and you're gone, just like ISO is right
This is a very weird situation. Colthro coming through from the backside and taking down ISO, and it looks like Udon is not long for this world either. Double kill for the victor as Meslo just continues to get more and more ahead.
That's just absolutely ruthless from Grandview. Just beautiful stuff on the timer, and Meslo is starting to just put in work. He's going to go back with another huge buy. They're even going to drop the Rift Herald for him. This will nearly take down the turret. It'll get him a ton of plates. I mean, this is as accelerated as you could possibly be on Victor, and it's getting super scary for Purdue Northwest as they look across at Meslo.
I mean, this Meslo is going to be doing a whole lot of one-shotting, I think, towards the later stages. We see A whole lot of squishy champions, and you see even in the tanks for the side of Purdue Northwest have really prioritized that armor stacking. We were talking about Solendric earlier. We already see the early ninja tabbies coming out from Udon as well. So, I mean, this Victor just kind of has free reign to do nearly true damage to all of these champions. And we see what late game Victors can do. I mean, it's just going to be even more amplified at this point.
I mean, it's terrifying, right? He's so far ahead of ISO at this point, and he even has a pretty fed jungler. Colthrow has been reading all the plays this game, has made sure to put his laners ahead. That's just massive. I mean, that is just all four members are ahead of everyone. The Poner is their highest one, and he's like 20 CS down. Like, oh, this is not looking good, Grapes.
No, definitely not. I think it's a 1.7k gold lead for Meslo specifically, as looks like Purdue Northwestern are going to try to make a play here into the mid lane onto the Victor. Caponer did not able to do enough damage to take down Meslo just yet. We'll be able to get under the turret rather easily, and we'll stay alive for now.
And they're trying to do this to get the tempo on the Drake. They're setting up vision. It's coming up in 30 seconds. I don't really know if they can hold this. We'll get the items, right? You're talking a Mythic versus not on your mid laners. Like, this is a scary, scary fight. And to do it over the second Drake feels a little bit over eager from Purdue Northwest. I know they feel like the game is running away from them. You don't necessarily have to fight on this Drake. I would at least wait for ISO to get his Mythic item before you try to take a scrap.
Yep, teleport coming in from Meslo as well. Just picking up that Sorcerer's Shoes, getting even stronger and stronger, as it does not look like Purdue Northwest want to do much about fighting around this dragon. That Cloud will be going over to Grandview, and with the entire team kind of hovering around this bot side just to secure it. So it will be that ocean rift surrounding the players this game.
I mean, give props to Grandview on this approach as well. I mean, Prankuru pushed his lane before roaming down. He's barely going to miss any CS. Victor just comes back in, clears a full wave. They barely lost anything on that play as Purdue Northwest went back. They do at least complete a Mythic item with Gore Drinker coming in, but so far, this second game looking even better macro-wise, preparation-wise for Grandview. I know it's easy, a little easier when you are this far ahead. You can kind of just walk in unheated, but meanwhile, bot lane.
Oh, here we go. This is the play for Purdue. Time and time again, focus this bot lane, but looks like Solendric is in a whole lot of trouble. Going to try to use the Keeper's Verdict to save himself, and it looks like he will. Poppy barely gets away, and now Deponer going to try to rain some shots in onto Pluto, but the rest of the team is here. Prankuru still has an R, still has a flash, going to try and use that ultimate onto 2. Will not be able to get the stun, but here comes Meslo. Chaos Storm forward, but it looks like he's in a whole lot of trouble. The Cataclysm will secure the shutdown for No You Stink, and now Purdue Northwest are going to try to push, going to try to look for more. Colthrow is surrounded by 4 members here of the Purdue Northwest team. Will have to flash away, and the shutdown's coming through for Zeri. Look at the auto attacks coming through. Purdue Northwest are coming back in this game. They get the double kill onto the Zeri. Shockwave onto Aaron will not secure the kill, but that is a big fight for this Northwest lineup.
That is massive for Northwest, and we were asking how good the opponent was going to be on this Zeri. I think we've got our answer, Grapes. Yeah. He's looking pretty fine as he skates around that entire fight, completely undeterred. Beautiful team fighting from Purdue Northwest. They find a massive play to get back into the game, and a lot of it comes off just the burst onto Meslo. He tries to take a flank angle onto the team, and No You Stink, right? He's been aggressive all series long, comes in from behind, says absolutely not. They dunk him before he can do anything, and with most of the golden damage off of the lineup for Grandview, it's just takeover time for the Poner.
Absolutely. Look at that. 3-0 and 3, 100% kill participation now. Is definitely the strongest member on this Purdue Northwest lineup, but will get hooked up by Pluto. Really nice pick coming out from the Grandview support as Pluto just weaves his way through those minions to pick up the kill.
That's just so mean, Pluto. Give the guy his moment in the sun. He just comes off a great team fight. He's thinking, yeah, I'm picking up this wave. I'm going back to base to buy. I'm feeling great. Hook comes out of the mid brush. She's like, oh man, that's just cruel. That's just cruelty. Pluto, you're mean. You're mean, man. That's just cruel. That's you gotta.
I'm sure he's a nice guy.
Be nice. Be nicer than that.
You're trying to win a game of League of Legends. I mean, you got to do what you got to do.
You could be civil and win a game of League of Legends, Grapes. There's a way. There's a way to win and be civil, and that was mean.
Manners are not. Shutdown going over to the side of Grandview as they going to continue to have the pressure around the map despite that fight going towards Purdue Northwestern down in the bottom lane. Prankuru going to pick up this tower by himself, getting another influx of gold towards him, and it looks like Meslo will do the same on the bottom side.
So looking back at the game state, that bottom lane fight did definitely get Purdue Northwest closer, but they are still about 4K gold down. Meslo is still a terror in this side lane. Oriana can slowly match him, but ISO's still pretty far behind. It's going to get worse and worse as time goes on, so we are still going to need to see Purdue make some of these aggressive plays. They're going to need at least one more of those kind of fights to get back into this one. It doesn't look like they think the Rift Herald is worth it, and that is largely because the third Drake, the Ocean Drake for an Ocean Soul, is coming up in 1 minute 30 seconds, and that is where everyone's eyes will be focused.
Absolutely, and that's where we saw the game kind of break open for Grandview in the last one, around that Soul point. And Purdue Northwest, if they have anything to say about it, don't want to have that happen again. I mean, we saw that nice fight around the bottom lane recently, and you know, if they have the opportunity to do it again, if they can get the Poner in a really good position to pop off with some of the shots coming through from the ultimate, could be a decent chance for, you know, Purdue Northwest to come back into this game, utilize that wombo combo there. The Shockwave barely only hit onto one during that whole fight, and it was onto Aaron at the end of the fight. So even without that ultimate there for ISO, Purdue are still able to take down a lot of these members here for Grandview. So we'll see if they're able to position themselves well around this objective, because I think that's going to be key if they want to take it.
Yeah, positioning will be important, but they are going to be pushing in division. You can see that Grandview has done a pretty good job setting up. They don't have a lot of vision on the bottom side of the river, but these two entry points around the mid lane are completely flooded. A little bit of clear out, but they will know exactly where Purdue Northwest is coming from, and looks like they've got their flank wards cleared out as well. So it's going to need to be a little bit miraculous. They're going to need to see some more magic from the Poner, but it is still doable as he's on the same items basically as the Caitlyn is at this point.
Dragon about to spawn. Taking a look at Solendric up on the top side. There is a ward behind the Grandview sort of area of control for the Poppy to potentially go for a bit of a TP flank. We'll see if they end up using it, or we'll just continue the push. Dragon has spawned, and it looks like Grandview have the priority.
Will they clear this out? We need to see if a control ward does go down. I don't see it. There are a couple in the inventory. Haven't placed them down. They're just going to try and steal it.
3,000, 2,000. There's No You Stink actually going to try to go forward first, and the fight has begun. Stopwatch already issued onto the Jarvan. Will he be able to get the steal? He does! Dragon picked up here for Purdue Northwest, as it looks like No You Stink going to get a Cataclysm onto 2, as Solendric has joined the fight as well. ISO still has to flash away, but it doesn't look like the Poner is really in sights at all. Grandview lose the drag, but they're going to win the fight off of the better positioning. The final auto will come through for Aaron, as ISO will go down.
It is a nice flank. It's a nice attempt for Purdue Northwest, but the big difference in this fight, as opposed to the last one, is the positioning of Meslo is a lot better. Yes, you get the Drake, but that flank TP, it only really got onto Aaron, and honestly, he's not the member you should be focusing on. Meslo is absolutely monstrous at this point in the game, and they never get on him. They never bother him. He takes over that fight, completely splits it up, and then it's just cleanup duty for Grandview.
And of course, for Purdue Northwest, you have the main priority has to be around getting that Dragon, you know, preventing that soul point for going over to Grandview. But because of the way that they like approach the engage for that situation, Topona really wasn't able to dish out a whole lot of damage in that fight. Was really out of it by the time that a lot of the players started to go down. The health bar started to tick low. He was already in mid lane when we saw like the Cataclysm already unleashed, for instance. And so for Purdue, they were fighting at that numbers disadvantage without their strongest player, and because of that, it allowed for Grandview to take over.
Yeah, and while this does mean that there's a delay on the Ocean Soul for Grandview, it's close to being not worth it after that team fight for how much you lose. I mean, the gold lead is now ballooned out to 7K grapes. That and the couple of turrets that were picked up the bottom lane tier 2, the mid lane turret went down. That is a lot to lose just for a 5-minute extra timer when, you know, the scaling on your side is good, but the scaling on their side's just as solid. So I think there was quite a bit lost there, and still going to be very much Grandview in control now with an even more open map to establish their vision.
Absolutely. Toponer still has the opportunities to go for these carry plays. Remember, if you just leave him open and available, all the movement speed will start to come through. The lightning shots from the ultimate will as well, and so definitely going to be a very key part of this fight, and might get targeted here on this engage. Udon already taken very low. The ace in the hole nearly will take him down. The Chaos Storm is following the Braum and eventually will make Udon fall. Prankuru now getting another solo kill onto Isa. We saw this in the last game on some different champions, but the result is the same. Prankuru on a rampage.
Yeah, Prankuru on his favor. Gnar just taking care of business against ISO. You wouldn't normally see that, but ISO has been put pretty far behind in this game. Similar to last time, it's just pretty easy for Prankuru to go through his rotations, take him down, and with 2 members gone right around the Baron, this is as easy as it gets. No You Stink would have to make a hero play here, but he's not even going to attempt it in Grandview. Looking to close out this series in clean 2-0 fashion now.
Really nice play on both sides of the map there for Grandview to open up the map for the Baron to be taken. As he said before, it doesn't look like No You Stink wanted to go for that second miracle in a row, and because of that, we'll just allow the objective to fall, and now looks like Grandview will be wearing purple for the next 2.5 minutes. Well, you expect to see something like an inhibitor fall, as the Baron buff will also be available by the time that second Ocean Dragon spawns.
Yeah, I mean, everything just in the control here of Grandview at this point, Grapes, right? 2 minutes 24 now on this Baron push. They're already 1,500 gold to the good. They can easily just push in, break open the base, retreat to the Drake, and do this all again. And we'll see how far they can get, right? It depends on if you can get picks or not, but they have a great sieging composition with Caitlyn. They have powerful members in both of the side lanes to go 4-1 or even 1-3-1. Probably more likely a 4-1. And it just needs to be clinical now. They were very clean in game number 1. They're going to look to do so again as they do actually go for this 1-3-1. And that's what we'll be looking for the check boxes, the coaching staff of Grandview as they continue to improve throughout the season. You want to be clean on these sorts of sieges and pushes, and so far doing a good job of establishing their vision, pushing up the waves, and sinking them up as the siege does begin here.
Pressure from all 3 lanes right now for Grandview as we take a bit of a broader view across the rift before any major fight might happen. For the side of Purdue Northwest, looks like they're going to try to just hover around some bush, just play with the vision, maybe try to get a pick before a fight really begins. Here we go. No You Stink. Going to look for the engage onto Meslo, but he does have the flash. Cooldown is longer in terms of the flash versus the Cataclysm, but didn't look like that engage worked out very well.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the effort, right? You need to make some sort of play happen. You can't just let them siege for free, but you definitely knew that the flash was there onto the Victor, just as easy as you like. Flash away, the siege does continue, and now with Cataclysm down, there's really not a whole lot for Meslo to fear.
Base about to be potentially broken open here by this Grandview squad. Meslo providing so much poke with these death rays. Already has a Shadow Flame completed as well. As the rest of Grandview now have grouped up 5 strong around this top side. This is where they want this first objective to fall. For Purdue Northwest, they don't have the Cataclysm. Shockwave just coming off of cooldown. It's going to be hard to look for a fight, and it looks like Grandview will be the ones to engage. Coldthrow jumping forward with the Stormbringer. Ooh. Big Gnar coming out for Prankuru as well. The damage is there. Nice Shockwave, though, coming out from ISO. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but it looks like Grandview is the one to continue to push forward. Double kill onto Meslo, as it will become a triple, as Aaron will get the 4th. So Lendrick going down. It's a full house, so to speak. Double to Aaron, triple to Meslo, as 3 strong are still available for Grandview, as they will look to potentially push forward again.
Yeah, that should just be the game here. A very nice engage in the bottom side. Just kind of slapping them with their wallets at this point, Grapes. I think Frank Kruger, not sure if he intended to knock them away or if he was trying to knock them in. Either way, it doesn't matter. His team can follow up. Meslo and Aaron do all of the damage, and Grandview will close this series out in convincing 2-0 fashion. But Udon, he'll take one for the road. Wait a minute. It's not
Unbreakable
over.
is doing a whole lot. Aaron can't get the autos in. Looks like we still got a game here, DJ. No You Stink coming forward with the home guard to try and get Pluto down. Winter's Bite with the Cataclysm. Oh, he gets the Dredge Line proc as well. No You Stink gonna pick that kill up. Looks like Purdue barely hold the line, but it's an open Nexus. We saw how that last fight worked out. Now a 12,000 gold lead here for Grandview. We're trying to wrap it up, but it doesn't look like Purdue want to close this book just yet.
Yeah, they should get the Drake off of this, right? The timers are against GVU. They are going to run out here and see if they can deny it, but you might as well go for this. You got nothing else to lose.
Yeah, Coldthrow is not alive, so the smite advantage definitely in favor here of Purdue Northwest. They will pick up the Dragon, delay the Soul once again, and everyone will be able to escape. Prankuru not wanting to chase with that Mega Gnar. So we're going to play a little bit longer, DJ. Definitely a tough comeback for Purdue Northwest to try and force this game 3, but they're still in the game. They still got this Fed Zeri working towards that Titanic Hydra 3rd item, so still maybe a small ounce of hope for this team.
A tiny little bit. A very dim light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, this is
Meslo, they're going to pick on the mid laner. Big shutdown could potentially go over. The stopwatch is popped. The Chaos Storm is burning them down, but the shutdown will go over to Deponer. Another kill going over to the Zeri. I mean, I don't know, DJ. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything. Don't want to jinx anything.
I just love the resilience from Purdue Northwest, right? The match is like so against them now with this deficit of 11K, and they just continue to group up. They're using pockets of vision. They're still aggressive. They are not backing down in this game. And all the attempts that they've made to overturn gold deficits I think they've been good ones. I think they've been very well thought out. They've been very aggressive. I think in this game in particular, it's just a lot of cold throw, reading the plays and being there. But the plays themselves are very good ideas, and you can see how they work out when they catch people like Meslo out of vision. You can see those plays working. It's just been more of a story of them being read. So I love the attempts from Purdue Northwest. I love how they continue to fight in these games, continue to look for engages. It's still a very long way back from 11K gold down, but that hope will still remain as long as the Poner is alive with these 3 items.
Oh, look at that. That's the wave clear there from Zeri. It's a very tanky build that Deponers ended up going for here with the Titanic Hydra as well, just wanting to stay alive, deal out as much damage as possible. Like the itemization choice for now, Udon might be in a bit of trouble as Cold Throw will look to chase onto the Braum, using the stand beside me to get into the hands of Deponer, but the teleports are coming through, Baron spawning in about 10 seconds. Obviously will be a position for Grandview to try and end the game. So Lendrick looking aggressive. They just want to continue to pressure Grandview in the situation.
And Grandview going to use these super minions in the top lane to apply pressure to the base. They will fall right back to the Baron. Should just start it up. I think No Use Think has to go for a steal here. A miracle steal will give you so much time against these Baroned up minions, but
Iso's in
didn't even
base.
get there in time.
Has a teleport available, but it looks like Purdue will be without their mid laner by the time this Baron ends up falling. Eyes are all on No Use Think. He stole the last dragon. Can he take another miracle steal? Flag and Drag not going to go forward just yet. Prankuru hits Mega Arm, will stun 2 up into the wall. Fight has begun. Pluto chunking low. Deponer still left untouched. Massive keeper's verdict coming out from Solendric to keep everybody on Purdue alive. The engage was good from Grandview, but it was not good enough. It's just a 1-for-1 with the supports down.
Yeah, that's actually incredible. What a disengage from Solendric. That fight was definitely not going to go in their favor. The health bars were dwindling. No one was on Meslo. And they save it with the Keeper's Verdict. Massive stuff from Solendric, but they're just right back on the Baron.
The ISO is here now for this fight. Still has that shockwave available. See Solendric now clearing wave down bottom. It's still a 4v3. No Use Think still has that smite. Still has the potential to go for a steal, but it's not going to be able to do so if the rest of Grandview kill him first. Cold Throw will land the final blow, and now Deponer is in the front line looking to try and do some damage. Shockwave lands onto 3, but it's not enough. Deponer jumping over the wall looking to play aggressive. The range is not enough to hit down the members of Grandview, but look at this. Purdue Northwestern continuing to stay alive. They stave off the Baron again.
Man, they are just fighting so hard here. Tooth and nail, Grapes, to stay alive in the states. They've extended all the way to 30 minutes. They're still 2 drinks away from a soul as Grandview. I mean, this might go on for another 5, 6, 7 minutes. They have to get on this Baron really to bust this base wide open and end the game, because the Soul is a 10-minute win condition at this point. So Purdue, they know where to look, they know where to put the vision, and they know when they need to fight. It's just about executing on the timer. It hasn't been clean enough from Grandview to kill the jungler and have the HP bar left to take the Baron. That's all that's in their eyes. We'll see if Purdue can continue to deter them around this purple worm.
And that's going to be key right now, DJ. Because Grandview, if they get the Baron, it's pretty easy to just run down top lane, take that inhibitor, and eventually take that open nexus. But looks like Purdue Northwestern do have something to say about it right now. Dragon spawning in about 30 seconds. We're at the point now where either team can secure that soul point.
Baiting.
No Use
He's baiting.
Going aggressive, but they got to watch out for Coulter back onto the backside. Engage has begun here for Purdue Northwestern. Shockwave going to land here onto Pluto. Fights on multiple fronts. Udon will go down first, but look at the opponent onto the backside. Taking down Aaron and taking down Pluto as well. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Purdue Northwestern, and they want to try to make it more. Look at the Poner still bringing in the autos. Has the ultimate ticked. Not able to get any more range here onto the rest of Grandview, but they are forced to retreat as Purdue Northwestern now priority around the Baron, around the Dragon, and they might look for even more. Meslo now taken down very, very low as well as Purdue Northwest pick up their 3rd straight Ocean Drake.
They are 5 minutes away from an Ocean Soul, and now the sweat begins to form on the brows of Grandview. Grapes, what a game this is becoming. 3.5 items now for the Zeri, and you can see what happens if they don't get on to her. Once the speed's built up, how you getting on her? Cold Throw's a run at you champion. Prankuru is a run at you champion. Like, it is so difficult for them to get onto the Poner if he is free hitting. And the decision on that split fight was so strange, right? With Aaron and Pluto just on the other end of the fight. They just engage on them, and once Aaron's dead, how do you stop the Poner? He's already built up the speed, right? The only person to dissuade him is Meslo, but even Meslo's not fast enough to keep up with him. Like, this is getting scary for Grandview, who was in full control of this game not 8 minutes ago.
Grandview want the run back, though. They want this fight. They're starting up the Baron once again. Fight's already begun. Pluto gonna land the first hook. Winter's fight doing a whole lot of damage. Shockwave not used just yet, but Aaron goes down again. And Purdue Northwest are turning the fight again. 2 go down as the bot lane falls for Grandview. Prankuru forced to use a stopwatch. Meslo still left untouched, but he's unable to do any damage to the backline. A double kill going over to ISO. And now again, Purdue Northwest is on the chase. Colthrow and Meslo will stay alive for now, but the numbers advantage is in favor of Purdue Northwest. Not going to start up this Baron just yet. They still have minions pushing down onto their inhibitor, but the fights just continue to go Purdue's way.
Yeah, the problem is they don't have a jungler, right? If their jungler was still alive, they would be right onto this Baron because there's no cooldowns remaining for Grandview. Instead, they have to base and wait for another fight. But the fights are starting to turn completely in Purdue's favor. Nobody can stop the Poner. They can't get onto this Zeri. The CC's not there. If the shield goes onto the Poner, he's just fearless. He can outrun anything, and there's not enough burst. There's not a big enough combo to take him down. At this point, Grandview has to use everything they've got to kill him. But he's just built his 4th item. He's got a slow in his kit now as he builds the Blade of the Ruined King. Like, this is so terrifying. This could just be the Poner show to take Purdue Northwest to an even series.
What a game this has been. We were ready to sign off and have a quick Grandview 2-0, but the Poner didn't like that very much. He's looking to try and carry Purdue out of this hole and into a decisive game 3. I'm expecting some more Zeri bans after this game, DJ. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, I said I would always ban the champion, right? We didn't know how good the Poner would be at it. The answer is he's pretty damn good at it. I mean, he's looking great. And I think he's handled the game super well up to this point. But maybe Grandview wanted to take the challenge just to see how it would go. But you can kind of see as the game progresses how strong this champion is. And they're not even interested in taking the fight. They know they can win the fight. They're going for the base race.
Grandview pushing towards the bot, pushing down the mid lane. The Nexus is open, and it looks like Purdue Northwest have to get back in time. Meslo is doing his best to stop the back, and he stops all of them. Colthrow and the rest of Grandview are headed onto the Nexus. Aaron has open range to free fire onto the objective. ISO popping the stopwatch. Teleport coming in from Solendric. Might not be enough. He gets away from the Keeper's Verdict. The autos come through, and that's how the game ends. Heartbreak for Purdue Northwestern as Grandview finally secure the 2-0.
Oh my God, Graves, that's how it ends. Oh my goodness, what a call from Grandview, but what an incredible game 2 between these two sides and between, and really from the Poner in particular. I mean, that Zeri was untouchable. You can see Grandview decide we can't even fight them anymore. They're like, nope, we're out of there. We're not going to this Baron again. We can't do this. They go for a base race, and hats off to Meslo at the very end of that, and whoever's coming up with the call, right? They make the call. Meslo stops 3 bases with the passive proc on his Luden's Tempest that stops 2 of the bases, and that is enough for Grandview to squeak out of game 2 with a win and a series victory.
What an ending to that game. That was insane. I mean, the
came out of nowhere.
The big thing, honestly, that inhibitor in the top lane fell around that Baron dance. The minions just continued to push in. The inhibitor did respawn, but was taken down once more, and that was all it took for Grandview to decide, hey, we have that open inhibitor, we have the open Nexus, we're just going to push down mid, try to end the game. We have the ability to do so. But yeah, if that inhibitor was still alive, that was not a play that could have been held. We would still be casting this game.
I mean, so many. It's going to be a shame because there's going to be so many what ifs running through the heads of Purdue Northwest after that, right? What if we didn't have our jungler go down in the second Baron fight and we take it right away, right? What if that inhibitor doesn't go down, right? And even for Grandview, what if that last auto on the first, initial take of the Nexus goes through? Like, so many what ifs will run through Purdue Northwest heads. It's really heartbreaking to see them lose that game after a monstrous, just massive effort on that comeback to stick in it. But those are the small margins in League of Legends, and Grandview does manage to come away with the win on a very, very bold base race call. And I don't know what else to say. I'm a bit at a loss for words after that second game. What a way to end the series.
I mean, that's the heart of a conference winning team right there, DJ. That's what it takes. That's those split decisions that help you get all the way to the top. And for Grandview, very solid start for the season for them. Obviously, maybe wish that second game went a little bit cleaner, but not going to be too upset with a 2-0 to start off undefeated. We're going to take a short break as our first series has concluded. We're going to take a look at our next game. It will be the Ottawa Braves against Ohio Northern in our next best of 3. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of the Midwest Esports Conference. I'm Graves, joined by DJ for our second best of three of the day. We've got Ottawa University going up against Ohio North. And DJ, these are two teams that are new to the scene here in the Midwest Esports Conference. As there are 7 teams, these are like the 2 additions to the roster. And they both, I would say, have rather different expectations, but I'm excited to see them match up in this game.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited too. There's a lot of talent on this Ohio Northern team, and I'm actually pretty interested to see what their bot lane looks like, particularly because of what we know about Ottawa in their young AD carry young. I'm actually very excited to see this matchup in particular and see what Northern does bring out. Looking at their roster, I think they would play around the bot lane. We'll see if that is the case. I mean, it is pretty easy to play around bot lane in this kind of meta anyway. I'm very interested to see what Kai and Kuz can put up against Young and their support in 9 lives. And, we know that 9 lives likes to roam, so maybe there is a chance to take advantage of it there if you do stick in lane. But I think it's a fascinating matchup down there in the bottom lane. And the biggest thing is that with both these teams being new to the league, to MEC, this is your big chance to make your mark, right? Come on in, day number 1, like stamp your authority on the league, say, hey, we are here. And we are here to stay, and we are here to win. So I'm really looking forward. If I was in their shoes, as I was at one point when I was young and could run and was physically fit, I would want to stamp myself on my first game in a new league. So I would be very, very thrilled. I would be very hyped for this game, and I would be looking to play out of my mind.
Absolutely, and especially up against a team like Ottawa University, which haven't seen a lot in CELO, but definitely have made some strides this year. They're looking to make an impact. They had a really solid roster announcement come out a couple of months ago. And of course, I think around a week ago, they announced their new coach, Colomer, formerly of Bethany Lutheran College team that finished top 4 in CELO last year. So you have the pedigree, you have a lot of the players here. And now in this new conference, these are a group of players that we were talking about as being a team that might be able to overtake Grandview here in this conference. We saw Grandview play in the last series. We're going to see Ottawa play now. This could be a good test for them in their first matchup to see how they do.
I think it really will be. I think Ohio Northern is going to be a very good test. And of course, since we've never actually seen these teams play in Midwest Esports Conference, we don't actually know technically which one is better. I think there's a lot of expectations around Ottawa, particularly because of their Twitter game and some of their Twitter feuds with Grandview. Of
Those
course,
have been so fun, by the
way. We call them feuds, but any Colomer team is always going to have some trash talk flying around. So I think that might have inflated it, but I think this Ohio Northern team kind of taking the opposite approach, right? Been a little less heralded and could come in and surprise some people with all of the talent that they have put together joining this league. So I do think a good test for the sort of more public profile in Ottawa to see where they really do stand against what I think should be a very big threat and a very quietly big threat in Ohio Northern.
Yeah, taking a look at the roster really quick for Ohio Northern University, we have Kuz, Chestroar, Kai, Tango Charlie, and Aggression in this roster here. Not entirely, I think I said that in the wrong order, but there's still a lot of players here that have looked really good. Taking a look at the jungle matchup though, Chestroar in this jungle hasn't really played a whole lot of jungle recently. It might be a sign for Ottawa maybe try to press their advantages in that regard.
Yeah, could very well be. And I think, just looking at kind of the base nameplates and the games of these players, that is probably the biggest gap in experience that we could see between Coda and the jungler in Chestroar. So might be an avenue there, but I don't think a team like Ohio Northern, with all the talent that they have, would be going to someone that they don't have confidence in. These guys have clearly played together before, and I think they will have a lot of confidence in Chestroar. So if he can enable his laners and play in a way that makes sense for the team, I expect to see some early game facilitation from them, more focus on the solo lanes and trying to shut them down. I think that's a good avenue, but I definitely think Coda will be very confident that he will have the better end of this matchup. I think he'd probably be confident against most people, maybe like with these kind of teams, maybe like a few players you get a little scared of if you're like doing the UCI, like, oh, like Cinnamon Bread scared of Serenok thing, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd imagine he's pretty confident, but maybe even a little bit of boosted confidence against someone who just doesn't have the experience that he does in the role.
Yeah, and speaking of someone with experience, Coda is definitely that. He's a player that has hit Master Plus on I think 5 different roles and has hit Grandmaster Plus on 3 different roles. So definitely knows a lot about this League of Legends game that we're playing here. And I was talking to Colimer earlier about the team and how they're expected to kind of show up and interact with each other. And he said that Coda is really helpful in discussions as somebody who's really been able to, facilitate a lot of discussions, as somebody who's been able to play a lot of these different positions, can see what it's like from the shoes of his teammates. And that's definitely an interesting player that we have to keep our eyes on. And in terms of some other players that we have here on the side of Ottawa University, it's Brixton, Coda, Blonde, Young, and Nine Lives. Talked about the bot lane a little bit. We talked about the jungle. Let's talk about their top laner, Brixton. This is a really interesting player here. Maybe one of the most interesting, most unique players on this Ottawa lineup was formerly, I think, a Warwick one trick in the top lane. And we saw the Jarvan top in a couple of games last time. In the last series, but this Warwick top is also a bit of an off-meta approach.
Yeah, I mean, I get the feeling that it'll be banned here against him in week number 1, right? It's not something I think you really want to spend time prepping against. And so it's just really easy to say, hey, you're really good at this champion that we don't want to prep against. So we're just going to ban it. That would be my approach to taking care of this Warwick. But if we do see it, of course, Brixton is exceptional at it. He is one of the best couple players on it in the in North America. And when you do play this Warwick top lane, it's a super aggressive pick, which kind of will give us the play style that we're looking for Brixton. Warwick is super strong, levels 1 to 3. You want to be in the face of your laner. You want to kill them multiple times, and they really can't fight back unless they're like older Urgot, probably. Maybe Shen, if you're lucky.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much it. And so he is a person that's going to want to be in your face, that's going to want to be skill checking you, and that is going to hound you. For the entirety of the game.
Another champion that can also do really well in the side lanes as well once you get to those later stages of the game. Very, very strong 1v1 threat. But yeah, as we said before, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that ban a couple of times, and maybe we'll see Brixton on some other things.
I would hope all of them.
I think like that's probably the number one thing when if you're like scouting for this event and you see you're playing against a team like Ottawa. That's probably like the first thing that comes to mind. Like, guys, we got to ban Warwick. It's like this guy's best champion for sure. And that's that. After that, step 2 is it's up in the air, but that's definitely step 1.
Yeah, I definitely agree, right? Like, it's just very hard to prep against that. I mean, we've seen similar things with certain players, in professional leagues, right? If they're particularly good at one champion, sometimes teams just say, okay, you know what, it sucks, but this guy's just so good at this champion that we just got to ban it. We just got to spend a ban slot on it, and it will just take away a bunch of their effectiveness in drafts. So sometimes you got to do it. It doesn't really feel great, but it often does work out in the end. So take that one ban, throw it out the window. Don't let the doggy come out. Don't let wait, why am I blanking on his name? What's the character from our help me out here.
Vander.
Come on, Grapes. Yeah, Vander. Thank you.
No spoilers.
Yeah, take Vander.
No spoilers.
But, oh, come on. No. We are way past the point of I'm sorry. If you're being spoiled in chat at this point, you either have been actively not watching the series or should have watched it by now. I feel safe in this.
To be fair, I finished watching Arcane like 2 weeks ago, actually. So I think that's definitely on my end, but like the spoiler, I don't know. But
I blame you. Grace.
I know.
I very strongly blame you. What are you like trying to play in the Grapes thing here where it like ferments over time and gets stronger? Is that your play with waiting that long to watch Arcane?
Something like also like I don't know. It's a complicated process, but we got there. We finished the show.
Is a little bit complicated. Yes, that's true.
We're heading. Now, I mean, you just gotta kind of savor it a little bit. Otherwise, you just have to wait even longer for the next season to come out. That was maybe part of my process. Also, watching with my family.
Okay. I see it now. Yeah.
We got to the end. We're there. I didn't get spoiled from that, so I don't know. I don't have to get mad at you, but either way, we're very excited for this matchup here between Ottawa University and Ohio Northern. We are just a few minutes away from the draft getting underway. Just reminding everybody here in the land of some of the matchups that we have later on today. After this best of 3, we'll have Illinois College up against Arkansas Razorbacks, and again, Grandview against Drury for our final series of the day. So definitely want to stick around, watch the rest of that series, whether you're here at the land or just on the virtual side with the rest of us on production. Definitely going to be a good time in either way.
Yeah, if you are out there at the land, let us know what's for lunch. I've been getting hungry. I got some leftover dumplings from celebrating Chinese New Year last night with some friends. So let me know you guys got some good stuff out there. That way, whenever we do end up coming to the land, we'll know what to look forward to.
I want to be as close to the
somebody tweet at me. Tell me what you're getting out there at Grandview in Iowa. What's the good food? What's the good stuff?
I wanna live through the LAN experience as much as possible. I mean,
I know, right?
that's the best. This is the best that we could do. I mean, but
Until Worlds
that's
comes
where we
this
are.
year, then maybe we can go to Toronto.
Maybe,
Maybe.
maybe.
Fingers crossed.
There are a lot of different places this year. Um, very excited. Hopefully, knock on wood, but obviously, hopefully that Worlds will be able to let these fans in, because I'm very much looking forward to going to an in-person League of Legends event again. I went to the World Semifinals in New York City in 2016, and that was the last time.
Okay.
It wasn't the good
That is.
series. It was not the SKT Rocks Tigers one. It was I went to
Oh.
Samsung 3-0ing H2K, and
Oh
we were
no.
like, and we just picked the wrong day to show up,
Oh, poor
basically. And
Yankos.
I was
Sad
I was so much looking forward to going there. My other friends went to the other series, and they were like, "What the heck? Like, MF support, this is crazy." But yeah, we just watched a quick 3-0, and that was that. But
Yeah, that was actually right when I started watching League of Legends, because I had a friend who went in Chicago. So I live in Chicago. So I had a friend who went to the series in Chicago in group stages for TSM. He was a TSM fan. And so I started watching it.
I don't want to talk about it.
The first full series that I watched, so not group stage game, but the first full series that I watched was that SKT Rock series as my time in watching esports. So nowhere to go but down.
Yeah, what a way to
great start.
What a way
great
to start
to my
off
career.
your League of Legends career with like the greatest series of all time in competitive history.
Yep.
But hopefully maybe when we go back to Worlds at some point in 2022, you'll get another one to match that high. We'll see. Maybe with even some NA teams in there. Not going to try to jinx anything, but we'll see.
You just hard jinx it. Don't worry. I mean, NA jinxes itself every year. That's kind of what we do.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, they don't need our help.
We dream,
right?
We believe, and then we're sad. Will Osh save us? That's the question.
Hasn't done so far, but I mean, you got FBI in there looking pretty good. Also Violet coming in from onto Golden Guardians Academy. Hopefully he'll be up and ready to go soon in the academy scene. But either way, we've been talking a lot about professional. We got to talk about collegiate here in this situation. Once again, Ottawa versus Ohio North. The draft will be getting underway shortly. But I'm just very excited to keep seeing these matchups take place. I really like the format that has been set up here. It's just like having a bunch of lands that people just keep going to as the matches keep going on. It's a very, very exciting way to play this stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? It's just way more fun in person, right? I mean, we've heard this from so many teams in the past, right, that have gone to things like Hugh Fest. Forgetting the one that was in St. Louis, Missouri. Help me out here with the name. The last big one.
Gateway Legends? Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I remember that.
It's just like when you're on stage, right? And you can like look at your opponents right across from you. It's just so much better, right? I mean, this is something that I think kind of gets lost and is people say like when stadiums aren't full, some people think that it doesn't matter as much in esports, and it's like it's just so untrue. When people are there, when you can see your opponents, even when you're on a computer fighting them, like it's just so much better, because like you can stand up and trash talk. I mean, you see it in Valorant, right? People like getting up, like making gestures at each other, and it's just so much more motivating to be in person. So do really appreciate, right, that we are able to at least have the teams out there staring each other down, right, as they grow through this season, trying to make their mark in the Midwest Esports Conference and trying to get towards the thing that all college athletes are trying to get to, and that's the tournament, right? I've been to the tournament,
the big
before,
tournament,
got my heart crushed. It's a beautiful, horrible thing, and this is where it all begins, and that's where all the smiles and energy comes from at the beginning of a new season, new year.
I will say that we were talking about this before the show started, but DJ played college soccer on the part as a member of University of Chicago, and in the Division III tournament in the national finals. I mean, you want to explain the story here, DJ, a little bit?
Yes, I know. Tufts won. Okay, Tufts is really good at D3 soccer, and
that's my
school goes to Tufts. I mean, so they won like 3 of 5 seasons, and they won my senior season because we choked really hard in the quarterfinals, even though we were ranked number 1. We were undefeated going into the tournament, and we choked in the quarterfinals, and it was really bad.
You're ranked number 1, but didn't win against the.
I understand what happened, Grapes.
I'm sorry, I'm making you live through all of your trauma from.
It was a bad day. I'm from California, and even lost to a team from California, which was really bad. So even more salt to the wound.
Oh man, I mean, it's all in good fun, obviously, but it's cool that
it's okay.
Obviously,
the wound has mostly healed. Grapes.
You would by far destroy me in any sort of soccer activity that we would play. I haven't played soccer since like 3rd grade or something, but I'm halfway across the country. I'm allowed to talk as much trash as I want, I guess.
That's very true. It'd be very hard for me to get all the way out to Boston. I do know where Tufts is, though. I've actually visited once.
Well, you don't know where I am. I could be anywhere. It's a decently sized campus, so to speak.
That's true. I'll just ask him where the Fruit for Thought guy is, though. I'm sure everyone knows.
Yeah, everybody knows. Yeah, of course. That's what I'm known for around here, around these premises, or something like that. Next episode coming out on Monday, by the way. If you're on Unified Live, want to check that one out? I think like 5:30 Eastern.
Gotta tune into Proving Ground, guys. It's hype. Semifinals coming up. Semifinals. It's gonna be fun.
Speaking of collegiate, there's another collegiate team in the semifinals. Winthrop.
Yeah, that's very true. All the way up. You're gonna see a lot of those guys this year. You'll probably see Grandview playing against a lot of these guys at some point. Again, they were one step away. I know I don't mean to belabor the point for the Grandview players that might be listening at the moment, but you guys know you were there. You're gonna get in.
Almost
we believe in you.
There. Oh man, I'm hoping that we see some of these players come through to the next OQ, obviously happening in a couple of weeks. But we do apologize for some of the delays that we're having. We are starting draft up very, very shortly between Ottawa and Ohio Northern, and Ottawa, another team that we could potentially be seeing here in the Proving Ground space in a couple of weeks. We'll see.
Yeah, we certainly could. Colorado's team's always very solid. Of course, did Coach Bradley, who is now playing on Team Liquid Academy. So we'll see what he can do with the program. But actually hearing from production, we're having a couple technical issues with actually loading into draft. So we are going to throw it to a very short break. We do apologize for the delay. But we'll be back with the draft whenever the players and our technology, of course, as it usually is ready for us. So thanks for sticking with us. Hope you are having a good time out there in Grandview in Iowa. And we'll be right back with the beginning of our second series.
Welcome back, everybody, and look at that, DJ. We got a draft on our screen here between Ottawa University and Ohio Northern. We're ready to start this best of 3 off. Thank you very much for your patience and waiting through some of the delays that we've been having. I guess if you're at the LAN, you can't really like click out of the stream or anything. You're kind of just still there. But either way, we're here. We got the game. We got Ottawa on the blue side, Ohio Northern on the red side. As we start off with the ban phase, I expect to see some focus here towards that bot lane here, DJ, because that's what we were talking about going into the game.
Yep, and as we predicted, there it is, right? Just ban it away, right? It's so simple, right? Never, Brixton.
That's
never.
step one. That's step one.
That's
all it is.
The first person who gives Brixton their Warwick, I predict, will regret it immensely.
And that
not a hard prediction. Not a hard prediction, I know, but you know.
Yeah, not going to be this game, and probably not going to be next game either. If this seems to be the game plan that Ohio Northern has started to set up. Some more focus towards the bot lane though, as Thresh and Caitlyn are taken off the table. Caitlyn, a champion that Young is very, very confident on, so not surprising to see that one taken away. There's the Zeri. We saw how powerful it was in that last game with Purdue. And so it doesn't look like we're going to see Tango Charlie get his hands onto that one. Jinx runs out the Arcane Duo as the first phase of bans have completed.
A fun question for Colomer, I think, after this one would be, was the Zeri planned on being banned the whole time, or did the last game of the last series influence his ban? I would actually like to know if that was a thing. That would be pretty cool. The opponent's sitting over there like, that's right, people scared of my Zeri.
Even though he's not in the game and he's impacting the draft potentially.
Yep.
But without the Zeri or the Caitlyn or the Jinx, the next champion on that tier list is that Jhin going over to Young as that B1. So focus on the bot lane early on, as we were expecting so far in this draft. And we'll see what Ohio Northern decide to kind of match up here. I think that the standard thing would just be selecting your bot lane now. Something like this Ezreal along either a Yuumi or maybe just like a Nautilus or something could be expected. But instead, going to be getting Chestor on Comfort here with that Hecarim lock.
Yeah, they get the Comfort, they get the Ezreal to match into the range of the Jhin, and I will say, you know, I'm a Jhin main. I love Jhin. He is obviously next one on the priority table with these 80 carry bans, but I will say drafting a Jhin this early is always very risky. I think tanks are very underappreciated right now by a lot of players, but I do think they're strong, and tank itemization is good. And if there's one thing that Jhin hates, it is tanks, right? So if you draft a front line like you kind of already have with the Hecarim, who can build a little bit tanky, you know, not as much as he used to when Chemtank was super busted. And I mean, Akali's not going to be tanky, but you can still get health if you are going to go that new busted, you know, semi-tank build. It can be really hard for Jhin to cut through the front line, and this early, it just does give you options in draft. But instead, we are opting for the playmaking, right? We've got Chestor on that Hecarim. We've got this Akali now to match up into the very powerful Corki that is left up in an attempt to get onto these champions. And the reason, of course, for that is you look over at the OU side, and it's quite a bit of range they've already got for themselves.
Yeah, triple marksman set up for Ottawa here with the Graves and the Corki locked in. Graves and Corki, champions that can get through these tanks maybe a little bit better than a champion like the Jhin, but still, obviously, things like the plated steel caps will be a very high priority, I would expect, throughout this game as we are headed into the second ban phase. Senna, Shen, and Karma all taken off the board. Not sure where that Akali's going yet, but I would have to expect we have the top laners and the supports still to round out these compositions.
Yep, do need a couple more piece of information. Of course, that Akali can be flexible. See which of Kuz or Kai wants to pilot it. And we wait here. Tango Charlie going to be hovering a Braum to go with the Ezreal. Bit of a classic defensive lane, but certainly not going to get a lot of priority, particularly depending on what OU goes for. They do have a lot of ranged options that still could push the lane. And yeah, I mean, I really like this, right? This is actually a classic counter. Right, when Braum gets picked up, he can't really engage upon you. He can't impose upon you. So pick the best scaling support in the game and just get through the free laning phase. This is a kind of a classic counter, and it will get locked in for the side of OU.
Zillion for 9 lives. Very, very exciting to see. 9 lives is a player that really excels on some of these range supports, is able to really impact the laning phase a lot in that way, as well as kind of getting around the map and impacting other areas as well. Expect to see a lot of focus towards that bot side if this set gets locked in here for Brixton, maybe just allowing him to play more on an island for Ottawa University. And we'll see what Northern Ohio have to pick on the other side here. They still have either their top or their mid laner to lock in, and I'm curious to see what they'll be selecting. That's the Darius.
What's up with all the Darius hovers today, Graves?
Yeah,
Every game we've seen a Darius hover. On red side too. It's actually all been on the red side 3 games.
Maybe there's like an inside joke that we're not a part of.
Maybe there is. Oh, but he's gonna go Fiora.
Ooh.
Okay.
Now this is an interesting matchup here in the top lane if this is a Fiora into the set. Well, it's really hard to use that riposte onto something like the Facebreaker. You can definitely deny a lot of damage with that Haymaker if you parry it properly. So a lot of, I would say, like abilities for Kuz to maybe show his skill up against a player like Brixton, but you'd still definitely say that Brixton will have a solid time in this matchup here against this Fiora. But if that can get ahead, if Kuz can get that early lead, we're going to see a whole lot of split pushing.
Yeah, and so that's the very interesting thing here, right? This is a pretty decent matchup as the game goes on for the likes of Kuz. But laning phase will be rough, right? Set will dominate this lane as he does quite a few lanes in the top side. So should be a lot of priority early on for OU. And the very interesting thing about ONU's comp is that this is sort of a classic 1-3-1 composition.
Yeah.
I mean, almost as cookie cut, like I wouldn't say not cookie cut is right, but you get what I'm going for, right? It's pretty standard 1-3-1. Like this is about as classic as it gets. And 1-3-1 has not been strong to start the season. It's not a lot of. It's not something that a lot of coaches draft for because of those TP changes. You can't impact the map early on. You can't get your solo, your top laner in particular, as far ahead if you do want to TP and move that strength down. And there is just a lot of mobility and speed to collapse on this. So I'm actually fascinated to see what ONU can pull out here because this has been an unpopular strategy and probably not something that a lot of people have prepped against due to that fact.
Yeah, definitely. And for a team that as new to the collegiate scene as Ohio Northern, will be a bit of a test for them. It seems like this is kind of a strategy that they've been working towards, putting these players on their solo laners on split pushers and allowing them to kind of utilize the side lanes. But on the other side for Ottawa, another one of these new teams, we're seeing just pretty standard composition here. A lot of team fight presence, a lot of big AoE ultimates that can come through, and of course 9 lines with the revive really living up to his name, so to speak, on the Zillion. So maybe a bit of a difference in the compositions, and I think a lot of it will come down to who's able to execute better, especially if we get towards these macro stages when the playstyles start to diverge a little bit.
Yeah, they are definitely going to diverge. I mean, the team fighting going to be in the favor of OU, and I don't think ONU is going to want to be drawn towards a lot of them. So early Drakes are going to be important because they will be a magnet factor in this game. Of course, Rift Herald will be important for turrets as well. See if there are trades for those, depending. But really what I'm looking at here is what Chestor can do, right? He needs to be huge in this game because he needs to make sure that his solo lanes don't fall very far behind. He doesn't really need to worry about bot lane. I mean, bot lane, we don't need to worry about bot lane. Like I mean, this is an Ezreal brawl, right? They're gonna sit there. Motor is he's gonna roam. 9 Lives is gonna roam. This is all gonna be about the solo lanes. And Chestor actually just wait. What just happened?
What? Name's changing.
You just swapped
That's
out.
cool.
Name's changing. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's Kuz, who's going to need to still be kind of the guy here for this side because he needs to get aggression and Kado pretty far ahead. Right, these two need to be enabled so that when this mid game rolls around and the objectives are under contest or are being contested, you can actually implement a strong 1-3-1. Right, your 1-3-1 is not going to work if your solo laners are behind because I know you're just going to laugh at you as they send one person out there and win the 4v4. So they really looking at Kuz here to enable his solo laners early on in this game, and I think the top lane in particular will be a place that you can take advantage because Brixton should have push early on.
I just saw that Blonde changed his name to Meslo Slayer.
Wait,
it looks like it looks like he has his sights set on the matchup tomorrow, so to speak. That's really funny. But yeah, I agree with you, DJ, and I'm really excited to see how this matchup ends up working out. Once again, it's a best of 3, so maybe if the style doesn't work out for Ohio Northern early on, you can default to maybe a more standard composition come game 2. That's the beauty of the sort of format that we have here. But we're about to get onto the Rift for Ottawa University versus Ohio Northern, and I'm just looking forward to seeing how this matchup ends up working out.
Dude, I just can't get over Blonde changing his name to Meslo Slayer. Blonde, you have a game to play today, dude. You can't be looking at the game tomorrow. What about Kado? What if Kado slays you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like Blonde is able to slay Kado according to the name.
According to the name, yeah. It's scripted, right? It's done. ONU win. Game 1.
Big prediction. Yeah. ONU mid lane wins. 100%. But Blonde is an interesting player here for Ottawa University. When you think of him in solo queue, you think of a lot of really aggressive players, aggressive champions, things like the Cassiopeia, but has really been able to pivot towards being more of like a team player for his team, being able to play things like this Corki, like this Oriana. And it's been, I'm excited to see how he kind of fits in this team environment as the Ottawa team, continues to move forward here in the season.
Yeah, I mean, your mid laner is always going to be one of the most important parts, right? They got to have a wide pool at this point. You have to be playing the control mages. I mean, Corki and Victor, they're so strong. They can absorb waves. Corki is critical to any kind of poke composition you want, unless you're playing Zoe. So good to see that he is trying these picks out, that he is willing and able to flex his comp around. And the fact that he did play all those mechanically aggressive champions means that he can bust them out if you need him to. So very nice to see, and looking forward to see what kind of performance he can put on this Corki, as we do get a little bit of a different start than the first series. We got a full line of scrimmage, and Kato already spamming the emotes. Apparently, he's afraid of Mr. Slayer. Kato, we already told you, man, he can't kill you. He's not named Kato Slayer.
Do we call him Meslo Slayer or do we call him Blonde? What do we do?
I'm calling him Meslo Slayer. I think it's hilarious. I'm leaning in. I'm leaning in.
But tomorrow is it Meslo versus Meslo Slayer? Like that's gonna be
yes. Come on, we can do this. We can do this.
That's
great.
Gonna be really complicated. We'll see how it goes. I think this will be a bit of a test here in this one, as we have loaded onto the Rift for game 1 between Ottawa and Ohio Northern. Once again, Ottawa on that blue side to start off. That's how they got that early Jhin pickup here in the draft. It's just some very standard 5-point starts to begin this game. Doesn't look like either team wants to start off on the wrong foot by going for anything too aggressive.
Yep, just very, very passive and not necessarily unexpected, right? Corki, not exactly the strongest level 1 champion, really set the only one here for the Ottawa Braves. And Ohio Northern does also want to scale a little bit into the game, because their scaling will come from the map pressure. So losing any sort of advantage early on, maybe not going to be super palatable for either of these teams. So they will just go with this standard start. We'll see where the plays do come. Again, my eyes in this early game going to be on that top lane. I think that's the most volatile lane. It's pretty easy for the Corki to push in if you do trade correctly, this Akali, due to the range versus melee. So I would expect any volatile plays to likely happen around some sort of objective, a Scuttle Crab, or that top lane.
Yeah, top side going to be the focus here, I think, for at least the side of Ohio Northern, with Kuz padding up there. Do you see Coda going for a bit of a different approach, as both junglers started on their blue buffs? It'll be hard to maybe gank this Ezreal Braum lane, but maybe mid lane could be a position to look at for Coda with this Akali if she ends up walking a little bit too far. Interesting to note, though, Coda has gone with the exhaust in this matchup, so seeing a lot of the high damage dealers on Ohio Northern and thinking, if I can just mitigate some of that damage early on, I'll win out on the trades a little bit earlier. I'm going to prioritize that over going for something like the Flash.
Yeah, exhaust will be pretty nice to have for Coda. I mean, if you do get in that 1v1 skirmish, it pretty much guarantees you. It's a similar concept to the Karthus, right? Taking exhaust to make sure you can win the duels, and makes it a little easier for him to just bully Kuz around if he does want to. We talked about kind of this maybe being the biggest gap in experience between the two teams. Whoa. It's Kuz this time instead of I'm blanking on who it was when we had the name change, because names are changing. I'm checking. I'm coming. And here it comes. Chestroor.
It's on the dock. It's on the dock.
Yeah. We got it. Chestroor. So still think he'll have the most experience advantage. So maybe just big time trying to control that jungle matchup if they do run into each other, sort of 1v1.
Yeah, right now it doesn't look like that 1v1 is going to be happening, as both of these junglers are just going for the full clears. We're at a stage now in the preseason where the Scuttle Crab is really not worth much at all early game. So we see a lot more priority around these full clears. Champions like players like Coda, instead of going for the Scuttle Crab before going for the Krugs, will end up just wanting to hit that level 4 first, pick it up if it's there. If not, oh well. And that's just going to be how this early game starts off. Just a trade of crabs on both sides. Very quiet action so far, especially when you compare it to how some of the other games were going by this point in the last series.
Yeah, I will say that whole Scuttle change, it definitely is a healthy change, in my opinion. Maybe not as nice from a neutral viewer perspective, considering you would just see all-out brawls around Scuttle Crab at 3 minutes, 30 seconds, or 4 minutes. Otherwise, the game was lost, basically. So feels a little bit better, but maybe a little bit less exciting early games due to the heavy farming nature of the junglers.
Yeah, and honestly, not the worst thing. You just have some more time to talk about some of the other matchups that are going to be happening, maybe come the later stage of the game, and it just means the team fights will be even more explosive when we eventually get to them. 4.5 minutes into this game, we see a tier picked up for Kuz early on as we take a look at the top lane matchup. Aggression really hard to try and parry away from that face breaker just due to how immediate it is off of the cast time. So won't be able to get that there, but it's still, maintaining at least sort of even CS here against Brixton. That's all you want to do here in this Fiora matchup.
Yep, doing just fine. Up there, like you said, the kind of hard to counter any of the abilities from Brixton. You can just neutralize some of the damage from the Haymaker, and you will get pushed in this lane. You're just looking to survive this, get your grass procs. Your game turns on around that 2-item mark when the map is a little more open, couple turrets down, and then you can just run down that set to your heart's content as the game does progress. So, like to start from aggression. Nice stun.
Yep, double bomb landing onto the bot lane of Ohio Northern, and yeah, that's how this bot lane is going to go in the 2v2.
Yep.
Some trading, maybe a little bit of trading, and like, oh my god, half the health bar is gone, and they can just heal it back up with the biscuits that they have. So I think that when you take a look at the bot lane, just some more scaling here for both of these teams. The Dragon, though, is being started up by Coda on the side of Ottawa. It doesn't look like Kuz is really in the area as he's just finished taking the Krugs, so that first major objective will be going over to the Braves.
Yeah, Kuz just opts for the extra full clear, keep his Krugs experience up. First Drake going to go over. It's just a Cloud Drake. Don't think anyone will miss it too badly. It's not the best early game buff. It's good. It's decent for lane, but not going to be anything game changing. Just a start towards Drake, but no real worries for Ohio Northern. And kind of back to what you're saying, I know we were a little harsh in the draft. We were like, you don't need to watch bot lane, but like, you saw why we don't need to watch bot lane. Like,
that was like an
imagine
all-in.
If that's
right
like
there.
imagine if that's like a Nautilus or a Leona that lands that stud, right? We're just like, no, we're all in. We're all in. Like everyone's in. Ignites are down. Like, nope. We're just gonna walk away. It's fine.
Yeah, just the quieter the early game is, the more explosive the late game is. That's at least what I'm hoping
Exactly.
for in this game.
We're
And
scaling.
it's still even for now for the most part. CS margins are pretty standard, maybe slightly in favor of Ottawa to start things off, but nothing that Ohio Northern really can't handle at this point. As we just keep, trudging forward here into this game, things are looking pretty good for both of these squads as we do have a bit of a quick pause here. Just, I mean, the game was so exciting at that point that we just had to, take a bit of a breather from the action.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Just completely out of breath. Great. I can't even take it serious. That was pretty good. That was solid throw. Yeah, we're just having a slight technical delay. We'll be right back into it in just a minute here. But yes, as you could hear from our gleeful exchange, it's been a slow early game, and it doesn't look like it's going to change much as these minutes do take on. But as you were saying, we will get more action later at some point. Grandview is
Eventually.
maybe there in the background. They'll wake up after getting their lunchtime break. That's what it really is. Everyone just ate lunch, right? We all like ate lunch or ate some food, and everyone's like just waking up still, right? Yeah, gotta get past that. What do they call it? What's the work term? God, I worked in an office forever, and I can't remember what the afternoon dip is called. There's like a term for it.
What? Oh, I don't know. I know like you do like in like Hispanic cultures, there's like you have a siesta in the middle of the day, but I don't think that's really what you're looking for.
Yeah, no, not quite. There's like a corporate term, but we don't need that. Nobody likes corporate here.
That's why we're here yelling at video games instead. I mean,
way more fun. Way more fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, this game in particular right now, maybe not.
We're talking about, we have some good conversations about like the early game and things like that. But yeah, once again, just a really quick technical delay for just some of the matchups in this game. Obviously, want to get back into the action as soon as possible here between Ottawa and Ohio Northern. But DJ, I mean, we're getting ready to get back into this best of three. I mean, we've had no kills and pretty uneventful sort of trades in all the lanes. What are we really expecting this to be that breaking point for one of these teams?
So based on kind of how the game has played out in these first few minutes, I would guess the level 6 mark is the breaking point, right? That will give access to the Onslaught of Shadows the Unstoppable Onslaught from the Hecarim, and that will really give a lot more playmaking into the hands of Kuz, which can then impact some of these lanes. And of course, at that point, the Rift Herald will be available, so we could see a scrap around that because the turrets will be super important in this game, particularly to ONU, who is playing this 1-3-1 style. They will want to have as many turrets down as possible to extend these lanes, which is really where their Akali and their Fiora can thrive. So I would imagine we see something finally break a little bit around the Rift Herald, but at the minimum, we're going to probably need those 6s because everyone just seems very, very happy to farm until they get their full kits available.
Yeah, and it's interesting because when you compare it to the games that we had earlier with Grandview up against Purdue Northwest, it was definitely a lot more explosive, and it just kind of shows some of the different play styles that some of these teams are trying to approach with. We see the 1-3-1 coming in from Ohio Northern, the very standard team fight composition coming through from Ottawa, and just the way that the things have been working so far. As all these teams are, playing their first matches basically in CELO to start the year off. It's interesting to see which teams decide to take on which playstyles. And as we're very early in the season, the meta obviously is ever changing. So obviously something we have to look at there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is something very interesting to look at it. And, ONU being one of the few teams, schools, whatever, right, that I've seen in the start of the season willing to pilot a 1-3-1 composition. So clearly something working on that front for them, whether in scrims or just in planning. And, for this new squad in the league, coached by Troy, it's pretty exciting to see someone willing to throw out this kind of composition when it hasn't been popular, when it feels like it hasn't been winning, and potentially show that it can, right? If we see a game one win, those are the kind of things that can start to shift metas, right? It often, because we're a live patch, right? Pros, it's usually a little delayed because of the delayed patches, but this is kind of how metas start to shape, right? A couple people are willing to take a chance on it. It starts to win a couple games. It starts to feel good in scrims, and suddenly we might have split pushing back. It happened with Udyr last year,
Yeah.
And then we got 3 months of absolutely horrifying, boring, full clear meta.
Talk about boring. Like, that's what's going on here. But that's that's a very interesting point that you bring up here, because obviously the start of the season has been very team fight heavy in terms of the meta, but maybe a team like Ohio North can kind of shake things up here in the MEC. I mean, I don't know, the last time Fiora was meta was, I don't even know how many years ago, as like a very consistent champion, but always a good thing to have into somebody's back pocket. Really interesting to see if that will end up becoming more popular as the season progresses. Again, we apologize for the short technical delay that we are having here. About 7 minutes into game one between Ottawa University and Ohio Northern. We're going to take a very, very short break so we can, solve everything, get back as soon as possible, and try to work things out. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. We're here. Bit of a frozen screen, but we're back. There is a couple of technical issues that we had to go through here in game between Ottawa and Ohio Northern. You'll notice on the scoreboard, still stuck at 2,500 gold. Unfortunately, it will just be staying at that mark. So we'll try to keep you guys posted in terms of how the game state is going for both of these teams. But that's just the situation that we're at here. Still, no kills on the board just yet, as we're just 7 minutes into this one between Ottawa and Ohio Northern. DJ, we're just continue to trudge along here.
We are trudging along, and yeah, as you can see, still working on that gold update in the top corner, stuck at 2.5, so we'll be able to rely on that one as an accurate measure. But tell you what we can look at: CS numbers, champion power, items coming through. For all you mathematicians out there that know your item spikes, good for you. That's how you climb in solo queue. Keep that up. Meanwhile, just trading going on. We have hit those level 6s, Grapes, as a nice stun, going all in.
Canceling the W and the E is Aggression, who issues the grand challenge. A nice showstopper out from Brixton to get him into safety. Really nice play coming out from Aggression there. That's, I guess, like the best case scenario you can get in that Fiora matchup.
Yeah, I love to see it, right? This is pretty early on for the Fiora to be going aggro. They're just on an Iron Spike whip, and Set already has that Bramble Vest that can really cut down on the healing. So love the, I mean, pun semi-intended, aggression coming out from Aggression. Meanwhile,
oh, here we go. Kuz might be going for an aggressive play for himself. There's the ultimate being used. Coda just having to dash away. Blast Cone out. Curtain Call being issued, though, by Young, who has just hit level 6. We're talking about this Rift Herald DJ as being a point of contention. Young will not be able to land that force shot onto Kato, and instead will be Ottawa getting priority around this Herald.
Yep, everybody's here for the Rift Herald fight. This is the first breaking point, although unfortunately it has not broken our deadlock at the 0 kill mark, but it does look like with the spells expended and the health bars waning, Ottawa will take control of the pit and will net themselves that first Rift Herald.
Absolutely, and it looks like Ohio Northern go for the retreat, allowing for Ottawa to pick up the first 2 major objectives of this game. They'll be able to use that. Will be interesting to see where they decide to, target. Actually, not even have there been no kills in this game, no turret plays either. So Coda kind of has the kind of a lot of freedom in terms of where to place his Herald, get some extra gold for his team. Looks like he might be eyeing the top side right now as the wave is pushing in for Brixton, but there's only we can do is wait. We do see the package though coming in from Blonde, or Meslo Slayer, so to speak. Dodged away from the True Shot Barrage as well. Don't know how he got exactly in that position, but looks like he's alive.
A little fun adventure, right? He's trying to spice up the game. He's trying to spice up the game, Grapes. He's trying to have a little fun. He's going on an adventure, Bilbo Baggins style, and he's getting himself out Bilbo Baggins style, right? Low HP, but he's still kicking.
Yep, it looks like he will go back. Package was used in that engage. I wouldn't be surprised maybe if he went for like an aggressive play on Kato that went wrong. And just ended up kind of not using that cooldown very effectively. But either way, will be not too shabby for Ottawa and the side of Blonde, who's making a bit of an aggressive play here, stealing the Raptors. Very spicy maneuver compared to what we've been seeing so far in this game. And actually, could potentially be looking for a dive here with the wave crashing in. There's a devastating charge landing onto Meslo, canceling the Valkyrie kills coming through. Finally! First blood for Kato. We finally get it, DJ. We've waited so long.
I mean, that was just as clean as you like from Kuz. Great pathing, perfect timing on the Unstoppable Onslaught, and the follow-up from Kato is clean as well. I mean, there's really not much Meslo Slayer can do about that, and he just gets absolutely obliterated under his own turret for first blood.
Absolutely. And Kato getting that early lead, definitely going to be crucial on this Akali. Not going for that Turbo Chem Tank build, instead opting for an alternator build, so we'll either see the Nut Harvester or that Hex Tech Rocket Belt, depending on where he decides to put his gold into. We do see the second Dragon, though, started up by Ottawa as Kuz is making his way towards the top side. Trying to fight this 1v1 for Brixton, maybe waiting for Aggression to get here, but Brixton wins this 1v1. There's the Facebreaker Haymaker.
Can he catch him?
Kuz is very low. One more Ottawa will do it, and he flashes forward to finish the job. Now can Aggression get anything on the return? Grand Challenge has been issued. One more Vital to issue. The heal will not be able to get it, and Brixton gets away with the 1v1.
Yeah, and that's just a little bit of an overextension. A little unfortunate from Kuz. He's been looking good in this last minute and a half, and I like the decision to go to the top lane, knowing that your bottom lane's been pushed in. You don't want to contest that second Drake, but the timing's just all wrong, right? Aggression's nowhere near it. He thinks he can kite out Brixton, doesn't respect the flash, gets taken down, and there's not even a follow-up kill. They lose so much off of this. They lose the Drake. They nearly lose their mid lane turret and Kato's protection while their bot lane got pushed in, and they don't even get that kill in the top lane. That's just a big win for the Ottawa Braves.
Absolutely, and getting Brixton at a stage where he can continue to contest his Fiora for as long as possible will definitely be valuable here, as makes another aggressive play here onto the Fiora. Nice. That's the interaction. So you want to use the riposte to try and cancel the Haymaker. It's the easiest one to try and counter. Big chunk of damage, always very efficient.
Yep, nicely done once again. And Brixton looking pretty good. He's understood what to do in this matchup. He's understood how to play that against Kuz when Kuz came in. So what he's doing so far. Again, it is a timer for him, but so far, this is okay. All in.
Oh my God. Slayer getting very low. There's the flash. Perfect execution is one way you can put it. Kato picking up the solo kill. 9 lives. Doesn't have the damage to try and take down this Akali by himself. And it just looks like Kato's going to get away for free. Get another turret plate. Very scary position here for Ottawa potentially. Ku's going to be here to reinforce. Curtain call here. And Hecarim will just be able to block the shots for now. 9 lives. Maybe looking for the double bomb onto the Hecarim. We'll land another slow. But this is not a mid lane Zillion here, DJ. It is a support Zillion, and that means that both of these champions will be getting out alive.
I mean, Kato, that was sick, buddy. Like, that was so sweet. I mean, Shadow, or, Demonic Embracing, Kali, Chem take a Kali. We don't do that here.
Nah,
we're full
Chad
damage,
build.
baby. And that was Chad as it gets. Beautiful solo kill from Kato. And this is a great sign for Ohio Northern, right? Their top lane maybe not going as well as they would have liked with some of the resources expended there, but their mid lane just getting ahead on its own. It's a great sign for their ability to fight around objectives and to push themselves into that side lane where Vessel Slayer, he's behind. He's not going to be able to match super well. Eventually, we know Aggression's going to get ahead of Brixton. It just takes time. So this is actually looking fairly good for Ohio Northern if they can keep the pace.
Yeah, and just coming into this, not something that a lot of people might have been expecting. A lot of people thought Ottawa was the team to maybe challenge Grandview at the top, but obviously have to continue to work through that. You have to get through your first opponent here, Blonde, on the Meslo Slayer account here. Getting slain by Kato, so to speak, here. As another engage happening here in the bottom lane. Coda looking to go aggressive here. Motors barely gets away from the stun. Flash forward. Glacial Fisher knocks up Young. And Ottawa not able to get anything on the backside. And whoa! Kato, what are you doing over there, bud?
Oh my God, Kato's just destroying him. It's chaos all over the map.
Brixton under attack as well. Nice face breaker there. The shield doing a lot. Showstopper out. Brixton actually is going to get out alive. Very, very nicely played by the Ottawa top laner. As it looks like not a kill going in the top lane, but that was certainly a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely should have gotten him. It's really nicely done by Brixton, but I do think a slight misplay from Kuz could have just held on to the Onslaught of Shadows. Did not do so. Or I guess I keep making this Unstoppable Onslaught.
Package. Here we go.
But more importantly,
Blonde looking. I don't know if he should do this.
He should not do this.
This is
He's
very
gonna die.
aggressive,
He's gonna die again,
to say the least. There he goes, package forward, trying to get the shutdown on Kato. Brixton is here as well. Facebreaker not used just yet. He will get away from the haymaker, but they do get a kill on Kuz. Very big job there for Blonde. The name's so confusing, man. Retail started up here by Ottawa as well. Still have a very solid positioning around this game, but you just have to keep watching the Akali, as Kato will continue to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, so a very nice and finally a good positive contribution from Blonde as he uses the package to cut out the jungler. They don't get Kato, of course, but they will get his turret eventually. Maybe even the mid lane tier 2 as they're going to force this. I really like this. Yeah. They're just going to take all the protection away from Kato. They're going to bust over the zone.
Actually, gets him with the first shot. There's the stun with the double bombs, and Coda secures that shutdown. Big influx of gold going into the graves is always something you want to see.
That is massive, and we are getting an update from production that while it hasn't updated, gold is pretty much even in this game. It's a huge shutdown on Kato, just overstaying under a turret that was doomed. And because he's down, that's their point of power. This is right as the Drake comes up. Now there's 3 Drakes for Ottawa, and suddenly your ability to 1-3-1, right, to split push Graves, it just goes out the window. You have to now answer the Drake every single time it spawns. That is a huge misstep in the mid game from Ohio Northern.
It's so interesting to see that how these games sort of differentiate between the matchups. In our last series, we saw very little focus on Dragons, it seemed. But in this one, Ottawa Braves have gotten every single major objective, and that is just the difference here in terms of the lead that they have in this game. Of course, gold being very even, as we said before, but it's 5 for 5 on these major objectives here for Ottawa. So continuing to look good. Coda knows where he has to be around the map in order to collect these, and now Mountain Soul Point for them.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten some of them for free, right? There's definitely been a concerted effort from Ohio Northern to push away from certain objectives, try to get leads there, but it hasn't quite worked, right? They've been unable to get a kill onto Brixton, both due to good play from Brixton and a couple of missteps in the top lane. So they haven't gotten anything out of sacrificing some of these objectives, and the ones that they have, they've gotten killed at, they've gotten picked off at. So Coda and company have really created a very nice situation for themselves while the gold might still be close-ish. again, the problem is just with the composition, right? You want to split push, and now you really can't do it because there's going to be an objective every 4 to 5 minutes coming up in that Dragon Pit that you have to respond to, else you're probably just losing the game.
Yeah, and with a strategy like this 1-3-1 that Ohio Northern have set up, not really the best thing to group up and try to fight for these objectives. That's exactly what Ottawa want their opponents to do with the composition that they've set themselves up. If you time the package right, everything very hard for anybody to get into that pit. See some more trading here down on the bot side. Missing pings going around as Kato is having his way here with Blonde in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Kato's completely dominated him, right? I mean, it's sort of appropriately after I think the Messless, like, overlooking Kato in this game maybe a little bit, but it's at least Blonde has contributed in the most important way with his team, right? He makes that package right at the critical moment when the second Rift Herald comes up. They turn that one into a turret and a pick onto Kato right as the Drake comes up, and now they're still in full control. If you are going to make plays, right, it still has to be Kato in this side lane. They're running out of time to create this sort of pressure, to create this longer map state that they need for their split push. Because that Drake, it's taken 3 minutes now before they will have to answer or at least find some sort of clever play or trade to stop this soul from going over to Ottawa.
We're seeing so much focus towards Blonde right now. I mean, we saw Kuz use the Turbo Chem take down bottom. That's been their game plan. Really shut down this mid laner here for the Braves. And has been working to a fair amount, but as you said, DJ, a Blonde or Mezzo Slayer still going to be able to do a lot in the team fights, especially when that package comes up. Definitely very crucial passive ability for this champion. And still very, very slow game to say the least. Not much has changed since the early game. 6 kills in 19 minutes. Rift Herald going to be proc in the mid lane to just get a little bit of extra priority there for Ottawa. But it won't be enough to take down the turret.
Yep, turret still survives. That would be a nice price, but I don't think it's necessary for the plans of the Ottawa Braves. The big thing for them is you have one long lane that aggression's now been sent to. This Akali with Kato has been moved to the top lane to try to secure that turret, but they only have 2 minutes if they want to fully open this map before the Drake comes up. All you need to do, if you are Ottawa, get this line of vision and get yourself ready for what you want, that big team fight. We're looking at the items. Getting close to 2 on a couple of these members. If you can get that upgrade on the Muramana for this Corki, that would be huge, but they should have all the power and all the compositional power they need to fight. So you can see they're trying to get a pick.
Looking to go into here onto Blonde. Turbo Chemtech has been popped. Onslaught of Shadows will send Blonde back. And Kato will land the final blow. 4th kill of the game. 100% kill score over to this Akali as they're going to continue to push here. Take down this turret. Reminder, though, that's soul spawning in 1 minute. So gotta maybe get this tower, get some resets in as soon as you can.
Yep, love what Ohio Northern has done here. Kuz, going early against the Drake. They know they don't want a team fight fully, so they're gonna look for a pick. They're gonna look to extend that top lane, and they do get what they came for. Kill is a little bit early, of course. I think more for the top turret than the Dragon, but Mezzo Slayer will be back up. I don't think there's a package available for him, but he'll be here for the fight that's coming in 44 seconds, and you can see everybody getting that base in, getting their items, because it is time to brawl. Oh, he does have a package.
Has been unlocked here for Blonde. It will be up by the time the Dragon spawns. Maybe if Ohio Northern are able to stall out for a little bit longer, they can maybe prevent that from being used in an important team fight. But right now, the onus is all on Ottawa to start to engage. They're the ones who have the potential to pick up this Mountain Soul if the Dragon ends up going over. So priority already has been given over to the Braves. Dragon spawning in about 10 seconds. We see aggression on a potential flank. All 5 members of Ohio Northern are here to party. The question is, are they going to be able to win this one out?
Yeah, keep your eyes on Kuz. We need a big engage from the Unstoppable Onslaught, and then the follow-up should come from Kato. But you can see the zone that they're creating. Here we go.
Blonde already getting attacked here by aggression a little bit, but the Dragon has been started up. Ohio Northern have to go now. Kato already taking down 9 lives, immediately popping the Chrono Shift. Ultimate's coming forward. Kuz is the first casualty as Kodo picks it up, but on the back side, that's already Young falling. Blonde is still alive on the other side. Double kill now for the Fiora. Brixton now fighting aggression in the 1v1 and will win it. And clean ace coming through for the Braves as they get the soul to boot.
And this is exactly what we talked about, right? I mean, Kato is so strong. He literally just one-shot his initial target, but guess what? This is Zillion! So you pop the ulti, all of a sudden all the burst is gone from Kato, and your composition just essentially wins out on the fight. Aggression is completely occupied with Brixton on the back end, who actually wins the trade due to his heel cut, and everyone else on Ottawa Braves just cleans up the remaining weak underbelly of this team, of this split pushing composition for Ohio Northern. And I mean, I hate to say we predicted it, Grapes, but it's going exactly to the script that Ottawa would have wanted. 3 Drakes, 2 Rift Heralds, and 1 team fight. This map is completely theirs with the Soul now.
Absolutely, and for a game that was very, very close for so much of it, it's been the objective control for Ottawa that has gotten them these games, gotten them these fights, and a lot of the time, that's kind of the difference between some of these higher level teams and teams that are a little bit more new to some of the space, their ability to play the macro properly and do well in that regard. And so it's been really cool to see the side of Ottawa being able to utilize a lot of these objective takes for the better. And they're the ones now in control of this game. We're receiving word from production. It's about a 2,000 gold lead here for OU. They'll look to try to push that on top of the Soul as they hover around the Baron.
Yeah, the 2K, not a huge lead, of course, but I think a little bit deceptive in terms of the way this game is going, right? Because now, just threaten Baron. I mean, look where aggression is. It has to go for this 1v1. Can he even win it?
Yeah, fight here in the bottom side between the top laners. Aggression has a showstopper issued onto him. Brixton actually still able to get some of the better hands here in the trade. The regeneration from this set is huge, and with the top laners both, worried about each other, Baron is being started up by Ottawa. Kato can't get into the fight just yet. Does land the E. Here comes the onslaught of shadows from Kuz. Kato already getting immediately taken down. That's Young picking up the kill. Blonde has a chrono shift on him, but it won't even be able to use it as Brixton has joined the fight as well. Gonna try to flash forward. Aggression now stuck between 4 members of the Braves, and he will fall in addition. A double kill going over to Coda, and Baron is all for the taking for the Ottawa Braves.
It's just so well played by Ottawa there, Grapes. Everything done to perfection, right? Aggression knows he has to go for that 1v1 in the bottom lane. If you don't get that kill into Brixton and you both TP into the fight, Brixton is just so much more useful than you. He doesn't get the solo kill. Ottawa knows, all right, we can just do this for free. They play the engage from Coda perfectly, exhaust him, blow him up. All the damage is gone, and when the TP comes in, what is Aggression even going to do? They just grind them down. They take the Baron, and they are looking to wrap up this game number 1.
Absolutely. Baron buff now in the hands of the Ottawa Braves. They have now surely have a solid grasp over this game. They have the Soul, the Baron, and of course that gold lead. Eyes have to continue to just be on Kato. If you can get an assassination before a Zillion chrono shift or something, that is going to be the key for staying alive in this game for ONU. Otherwise, definitely in a whole lot of trouble. Brixton just running forward with the extra speed that 9 Lives is able to provide, as the mid turret will be the first target of conversation.
Mid turret already under threat. Really hard to defend this as the Ezreal against Baroned up minions, and that will just go right down. I mean, you can see how hard it is to approach, right? It's a split pushing composition versus a team fighting composition. Ohio Northern just does not even really have a way to approach this death ball coming out from the Ottawa Braves, and we're going to see more of that as they move their attention up to the top lane.
Very textbook League of Legends we've been seeing out of Ottawa University so far. Just doing everything the right way, it seems. Controlling the objectives, and then now that you have this Baron, go one lane after the other, just continue to pressure these lanes as much as possible. And they're still 5 strong going into this inner turret. Reaper and Kato are both here to try and defend, but I don't think they'll be able to do so, especially with this disadvantage that they have in numbers. You see Aggression down towards the bottom side. Turret already going down. Curtain call already issued. Motor almost fell right there to that single rocket. Popped that rocket a little bit late as the inhibitor tower now under fire. We see Blonde going for the reset and potentially looking to go and finish the game off with the teleport. Inhibitor is now under fire. We still see Aggression towards the bottom side. He's going to have to come and try to save the game unless he wants the game to end. Nexus tower is now under fire here. So much poke coming out from Blonde. Still has the package, still has the opportunity to go forward. Kuz has to use the ultimate defensively.
It's just a firing range.
Are going to continue to go in.
It's just a firing range. I mean, they're just taking shot after shot. They can't do anything about it.
First Nexus turret has gone down. Aggression has to just make some sort of play. Package going forward onto 4 from Blonde as they automatically take down Motors. Blonde still has that stopwatch that he'll be able to use. The minions are going to continue to crush down. Double kill for Coda. Nexus exposed and is just a firm chokehold over this game. Ottawa University cleanly finish off Ohio Northern in 27 minutes.
Easy as you like, Grapes. Easy as you like. An opening win for Ottawa. And I mean, some great play from Coda in particular in the early game of this composition for Ohio Northern. They go for the unpopular comp. They go for the 1-3-1, and it's looking like they have opportunities. But I mean, you just look at the performance from Coda and the understanding of this Ottawa squad as to how they need to play out their game, as to how their composition needs to function. And at every critical juncture, They're the ones making the play. They're the ones that are set up. They're the ones getting the pick. Every objective goes over to them. And by the time you're looking up at 22 minutes, you're Ohio Northern, you're looking over like, oh, they have 3 Drakes. Oh, okay, there goes our game plan. I mean, like, what are we going to do? We have to go to every Drake now, and they go to every Drake, and they lose every single fight.
And that's just how the compositions ended up setting up for themselves here. If you are the side of Ohio Northern, you need to make sure that you're not in a position where you're forced into these 5v5s, and that's exactly what Ottawa did, setting up for those Drakes, getting the souls, and eventually just closing out the game very, very cleanly. And that's just how game 1 will end. Excited to see how Ohio Northern will try to bounce back potentially for this game 2, but we'll see what happens there. But before we take it to a short break, I want to thank some of our sponsors that we have here at the Midwest Esports Conference. Thank you to Atlantic, to Potley, Gangster, and of course, Skulls. Are you looking to upgrade your gamer gear? Look no further. Start your 2022 off right with official Unified Esports merchandise brought to you by Skulls. We got hoodies, joggers, jerseys, armbands, and a whole lot more coming soon. You'll have your skill. Now get the swag. Skulls.com/collections/unified has everything that you need. Gear up. Game on. Skulls. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, for our second game of the second series of Ohio Northern University versus Ottawa University. I am Grapes, joined alongside DJ. Glad to have you with us here, still at the Midwest Esports Conference LAN in Grandview. First game went very, very well in for the Ottawa Bruins. Had a lot of decent sort of early game objective control, and they were able to convert that into that first win.
Yeah, the objective control was really the big thing, Grapes, right? And that just played very much into the composition that they had drafted themselves. Very easy front to back, right? Very strong team fighting, a lot of members with power. And they were playing up against a split pushing composition, right? A 1-3-1 composition that did not want to join for objectives. So all of the early work done by Coda and company really, really made life hard around that 22-minute mark and beyond for ONU, because they just had to do things that they didn't want to do with the champions they drafted. We had a good game from Coda in particular. Really gave it to Blonde, honestly, in the laning phase, but it just didn't matter with how the rest of the game went and how they had to answer what Ottawa was bringing to the table past that 22-minute mark.
Yeah, and I really liked that the way that the composition kind of unfolded there for the side of Ottawa. You see the Akali locked in on the R3, and you finish off your draft with the Zillion and the Set, two champions that do a whole lot at sort of disrupting this assassin gameplay. So even though Kato got really far ahead, got a bunch of solo kills onto Blonde, when it came down to some of the major fights, really just got shut down and was unable to do anything. So very important draft chain sort of adaptation that Collimer and the rest of Ottawa has set up for themselves in that first game, and we'll see what they decide to kind of opt for in game two. It'll be more of the same, a little bit of a different adaptation here for Ohio. Obviously, the 1-3-1 worked for a little bit in terms of some of the 1v1 matchups, but when it came down to it, the dragon stacking was just a little bit too much for them to handle.
Yeah, the dragon stacking really was the thing that broke the camel's back for the ONU composition. And I don't necessarily think you need to go away from 1-3-1. I think we were saying Kato played pretty well in that game, and things didn't quite work as well for aggression in the top side, right? They tried to put some resources in there, didn't really get ahead, but you could see where it was going, right? They busted the bot lane turret. They had an extended lane. They had Kato, who they could kind of send wherever they wanted, and he would have continued to solo kill Slayer by in most cases, I would say. So it was there. It was just that the execution around the objectives wasn't, and they waited a little too long to start contesting some of those objectives. So I think you could go back to it if you really feel comfortable with it, but you do just have to adjust your sort of approach to that early game, and that you can't give up as many objectives in the early game, and you have to find good timers around those objectives so that you don't just lose the purpose of your draft and composition.
Yeah, and we'll see if they'll be able to, prioritize that a little bit more towards the early game. Obviously, Kuz had a couple of impactful ganks, but really ended up sacrificing some of the dragons going over in that regard. As we have finally entered the draft here, once again, sides have swapped. Ottawa will be on the red side, Ohio Northern on the blue. In terms of the draft, and some of the bans that we saw in the first phase, obviously that Warwick for Brixton is something that we have to bring up, and wasn't not the first ban that is showing up here for ONU. So we can remain hopeful for just a little bit longer here, DJ.
Yeah, we could. I maybe on red side you don't want to take it, but we'll see. It still feels like something you don't want to let Brixton have. But we got a couple bans remaining. The Karma early on, this was banned away last game as well. I believe from the opposite side of things, just to make sure it didn't go into the hands with that powerful Ezreal Karma lane that can really just poke you out and push. But it will be taken off the table again. And we do have a mistake on graphic, by the way. The sides have actually not swapped.
Okay.
So we'll be correcting that now. You see it changing on your screen. So OU's still going to be on blue side. So they are actually still banning this away. Yeah, right now. We'll get it.
Man, who
Ottawa's
wins
just
between,
so omnipresent, right? Yeah.
Who wins between Meslo Slayer and Meslo Slayer?
Wait, you mean Meslo Slayer and Blonde?
Yeah, I guess that's the real matchup that we're looking for here. There we go. We're all fixed up here in the draft. The Akali taken away here by Ottawa, making sure that they don't want to get that in the hands of Kato again, as it really was the shining light in that losing effort there for ONU. We'll see what the rest of the bands really start to unfold here, as maybe it makes a little bit more sense that the Karma was taken away on the other side.
Yep, does make a little more sense. They don't want Motor to have that one, of course. Can still pair well with the Ezreal, but maybe just a comfort pick for him as well. That Akali will be taken off the board. Caitlyn's still the only band we see from ONU. Waiting for that second. They're taking a... Okay, we're missing it on screen. It is a Jinx, so another bottom lane ban targeted at that man, I can't. I wanted to say every time the young. It's killing me, man. I walked right into that one. I deserve shame. I'm sorry.
So we're just continuing to crack down the bot lane tier list here, as it doesn't look like Young will get his hands on any of the champions that he really wants so far. The Jinx, the Ezreal, and of course the Caitlyn rounding out the bans. There's finally the Warwick. Maybe ONU is trying to bait them a little bit, like maybe get their hopes up a little bit at the start of it, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It will be that Warwick band away. Jarvan selected early here for Ottawa. So Coda was on a more farming heavy playstyle on the Graves in game 1. We'll have to be a little bit more proactive here on this new champion.
Yep, we'll have to be a lot more proactive on the Jarvan, but there's already a lot of options in the AD carry pool that have been taken away that could get out. The Ezreal, for example, already gone, so they will go aggressive, but there's a decent answer to it as well, right? The Xayah can immune the damage from it. Can't quite get out of the Cataclysm. You'll have to flash for that still, but it does present a bit of a difficulty going into the Xayah when she can just blade color her feathers back. So interesting early answer, and they'll just match the junglers by picking up that Diana.
Zeri still on the table. Didn't get banned away in that early phase here, DJ. We saw how well it did in Game 2 of the previous series, but instead, just going to be more priority here around the meta. Jhin was a very solid pickup here for Young in that last game, and so we're going to see that one locked in again, going up against Reaper's Xayah. We'll see what happens here. I wonder if the Xayah Rakan lane might end up popping out here for the side of ONU, but on the other side here for Ottawa, might see a bit more return to comfort here with that set.
Cyricon would be an option. You might then be having your top lane or kind of pool pinched in terms of the counter. We'll see what they go for. I mean, Rakan would be good combination with Diana because Diana likes to be secondary engaged typically. Will come in second and slam, which doesn't really like to be first. It's easy to exhaust her and kind of get rid of the damage. Hovering instead this Tryndamere to try to match up, and they're gonna lock it in. This could be mid or top, of course. Depends on who wants it between Kato or aggression, but I like the look, right? It's something that doesn't get played a lot against it. It's very, very aggressive and can really ruin a couple of these champions' days. So I kind of am a big fan of this pickup from ONU, and let's see how they can wrap up the draft.
Yeah, look at that, DJ. More focus on split pushing here, potentially, for one of the solo laners of ONU. Having the Diana in there and the Xayah, a bit of a turn, I would say, but still definitely going to be strong in the side lane is whoever ends up picking up this Tryndamere. But they do still have a decent amount of team fighting, so we'll see how the rest of the composition sort of evens out here as we're headed into the second phase of bans. Corki taken off the table against Meslo Slayer, who didn't have the strongest early game on that pick, but looks like with that Akali off the table, they don't want that any sort of matchup with Blonde on that Corki. In response, Vex potentially being hovered, as well as we're just seeing the solo lanes being targeted here.
Yep, mid laner is going to be going away. One top laner gone. So if they're banning a top laner and they ban two, Ottawa, they definitely think this is a mid lane Tryndamere. And instead, they're going to go for a Victor. So maybe just hedging their bets and just taking away a powerful pick. I'll get that R4. We'll see if we get the information we're looking for here on the position of the Tryndamere. We still do need a support. We also will need one solo laner, and Thresh, still available through picks and bans, is the hover. It's not exactly a normal partner for Xayah, but they will lock it in nonetheless.
I see a lot of defensive abilities here for this bot lane to kind of just play safe, eventually scale up towards some of these later stages. A lot of what we saw in that last game. Xayah and the Ezreal have, I would say, a pretty safe laning phase early on, and maybe this is the way you can punish it with an enchanter down there in the bottom lane. The Soraka hover, the Sona hover, both kind of do very similar things. 9 lives, of course, is a player who's very, very good on these enchanters and ranged champions, and that's a Zyra coming through. So it looks like Ottawa want to maybe try to punish this bottom lane here of ONU even harder than before.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty fascinating pickup, and I kind of like it, right? Thresh is going to root himself whenever he needs to throw out the hook. It can't just be punished by Zyra plants, and this is going to be a full pushing lane against the
Ooh.
Xayah, particularly early on. They'll wrap up the draft with this Cassiopeia to deny some of the mobility from Diana and Tryndamere, and that's a pretty fascinating counter pick
Yeah.
too. I gotta say I like it. So this bottom half of the draft, a very interesting and I think a very fruitful one for OU. I think a lot of people remember Xayah kind of memes about her just like popping in bottom lane, but she's quietly very, very strong, both in high and low elo. You just need to play around it right and really pressure the lane. You do get a final lock-in of Camille to try to deal with this set is for ONU, and they have a quite an interesting composition. The Xayah, very defensive, the Thresh, very defensive, and then three champions that just want to go all balls to the wall in.
Yeah, it's a bit of a deviation to say the least. And once again, we see two split pushers here for ONU. Obviously, Camille and Tryndamere can still make their impacts known in the team fights, but I think in the side lane is where they especially sort of thrive. But it's interesting that the way that the rest of the team composition has, kind of panned out here, DJ. We see a lot of focus on team fighting, a team fighting marksman in Xayah, a team fighting jungler in the Diana. Will be interesting to see what kind of thing, what kind of style ONU decides to pivot to if they end up getting to a sort of late game stage. But before we go any further on ONU, I want to talk about Ottawa because that Cassiopeia locked in for Blonde is very, very crucial. One of his most played champions in the mid lane in solo queue and what he's really known for, reaching very high rank with that champion. So very excited to see him pull that one out. As you said, DJ has a lot of really good interactions with a lot of the dashing champions that are on the top side of ONU. So always have to watch out for that snake in the mid lane.
Yeah, so they're really going to give Blonde a chance to shine here, right? After game one was a little rough. Love the confidence from the player, from the coach, from the team, right? To give him this comfort pick into Kato and really try to run at him, right? If he gets going here against a Diana and a Tryndamere who can easily be nullified by the immunity on the pool, I mean, he could just absolutely run riot against this composition. They don't have that many ways to lock him down. They all have to kind of fly right into him, where the petrifying gaze can be so effective. So he's very well set up to carry this game if he plays it out well. And it didn't quite go to script last time, but maybe this is the turnaround point in the way that Ottawa can boost themselves to a 2-0 win and a great start to the season.
And when you look at the rest of the Ottawa's lineup, you see so much damage threats from everywhere on the map. You have, of course, the solo lane presence in the Cassiopeia and Young down on the Jhin. But then you also have Brixton, who proved to be a very, very important team fighter come the later stages of Game 1. And now even 9 lives on this Zyra, champion that can also deal out a whole ton of magic damage. So it's a lot of threats from a lot of different angles here for Ottawa. They just want to come at you from all different angles to try to secure this sweep for themselves.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of options for them. I do really like what they've done with their draft. They have playmaking from Coda in the jungle position. They'll have a good mid 2v2. I think the early game will favor them because of the Jarvan. This level 6 might be a bit interesting against this Diana when she really does come online. But they have options in all parts of the game. They'll have a pushing top. So I think it's another clever draft. And what looked to me to be a very nice start from ONU, a decent answer, I think is definitely flipped. And I think Ottawa's got themselves pretty much everything they could want to try to close out the series.
Yeah, and have to take a look at Coda there in the jungle. Once again, talking about how he performed in Game 1 on the Graves versus Game 2, now on the Jarvan. Gonna have to take on a whole new play style, so to speak. These champions are very, very different in the way that they want to go through the early game. We saw Coda, forfeit some skirmishes around crabs and things like that to just focus on getting these objectives and getting these full clears in. But now on a champion like this Jarvan, gonna have to go for some early plays. So expect to see maybe some focus in that mid lane specifically against a range versus melee matchup in that Cassiopeia versus Tryndamere to maybe make some early impact before the Undying Rage becomes unlocked.
Yeah, it is an option. A little bit tricky to gank a Tryndamere, right? He can often just spin out. You kind of have to bait him to go in. So I will be intrigued to see whether he wants to focus on that mid lane or honestly, if he wants to try to focus on bottom lane, right? So bottom lane usually has not been an option in these series that we've been seeing because there have been a lot of safe picks and a lot of kind of just pushing lanes. But when you pick in a Zyra, right, you do a lot of damage. You can push quite a bit. And Xayah, while she is a defensive pick, is not defensive until level 6. You can easily punish Xayah pre-level 6, like multiple times if she does not have flash. So I think there are quite a few options actually for Coda to make ganks in this early game, which sort of leaves him the gambit as to where he wants to focus and where Ottawa wants to try to get ahead with their early game resources.
Yeah, and on the other side, for the side of Northern Ohio, you have this Diana pickup here in the jungle, and it's going to be a little bit of a different sort of matchup here. Jarvan obviously defeats Diana pretty heavily in the early levels until she unlocks that Moonfall. So playing a little bit more for farming and scaling, similar to what we saw on that Hecarim in game one. And so that's kind of the eyes that we have to work on here between this jungle match and between this early game. And we'll see what ends up happening as we have loaded onto the Rift. Ottawa, once again, have taken game one of this best of three. Ohio Northern looking to try to even the series.
And we do just get the standard start once again from Ohio Northern, but a little bit of a difference from Ottawa. They're going to run up top lane. Place a ward. They're not going to find aggression, or will they?
Aggression might get found out here as they walk over to the Tri-Brushers. 9 Lives does have that root available on the Zyra, but going to just force to unlock that hook shot
the auto
to start things off. Get the bone plating.
He's letting them know what's up. The single auto, right? I'm coming for you. Coming for you with this Zyra.
Yeah, I mean, some pretty early things going on, interactions. Doesn't look like anything too major happened in that regard, but because of that, doesn't look like anything too much is going to be happening as we get back to some of our faces here for a little bit longer. Apologize for the short technical delay that we are having here, but soon to get into game here between Ottawa and Ohio Northern. Taking a look at some of the jungle pathings that could potentially be set up. I think we saw them both starting bot side. I don't remember exactly.
We'll find out.
There we go. Yeah, both junglers on the bot side as those camps have spawned.
All right, so they both will spawn on or start on that bottom side, path towards top lane. Could see some trading in the top lane as well, right? Camille versus Set matchup will be pretty spicy, especially with the spicy summoner spell choice in the Ignite, of course. It does do the burns, as they say. So could be a volatile lane, as I said. Oh, no.
This is what you do on Jarvan. There's a flash EQ. Red buff into mid lane is the story. Flash already burned from Kato.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I talked about, right? Where really Coda just has the gambit. All 3 lanes are gankable depending on the situation, especially pre-6. So he's already got one flash. We could see him revisit that one while it's down because Kato not going to be that safe without it, but still does have options pretty much everywhere.
That was a really good trade there. Level 2 hit first for Brixton is able to punish Aggression pretty heavily. Aggression is running that TP Ignite, so won't have any sort of escape. It could make him a bit of a juicy target for Coda to try and approach for on this Jarvan, who actually went red to red, I think, and stole away that red buff from the side of Cuz. So it's going to be a 3 buff, sorry, for Coda to start things off. Cuz, of course, has a bit of an early advantage in terms of the farm department, but with 3 quadrants in control for the Ottawa Braves, definitely going to turn around rather quickly.
Yeah, that's pretty big time for Coda, right? One of the problems with Diana is she is not very strong until that level 6 comes out. It's actually talked about a lot in the Xin Zhao matchup where you kind of have to cross map and hope that when they invade, they don't find you because they could just kill you.
Yeah.
A little bit similar with Jarvan. And so you can see Cuz he's trying to make the most of it. It's a push bottom lane. Here we go.
Young and 9 Lives are very, very far forward. Flash Flay coming out from Motors. 9 Lives will be the sacrificial Zyra hook come through. First blood going over to Reaper. So punishing the overextension from the Ottawa bot lane. When you split the map in that direction, you have to make sure that you're in a safe spot and not look like the Braves heard that rule.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there, Grapes. I think a little bit of a miscomm, right? I'm not sure if Young and 9 Lives are just trying to shove that in on the timer, but they have to know, right, if this 3 buff is going on from Coda, they have to have an idea of where Cuz is, and they do not respect where he could be. They don't respect him trying to take the remaining camps that he has available to him, and he just walks right behind him, picks up a kill, and honestly will make up for a lot of the deficit he would have picked up by getting 3 buff in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a big chunk of gold going into the hands of Reaper, already having that pickaxe on first back. And so for a bot lane that was very, very quiet in that last game, might become a little bit more explosive in Ohio Northern's favor as we continue this lane going forward. Gold, only about 300 in favor of ONU, though. It looks like Ottawa has done a good job at maintaining some of these CS advantages that they have, especially in that mid and bot lane. And of course, Coda up on the Jarvan, getting a lot of camps in the top side of ONU.
Yeah, and he has already picked up a Kindle Gem for himself, but you see a decent buy as well from Cuz as he gets the Blasting Wand. Just going back to standard trading, we look across again at the Summoner spells. It's a big trigger for Coda. That flash coming up fairly soon for Kato. Everyone else still holding on to theirs except for Motors for that kill that they picked up. So not as many options, but you can see Coda already heading down towards this Drake, trying to use some of that early power, I think, to get right back onto that objective game that was so good for Ottawa in game number 1.
Yeah, and right at the 5-minute mark, we see Cuz pathing towards this top side, so Dragon could be for the taking if Ottawa wants it. We'll see if they end up trying to prioritize the early stacking like they did in game 1, or if they'll try to get some advantages in other parts of the map. But you see Cuz maybe making his way down over to the mid lane. Looks like Blonde is a bit shoved up. Will not be able to go forward is Kato. They don't have a lot of hard CC in this mid jungle until Cuz hits level 6.
Yeah, exactly, right? They do get the ward, and that's probably just fine, because honestly, even if Cuz walks into that lane, are you really getting the kill? Probably not. Uh-oh, Motors.
Yeah, Motors was left out to dry a little bit there. There's the Deadly Flourish. Reaper already went for the reset. Nice cancel with the Flay, but it's not going to matter too much. One last shot will do. The 4th coming in from Young to pick up the kill, evening up the kill count at 1.
Yep, and a similar bit of a disrespect, right? You know the Dragon's up. You would expect that Coda wants it after the objective route in the early game for game number 1. They already saw Cuz on Vision and just gets caught out on a Vision clearing journey there. Easy pickup for the kill, and that will lead right into the first Drake. Nice start for the Ottawa Braves on this bottom side.
Yeah, once again, early objective control going in favor of Ottawa. A lot of the action has really been around the bot lane, but the junglers have gone for interesting paths. Even though they haven't really interacted with each other very much, they've just been very keen on counter jungling, stealing away as many camps as they possibly can, keeping that econ advantage as close as possible. And right now, it's Cuz who actually has about the 2 camp advantage in terms of just in terms of gold and in terms of its clear speed, despite the early 3 buff coming out from Coda.
Cuz just doing what you need to do on Dan. Power farm up. He is nearing that level 6 mark. Not exactly sure how much experience he has just yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there, Grapes, right? The playmaking just a lot less on him than it is on Coda, which is largely why we've seen so much action, proactively coming from Ottawa. That can definitely turn once that level 6 is hit, just becomes so much easier. And as we say that, there it is. Your eyes now on Cuz. He will have his first Moonfall available and for top lane.
Yeah, hitting level 6 and immediately coming up towards Brixton. Nice showstopper flash combo coming out from the set. Prevent any sort of engage. Both ultimates still available for aggression and Cuz, so if the time comes again, do you have the opportunity to go for it against a flashless set? And with the wave in the way that it is, Brixton going to have to make some sort of decision of whether he wants to give up this freeze or maybe look to go a little bit over aggressive.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty impressed by that play from Brixton. I don't think he saw Cuz on Vision there. So he just assumed by the engage from aggression that Cuz was coming, and he did so correctly, keeps himself alive, and continues to show some of that excellent defensive play that we saw from him in game number 1.
Yeah, and that's kind of what allowed Ottawa to take control of that game, allowing them to focus elsewhere towards the Dragons, though. Mid lane, nice petrifying gaze coming out from Blonde, flashing the ultimate perfectly as Cuz will go down to the Cassiopeia. The rest of the team was able to reinforce the mid laner, and that's Blonde getting on the board.
Mic drop. I'm done. Don't need to say anything. That's just beautiful. That's just absolutely gorgeous from Blonde. Nothing else to say. That was just perfect.
That's exactly what you want to do, and that's what we were talking about in terms of how Blonde can utilize that ultimate in terms of trying to stop a lot of this Ohio Northern competition that wants to push forward, wants to dive in. Using that petrifying gaze perfectly, stunning up 2 and eventually getting one of those kills. And because of that, Ottawa will be able to pick up this Rift Herald. So once again, the objective control continuing to go in favor of the Braves.
I mean, you can feel the confidence now like oozing out of Ottawa after that play. That was just so absolutely brilliant. And like you said, it leads right into the Rift Herald. Ottawa right back on their objective game and feeling in full control of this one with the scaling, with the comfort that they have available to them. And this time around, right, Blonde having a rough game. They give him the keys to the kingdom, and he is already delivering. That's not even with an item completed yet.
Yeah.
I am very much looking forward to more of those kind of plays as this game goes on.
And I'm sure we will be able to see them because Blonde going to be a very crucial part of this Ottawa composition come the later stages of the game. He wants that date with Meslo tomorrow, and he wants to make sure he's warmed up and ready to go for that. And getting maybe some of his chops here against Ohio Northern and against Kato. And so Kato, on another one of these melee assassin-y sort of mid lane champions, has not had as much success so far, but still is going to be able to farm up, has those boots completed, and it looks like Ohio Northern are going to continue to focus around him.
I mean, he doesn't have a flash anymore, so it's a lot harder for him to get out of this. He will see him.
Yep,
He's
on the
fine.
ward. He's just going to stand back, get towards the bottom side of the map, and actually might try to stall a bit
Oh, here comes
for
Coda,
Coda. Has come up here. They're going to try to just collapse onto him. There comes the Moonfall. Petrifying Gaze this time only lands onto one. Cataclysm forward, but Coda is trapping Blonde into the pit with him. Kato finally picks up the kill, and now it's a 2v1 onto the Jarvan. Not a whole lot that Coda can do, but here comes 9 Lives, going to flag and drag back forward. And 9 Lives is here. Going to try to do some damage here with the plants, Cuz ticking at about 300 HP, not able to fall. Nice job on the Zyra to keep his jungler alive.
Yeah, and the play finally works out. It was definitely a bait, but maybe just a little disrespectful, right? I think Blonde, thinking he could do a little bit more damage, would land another 2-man Petrifying Gaze, but he hasn't completed his Mythic, right? So the damage maybe not fully there, and with the Flag and Drag not connecting, they're able to get enough damage down to turn it around as Blonde the first one to fall.
Yeah, another kill. A kill going to Kato, always a good sign, especially just given how volatile this mid lane matchup really can be. Brixton shoved up pretty far forward. He's trying to get the crash, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Here comes Cuz, who does not have the ultimate, but definitely has a whole lot of damage. There's the showstopper Haymaker, and that's Brixton picking up the kill. Can he get the 1v2? The autos are coming through. Barely is able to almost get that kill on the Cuz. The 2v1 was almost successful, just going to be a trade. Brixton played that very, very nicely, and on the bottom side, Coda is going to punish them with the Rift Herald take.
Yeah, the healing almost enough, but man, Brixton has just been putting on a clinic on the weak side in these 2 games. I mean, so well done defensively in game number 1. All the aggression that Cuz brought to him this time gets a 1v1 on the gank. You can see the result of it playing out on your screen, right? It just allows the play to happen bottom lane. They're going to get a full turret out of this. They're going to get the second Drake, and it's just looking like a clinic once again from the Ottawa Braves. I mean, imagine if he turns that all the way around, right? That might as well just be like emotional GG. You lose your turret, you lose the Drake, you lose both your players, top lane, and probably multiple plates. Like, almost a game-breaking play for Brixton, but as it is, still a very positive one, and Ottawa continues to push forward.
Well, despite some of the emotional damage that Ohio Northern might have ensued in some of these recent plays, they're still up in gold. A lot of the advantage maybe towards that jungle matchup where Coda has really sacrificed a lot of his farm to make some of these plays, because now 2 levels up on this Diana, and as a very powerful team fighting jungler comes some of the later stages, having the gold in the jungler is definitely still pretty useful here. Cuz going to be able to do a whole lot of damage, is going to be a primary focus for this ONU team as we get later on into this game, and continuing to snowball him ahead is going to be valuable.
Yeah, Cuz, I mean, has all the resources at this point, but I think if you're Coda, you're very fine with the sacrifice, right? You're a Jarvan, you're going to be an engaged bot for the entirety of this game. So hold on here, Brixton going to have to survive a dive.
Round 2, this time with a different helper here for Cuz.
They're dying.
Yeah,
they're out.
Lane. Yeah, the wave was just not fat enough, it seems, but looks like they might try for a redive here. It doesn't look like Ottawa want to try and match this. Instead, going to go for a play on the opposite side with 9 Lives and Coda headed up onto aggression. Curtain call issued to start things off. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shots, 4. A hook shot does not really get a whole lot of distance as aggression gets rooted up and dunked onto. The plants will finally finish it. There's the 4th shot coming in from Young. And look at this. You got to take a look down towards the bottom side now as Brixton has still continued to clear another wave.
They have to bring
He's
a third down
so
for him.
much time.
He's out.
Now he's going to use the showstopper to try to get away. Brixton nearly taken down. Going to have to flash away from that, but another dash coming forward from Cuz finally will secure the kill. It was a valiant effort coming out from Brixton, but look at all the time that he bought for his team.
I mean, yeah, it's still just a win, right? They're going to get plates. It's just going to be this race, but the tempo's still in the favor of Ottawa. There's going to be camps stolen away. Mesla Slayer is still just farming up safely in the mid lane. So that's really what I was going to say before the dives happened is Ottawa's fine with these trades, right? Yes, Coda's behind. Cuz has a lot of gold, but you're a Jarvan. You're happy to just set up your team. And look at the laners you're setting up. Brixton on this set has been spectacular, and your big carry in Blonde on this Cassiopeia, 1-1-0, 135 CS, already has a completed Mythic, and is nearing the completion of the tier. That's basically the point at which you turn completely online for this Snake Lady, and it's going to get better and better for Blonde as this game goes on.
First tower was secured by ONU in the process of that. It did not look like Ottawa was able to trade, but take a look at this. This gold graph is definitely something interesting. We're talking about how Ottawa is really pushing the pace and making these plays, but a lot of the gold still in favor of ONU, Cuz notably about 600 or 700 ahead of everybody else, and the rest of the players aren't too far behind.
Yeah, they've done a nice job of splitting the gold up, right? Cuz getting all of his from the camps, the plates on that last turret's what's pushing Kato ahead. Is going to walk up and claim this turret. That'll be a little bit of standing gold, but I like what they're doing now. They're using their current strength. They're right onto the Rift Herald, and it doesn't really look like Ottawa wants to fight them. They should be afraid of Cuz with this mythic item and his ultimate.
We'll see if they end up contesting it. The Rift Herald at about 3,000 HP. Brixton without the teleport on the bottom side, while Aggression has it on
9 lives.
Kato going in aggressive onto 9 lives, who's forced to pop that ultimate. Strangled Thorns won't do anything but to disengage. Rift Herald will get picked up, and now Cuz might have gone a little bit too far. Is 9 lives going to be forced to use that flash away? It just looks like the rest of OU will get out safely for now, but another big chunk of gold and a potential map pressure has been unlocked here for Ohio Northern.
The life of the mid-game Zyra Grapes. Every bush you walk into could be your last. You are just a little, and everyone and everything can kill you. It's a little bit scary for 9 lives, right? He wants to roam around. We know he likes that play style, but you can see how dangerous it is for him to walk in enemy territory. Cuz will just one-shot him. I mean, just straight up. So it is a little tricky for them to establish vision, and how much Ohio Northern is pushing back, right? I'm still a little worried about the scaling that is on the side of Ottawa, but they are pushing their gold advantage. They're getting it into the pockets of the members that they need, and they're trying to utilize their current strength to the best of its ability.
The ONU topside has been around this top tower for a very long time. Brixton is just really trapped under his inner turret. Can't fight this 3v1. But again, it looks like Ottawa really want to focus around these objectives. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds will be that Hextech Drake. And it looks like Coda is sacrificing that tower in the top lane to try and secure that soul point once again. Taking a look down towards this bottom side, Blonde has the wave pushed up, and with 4 members of the Braves down here, they're going to go for some sort of trade. Rift Herald has been popped in the top lane, and Ottawa, they have to finish this objective fast, or else Inhibitor might be on the books.
Could be, might be a little hard to die Brixton. They are going to get an extra charge out of the Rift. It is doable, and I like this trade from Ohio, right? As opposed to last game where the split pushing really didn't work. They're just cracking it open. There it goes. An exposed Inhibitor in the top lane will always be a win condition at any point in the game, as we clearly saw with the open lane in our first series of the day when Grandview finished game 2 with that sort of rush down. I won't really call it a backdoor, but that rush down mid lane.
Front door.
Front door. Yeah, basically. I mean, so this one working out a lot better for Ohio Northern, and they do still have that 2K gold lead. So repelling a lot of these plays from Ottawa. They've taken advantage of Coda's sacrificial play style in this early game, and they have maintained a lead and given themselves a win condition.
And once again, we see Soul Point available for Ottawa at around the 17-minute mark, but looks like Ohio Northern have done a much better job this game at sort of, making some sort of trade on the opposite side of the map. They've gone for just like the sheer gold advantages here through the Rift Herald and through their plays on the top side. And because of that, they're in a much better space that if they want a team fight around this 4th and final dragon, that they'll be able to, and they'll be able to match it pretty well.
Yeah, they are certainly going to have to go to that 4th Drake. You cannot give over Hextech Soul. It is a good enough soul to definitely end the game, and just imagine getting slowed down for a Cassiopeia, who's already going to get this bonus MS anytime she lands a Q. So we will see a scrap. We'll see what the items look like. You can see already Cuz in a very good state. He's got that 2-item mark. The Zonia's is a huge spike for the Diana to keep herself alive after she does go in. Anything after that, just bonus damage. So we'll be looking at the other carries. Can Xayah get to 2 before this fight comes along? Because you will have to stand up to these strong members, to this very, very powerful Cassiopeia who is approaching the 2-item mark as well. But the window's there. They definitely can take the fight, Grapes, and they definitely can win it as opposed to last game. And their composition just was not designed for it.
Absolutely. We're seeing, again, a very more what is it? Slower start. I was trying to think of a better word for
methodical?
that. Methodical, yes. It's been a long day here, DJ. But a bit of a slower approach here for both of these teams throughout this series, and we're seeing more of the same in Game 2. Kato trying to stop the back here of Brixton, and he will be able to. Let's see if they end up winning out on the 1v1. Brixton does have a lot of armor stacked, and will actually still get him down to the threshold of HP first. Has the Haymaker forward. Kato's going to get the heal, going to flash forward, and Brixton just barely wins out on the 1v1, the final auto to take him down.
Yep, they throw down the gauntlet and they say, let's go, boys. Full 1v1 rumble. Nobody even comes to interrupt them, and it is Brixton who comes out on top, playing around that invulnerability on the ultimate beautifully, and that's a big deal for them. It slows down the split push. It lets them push out the danger lane. They're going to invade here for top priority. And it's just more power in their back pockets before the big moment. Oh no, okay.
Yeah, but watch this. It's once again Ohio Northern making a play on the opposite side. Blonde still
There's a
staying alive
flash.
for now. There's the ultimatum coming through. Watch the teleport from Brixton. Blonde is buying a lot of time. There's a two-man moonfall, but it will be flashed away from by the Casio. Continue to land the Twin Fangs in onto aggression, and we will end up taking him down. Now, Cuz fighting the 1v2 is ahead in goal, but does not have the ultimate available. Brixton gonna land the kill, final punches through, pick up the shutdown, and pick up 2 more kills for the Braves.
So you remember how I said 2 items was going to be a big spike for Casio?
You're right.
That's a nice stopwatch timer there for sure, and a beautiful another one from Blonde comes through. They outplay the gank on the bottom side. That's going to give them priority. They're actually warning out Baron. They could do this really quickly with Blonde. And did he? Okay, I don't know why he auto did if they're not going to start it up. Are they going to start it up? They are going to start it up.
Play, literally right on spawn. Looks like Coda and 9 Lives are going to start up the Baron here for Ottawa.
They're still doing it.
The respawns are coming through here for Ohio Northern. Cuz still in the death realm for now, but Kato still very strong as the rest of the Ottawa team has gathered around this major objective. No real potential for a steal for Ottawa. The question is, will they be able to get out safely? Finally, this might comes through. It's a highway robbery coming out from the Braves.
I mean, there is, and they're going to have time, right? They're going to have empowered recalls. They're going to run right out to this Drake. They have plenty of time to get in position to try to fight for the soul, and this could be the moment that breaks the back. They have the option of trading it to push. They have the option of fighting for it. And you look at the summoner spells, big one that's missing is Blonde's, but everybody else has flash available.
Can they get something here? Look at Cuz, 3-man moonfall, gonna do a whole lot of damage, almost one-shotting the side of 9 Lives, but it's actually just 2 kills going back. Ottawa is just too strong, and they are raining havoc. The 4th shot comes through for Young, a quadra kill for the Jin, and it was such a good setup there for Ohio Northern, but Ottawa just take control of this game.
They tried to set the trap, Grapes, but it did not quite land. They couldn't one-shot Blonde once again through the stopwatch, and Young comes up huge, getting the appropriate amount of kills on a Jin. We don't do pentakills on this champion. It's quadras only, and it's the 4th Drake as well. The soul going over to Ottawa.
What a fight coming out from Ottawa. It looks so good from Cuz, but once again, it's the same situation, I feel like, for ONU. One of their players gets ahead, but when you get to some of these later fights, they find a way to be able to contain it. A lot of the main carries for Ohio Northern ended up falling very, very early on in that fight, and Young was just able to stay basically unscathed throughout that fight. Still has both of his summoners available after that engage, so just shows the amount of pressure that Ottawa are really able to exert here in this game. Now picking up the Hextech Soul as well as the Baron. In a very, very scary situation has finally been unlocked here for ONU.
Yeah, I actually just saw it on the delay on the stream, Grapes, and that was about as clean of a quadra as you could get for Jin. It was 1 auto and then 3 kills on 3 shots from the ultimate. Just perfect,
wow.
Just beautiful, absolute, a work of art, as Jin might say. But as you mentioned, with the Baron now in their possession and this Hextech Drake, they are just doing their due diligence, pushing out this line of vision as they march up the top lane. You can see the counter push in the bottom lane to try to save at least one part of the map from Ohio Northern, because they know repelling this kind of siege with Hextech Soul is going to be a very, very tall task, and already outer turret going down, inhibitor turret next to fall.
5 strong once again for the Braves. They're going to look to push in onto the top lane inhibitor turret. Curtain call being opened up by Young, doing so much damage. I think if all 4 of those shots ended up onto Motors, he might be very, very dead, but instead, looks like ONU were able to get out safely. Just going to make that inhibitor fall on the backside, Cuz trying to get something in return, not able to find much other than a pushed wave.
Yep, they're just going to reset. They have a lot more turrets to work through, right? There's still this tier 2 in the mid lane. There's still a tier 2 in the top lane, so likely not going to end the game with this Baron push, but they have just full control of the map, right? They've equalized the open lane in top side, so a lot harder to lose up there now. And they will just open up this mid lane a little bit more. Kato will get caught out on the flank.
Because coming out on the backside, there's the Moonfall. Young has the flash and the Gale Force to get away. Cuz forced to pop that stopwatch already, but Kato is looking to finish off the kill onto 9 Lives. Will certainly be able to do so with the Gale Force and the Undying Rage. 1 pick for their troubles, but ONU wish they got a lot more than that.
Yeah, clever timing there from Cuz. He actually, instead of just basing, he walks all the way from bottom lane to try to find that flank and does get his team a nice tempo timer. They're looking to take mid off it.
Brixton looking to actually maybe engage this on the 2v3. Decides against it at that point, but The crucial thing here for Ohio Northern is that it's heal, flash, and I guess Gale Force used on the side of Young. Gale Force probably will be back up by the time that they decide to fight again, but the crucial cooldowns now on the most fed member of this Ottawa Braves lineup. So ONU maybe can look for the potential to go for some sort of fight, some sort of pick if they so choose. But if they don't, they still have these major objectives to work around. 2 minutes until the Baron, about 3 until that Elder Drake. And Ottawa will just continue to maintain this control, but seems like we're not going to get too much action until those objectives spawn.
Yeah, just going to be a lot of control. Look, as what Ottawa's looking for, right? They want this vision line. They want to keep control of this top side so they can fall right back to the Baron. Again, with a 3-item Cassiopeia, they will absolutely shred through the Baron. It will not last for very long, and that is going to be the prize in their eyes as these big objectives do spawn. Love what they're doing here, trying to clear out the vision. There is still the one little pesky ward behind them for a TP flank, and Aggression does have it up.
We'll see if they end up using it as the base continues to get broken open here by Ottawa. Moving in towards potentially another inhibitor turret. Of course, those super minions still pushing through on the top side. Only one more out inner to take here by the side of Ottawa, but might be a signal for an engaged. Already popping the Featherstorm is Reaper, but Aggression is here onto the backside, looking for Young with the ultimatum. Has the Hex, has the Cataclysm for Coda, but it looks like it's going to be Kato that ends up shutting down the Jhin, fighting on multiple fronts now as Brixton is trying to deal with a 1v3. Can Kato get Meso Slayer? He will not be able to. It's finally going to be a shutdown on that other side by Meso Slayer, but Cuz now looking to dash forward. The fight has become re-engaged. Aggression finishing off the kill on the Blonde, and now Coda can't fight this in a 1v4. A big turnaround for Ohio Northern, and Coda flashes right into the hook. The icing on top of the cake. Cuz finishes the deal.
Yeah, you preempted it perfectly, Graves, right? You mentioned that Young Summoner spells were down, so classic Camila gameplay. You press R on the carry and you watch them disappear. So many bodies were in the way of Young, but it just didn't matter. Once they push him down, they're able to kite it out, and Coda has nowhere near the damage left over to clean up the fight. So those two carries are the critical members of Ottawa Braves, and this split fight was able to disrupt them enough. Easy cleanup onto Brixton, who's trying to buy the time. And now Ohio Northern back in the game, and they are looking for this Baron.
Definitely are able to here. They still have Kato to try and defend some sort of push, clearing out those super minis on the top side, but Coda has just respawned. Will take him a long time to get back to the Baron, and will die before he does so. Nine Lives and Young going to try to do their best to poke out the rest of ONU, gets maybe some sort of miracle steal, but they will not be able to. Motors flashes forward to try and save some of their lives, but here come the re-engage from the side of Ottawa, but Cuz instantly takes down Young, and will be able to secure 1-for-1 in that regard. Coda coming through the Cataclysm to take down the Diana in the process. It's
wait, but that might just be the end of the game.
For the side of ONU, Ottawa have 4, but the Baron buff is still here. Have a whole lot of minions to maybe potentially help to deal with. Kato's going to have a big fight if they want to stay alive in this game.
Okay, I think they've done enough. They base in time with the enhanced Baron buff recalls to clear out the wave. That looked like it might have just been game with the two of them, but they will keep it alive. They'll keep their mid turret alive, and now the focus going to turn towards the Elder Drake up in 11 seconds. And with 3 members down, full control of this area will go over to Ottawa. They should be able to secure the objective, and that will likely neutralize the Baron.
Yep, Reaper and Cuz still in the death realm. That's a big chunk of damage that Ohio Northern will not be able to utilize in any sort of engagement. So instead, they're going to give it up. I think Ottawa is now 9 for 9 on dragons taken in this game, in this series, sorry, as they'll pick up the Elder.
Yeah, Elder does go over, and again, this will make it very, very hard to push with the Baron. If you push too hard and you get caught, just so easy to take you down. Kato really the only one who's slightly resistant to that Elder buff. We'll just probably see a little bit of kind of swapping of these waves, and mostly it's Ohio Northern that has to be very careful with themselves at this point. They lose a fight, they will lose the game, and it's getting to be about that time where it's the case for both teams with that top lane wide open. But currently pushing towards Ohio Northern. They're trying to set up a trap, or are they just basing? Okay, they're just going to base.
Going for the resets, it seems. It would be a pretty crazy engage to maybe go for a 2-man flank with those 2 champions with the Elder buff still in their hands. But you got to watch these burns now. If you're ONU, you step a little bit too far forward. Young has the potential to poke you out nearly 100 to 0, especially with this Hex Tech Soul. Inhibitor falls in the mid lane as they'll make their way back to the top to finish the deal again. Curtain Call being opened up just to maybe zone the rest of ONU as their options are starting to diminish here in this game. Yep,
exactly what it's for. They're going to take their 2 inhibitors. They're likely just going to walk away. It's a little tough to push right into the Baron minions. They are hanging around, probably seeing if they can get a pick. And Cuz
Oh,
is
he's trying to
trying
stop
to
the
cut the
wave.
wave.
Yeah. I guess they don't want the push to continue here, so they're just going to let Cuz take this one back. It'll force the resets out of a lot of the Ottawa players. Solid job by Cuz, preventing any sort of continued push because, maybe they thought that if it lasted one more wave, the game could have ended in that regard, but it's like we will be safe for now. Young doing a whole lot of damage with these crits. Hookshot out from aggression to keep himself alive. This is game still very, very even in gold. It's still ONU that has the lead, actually. But in terms of all the other externalities, so to speak, throughout the game, Ottawa still has a big, firm control over it.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be a little bit balanced on a knife's edge because there's actually a turret lost in the bottom lane for Ottawa to the minions during all of that action. So now their bottom lane is open as well. And this late into the game, any sort of large team fight wipe, you can just walk right into those empty lanes and pretty much end things. You see, they're trying to do their due diligence. They want to push out the lanes that are the danger ones. Your top lane, your bottom lane with supers in top. They're leaving that one. They're pushing out the bottom wave. And you see aggression trying to do the same on the other end of things. But look at the buffs. 2 minutes 30 on the next Baron, 3 minutes on the next Elder. You might end up waiting as long as those two buffs to finally break this one open because I think sieging might be a little bit tricky for both sides. But currently, it's Ottawa who's trying to put pedal to the metal.
Elder buff has faded away here for the Braves. They will not be able to get those burns, get those executes. They will still be able to get some of the remaining turrets here on the Ohio Northern side. It seems like they still are the ones with priority here with 2 inhibitors down in the ONU base. They'll take down this final inhibitor turret. Might try to make it 3 for 3 on these big crystal objectives. Hook gonna miss out from Motors. Doesn't look like ONU want to pull the trigger just yet.
Yeah, I mean, if ONU's not going to pull the trigger, then honestly, Ottawa can kind of just wait here if they can really play this game out safe now, right? Triple inhib, 6 super minions going to be in every single wave. There are super buffs coming up in 1 minute 30 and 2 minutes 30, and they can just wait for these supers to arrive and start applying pressure to the enemy team. If they want to try and end it, they can, but they can also just wait for the pressure to start to mount against this comp. They're looking to go anyway.
Here's the curtain call, trying to just zone out some of the members here. They have walked to underneath their base. Super minions are going to continue to pile in here for the Braves as time slowly ticks on. The Nexus towers are both at around 30% HP. ONU has to make a move quickly, and here they go. It's Cuz going in with the Moonfall, chunking out a big chunk of the members here. Aggression going forward, has the ultimatum in onto Young, but he will not be able to take him down. The Jin survives through all of the crowd control. Kato trying to dash forward, does get 1 kill onto 9 lives, but the Undying Rage is fading away quickly. Coda has the flag and drag flayed away from him, but Brixton and the rest of the Braves are continuing to push in at a numbers advantage. The Nexus Tower number 1 has fallen. Brixton fighting Cuz on the backside. Nexus has been exposed, and Young has the autos to try and take it down. A couple more crits will do. Cuz takes down Brixton on the backside. One more auto from Young, and he ends the game. Welcome to CeeLo Ottawa Braves. They pick up the 2-0 over ONU.
And it is very, very narrow, the margins at the end of that game. Young was super low. They were running out of HP. Even if they got wiped, there was still a lot of work to do, I think, for Ohio Northern to come back. But what a fight in game number 2. Nothing like game number 1 where we saw Ottawa in full control of that one. This one, much more of a scrap, and a lot of that credit going over to Cuz with these engages. He was given the power due to the pathing and the decision-making from Coda in the early game, and he made quite the use of it for most of that game. But at the end, it's just not quite enough to hold back the onslaught of this new squad in Ottawa University.
What a crazy game that was. It was so close throughout all of it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the gold was literally still dead even by the time the game ended, just given how much, Ohio North was in the lead by the time they went for that final push. So it was very, very close game throughout. And at the end of the day, it looks like just the superior team fighting maybe of Ottawa. And of course, Young on that Jin, staying alive through all of those dives, all of those attempts at taking his life was really just what did it for Ottawa to end up taking the series.
Yeah, it really just came down to fine margins this one. As you mentioned, the gold super, super close. Just a couple of, the Dragon Soul maybe a little too much. A couple of the timers on the Elder going against the likes of Ohio Northern. And, of course, the wave management as well, definitely helping Ottawa since they had the waves always pushing towards the enemy base. Never really felt like there was a chance for Ohio Northern to take them down. But It was a very hard fought battle in game number 2 and a great sign for this Ohio Northern squad, also a new squad here in the MEC that they can hang with. I think what a lot of people will expect to be one of the top dogs in the conference early on. It's not the result they wanted, but this is a very, very positive game too, and a positive growth throughout the series for a lot of their players will be encouraging overall, I think.
Absolutely. And then again, this is just the start for ONU and the rest of the teams here in the Midwest Esports Conference series. Your season doesn't end on just one loss, and Ohio Northern have a lot that they can look at in this series as things that they did good and some other things that they can maybe improve on. But for Ottawa, it is their first win of the collegiate season, and very, very, very interesting one to watch at that. We're going to take a short break as that is our second best of 3 concluded. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with Illinois College up against Arkansas. Surprise! We're here a little bit early today, DJ, for our third best of three of the day. We got Illinois College up against the University of Arkansas. Start off our day here at the Midwest Esports Conference. DJ, in our third series of the day, I'm expecting this one to actually be pretty close. Both these teams look like they're pretty hungry to try and take their first win of the collegiate season. I'm excited to see how that ends up going out.
Yeah, I think looking at the players, we should see a fairly well-fought series as well. Of course, we know a little bit more about Illinois. They are our returning members from last season and actually are returning finalists. They were the ones who went up against Grandview and unfortunately did fall 2-0 in that series. Really no one able to hold on to Grandview. I mean, they did have a perfect season last season. So, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So they're returning to try to uphold that legacy and to try to continue their success in this conference. Whereas Arkansas going to be a new member, again, looking to stamp their authority here in the early season with some of these new look players, just like we kind of saw against Ohio Northern and Ottawa. Really a lot of fresh faces trying to establish themselves in the MEC. And I'm pretty excited about a couple of them. I think in particular, their mid laner has stood out to me just in a little bit of research that we have done. Grapes and Lazy Lambo. He's got a very interesting champion pool highlighted by Vigar, most notably. And we'll see if he gets his hands on it. But I'm pretty excited about the talent of this player. And I think a lot of the plays in game will come through this man along with his jungler XOHD.
Yeah, that's the big focus here for Arkansas. But on the other side, Illinois College, while they were the former runner-ups here in the conference, did undergo a decent amount of roster changes, including Prankuru, their former top laner, actually moving over to Grandview for this season. But to the hopes of many Illinois College fans, their top laner replacement for themselves, Holmgeier, is definitely somebody that we want to watch out for here in this series.
Yeah, I think Holmgeier are going to be very, very excited, right? We actually talked to the coaching staff, Diddy, earlier for the likes of Illinois, and he had very nice things to say about his top laner, most notably prodigy carry freshman. So very young is going to be Holmgeier, right? We might see some overextensions. We might see a lot of aggression, most likely is what we see out of younger players. But the talent will be undeniable. And I think coming into this season will be a huge chance for him to express himself. And I think he should have a good chance to express himself in the matchup in this series against Arkansas. Not sure if he's going up against Knight of Dark. I think he will be, but I think this could be a very fascinating matchup in the top lane and one in which Holmgeier can really kind of try to go wild and run over this game.
We've gotten some confirmations for some of the rosters, obviously, with some of the subs coming through and everything. Not always entirely certain of which players will be making their way onto the Rift to start the series, but for the side of Arkansas, it will be Silver Dream up in the top lane, XOHD in the jungle, Lazy Lambo in the mid lane, I Like Trees in the AD carry role, and support will be Sir Tuttle. So once again, that mid jungle duo of XOHD and Lazy Lambo are the players that we want to watch out for this team. Maybe some focus in the draft towards some of the specialty champions that they end up playing, champions like the Vigar here, as well as, on the side of XOHD, that Evelyn that comes through very often here.
Yeah, Evelyn would be an interesting one to see. He does play a lot of Evelyn. I mean, I haven't seen Evelyn in, 8 months, 9 months. Great. So I'm not sure how well it will fit. And of course, both the mid and the jungle want to play AP carries. That might be a little bit problematic itemization wise, but I'm sure they've already discussed this over on the side of Arkansas coming into the season. Again, they will want to make a mark. They will want to arrive in style. And so I imagine they will have to have a plan as to who is going to try to carry the game between the two of them in that relationship. I would expect a little more XOHD. I would expect him to be going for things maybe like Xin Zhao and Jarvan, which are a lot more meta right now, and just enable a lot of these AP picks in the mid lane for Lazy Lambo. But who knows? It could be the entirely opposite strategy.
Yeah, just like all the other teams that we watched today, this is the first time that both these teams are making their ways onto the Rift for this 2022 collegiate season, and obviously want to start off on the right foot. These are two teams that are coming into the season maybe not ranked as high as some of the other teams that we've been covering today, but definitely are able to pull off upsets and work with what they have in terms of their rosters. And so obviously, starting off on the right foot with the win here would definitely be really good for their momentum, especially considering they play Red again tomorrow.
Yeah, got to have that full weekend, right? And that's something that even Diddy mentioned to us for Illinois, right? They are really coming in hoping for a 2-0 at the beginning of this season. They think they are ready. They think their preparation has done them very well, and they are expecting to pick up a win against the newcomers in Arkansas. He even mentioned that the matchup tomorrow against Ohio Northern, one that he is a little maybe more concerned about. Was thinking it maybe that one would end up 1-1, but either way, he wants at least a 1-1, if not a 2-0. And so you have to start quickly here against U of Arkansas, come out with a good draft, with a good win, if you want that to become a reality.
Absolutely. Another best of 3 set up for ourselves. Illinois College, starting off on the blue side, University of Arkansas will be on the red. Here we are. It's best of 3, number 3 here, DJ. And I'm excited to see 2 new teams take each other on in the Midwest Esports Conference. Hope you're enjoying everybody here on either the stream or back over at the LAN at Grandview University, as we are just continuing to watch some really, really high-level League of Legends.
It's been a fun day so far. Right? We have had 2-2-0 series, but some of those games have been extremely close. I mean, both game 2s have been pretty nail-biting back and forth affairs. So maybe we're just about to tip over to the best of 3 territory, Grapes. Maybe not, but we have certainly had a lot of excitement thus far, and I expect it to continue. You can see the bands coming out here from Illinois College. We got Jinx and Caitlin taken away from Arkansas, which I think makes sense. I look at Trees was a Jinx specialist, really love the pick. Caitlin's been his second most played, so trying to pinch that pool, and of course both very strong. The Hecarim taken away from XOHD, that was his second most played. I wouldn't ban the Evelyn either. I don't think we're seeing it, but maybe I'm wrong. So like those bans, and then the Corki, the Diana, and the Lulu actually going to be taken away from the side of IC. And oh boy, here we go, Grapes. Game number 2 is there. It's left on the table, and guess who wants to play it? It's Subsidized.
This is very, very exciting. Subsidized on another Zeri pick. We saw how well it was able to be utilized in our first series of the day for Purdue Northwest, but Zeri didn't end up getting the win in that one, but was a major factor in terms of keeping their team in the game. Provides so much ability to move around the map, do a lot of damage in terms of these later game team fights. So very excited to see that one here. Will be matched up against a Senna here for I look at Trees. And this might be a Senna Wukong lane, or maybe could go up to the top lane. Not entirely sure there just yet, but obviously with the buffs that Senna got in these recent patches, always something to watch out for.
I like that you've shown it early here, because it does leave the flexible option available to you, Grape. So I do like the initial pickup, and if it's something they're working on, this is actually an interesting approach to countering Zeri, right? She's got that movement speed that we all know and hate. She's so unbelievably mobile, and if there's someone that can lock her up, it is going to be someone like Wukong, right? You get that knock up, you can try to keep her away from the wall with the second one, so an interesting counter option into her if that ends up being the lane. But you can see the quick response. We got the Xin Zhao coming in from Holmgeier. Pretty standard affair there. And a Janna is going to be the selection from Lone Force. Okay, before we, this won't be the top Janna, right? There's no way.
For my sanity and the like, I hope not.
Lorlo, is that you? Lorlo, are you out there?
Some sort of game. Lorlo is now part of Illinois
College.
Lorlo,
did you indoctrinate Usopp? Please tell me you didn't.
What I will say though is I do like Zeri paired alongside some of these enchanters. The way that her Q ends up working with things like Janna with the additional AD, or even champions like Nami with the E slows, are proven to be pretty good. So I do like the pairing with Zeri alongside the Janna. We were talking about how the Illinois College top laner was this sort of big carry potential player, but I don't think the Janna Smite top is really the answer to that. And it would be very, very crazy to see it in a matchup like here in CELO. So we'll see what ends up happening here as we go through the rest of the draft. Always something to kind of shout out in terms of what's been going on in the competitive sphere. But in the second phase of bans, we're going to be targeting those solo lanes. Looks like the Vex and the Veigar already taken off the table, and with the Camille ban, it's signaling that U of Arkansas are pretty sure that this Jen is going bot lane.
Yeah, and I think it does make more sense, right? You're picking the Janna to try to dissuade the Wukong in the bottom lane, gives Zeri the freedom that she needs to pop off, to go skating around the rift. Still had to be mentioned. It would be quite the departure from Usopp's playstyle as well, Grapes, but it has to be mentioned, because the fear of God is in the community right now with regards to Smite top supports. Meanwhile, we've got a Lux Hover for the likes of U Arkansas. They still do need a mid laner, so this could end up there, but they're going to lock in Jan or a Karma. And now this kind of shifts
double Smite top lane.
Okay, actually, this shifts. I was going to say this shifts up nothing, because this Karma could go top. She doesn't even have to take Smite, actually. She's just a normal top laner in a lot of metas. She could take Smite. We could see still a lot of variety, and U Arkansas really keeping this one close to the chest for their final pick.
Yeah, definitely so. We see that Victor locked in on the other side for Illinois College. Pretty sure that's going towards temporary. Don't want to jinx anything just yet, but we'll see what they decide to round out their final composition with. Looking towards a solo lane. I was going to say top lane, but that's an Anivia hover. Don't want to, hawk on that too much, but we'll see what they end up picking here for Usopp here up in the top lane. On the other side, though, as you said, Arkansas have a whole lot of flexibility that they have in their composition. Not talking about the hover, not talking about the hover. Finally, Mundo coming through.
You did it, Grapes. You beat them out. They were trying to bait you. They couldn't do it. You had the patience.
Oh, whoa.
Wow, okay, that's why they're hovering it. Oh, my God. Illinois College is just predicting Arkansas's final pick, and they got it. They hit it on the head. Arkansas going to lock in this Anivia. So this should be a Wukong top, I would imagine. Karma Senna lane. Or not. I guess it could be Karma top.
I'm gonna
wait before I assess this composition, because it's gonna change a lot depending on how this goes.
A lot of the way that Senna has been being played on this recent patch has been more of that farming playstyle, I think. I'm pretty sure a large portion of the changes that are happening to the souls to try to nerf this fasting Senna are coming in the next patch, not this one just yet.
Correct.
So I wouldn't be super surprised to see a farming Senna in this situation, with that Wukong just being sent up top against the Mundo. Gets I would say, like, rather not free lane, but like a decent lane matchup against Usopp up there in the top lane. But of course, we will see what ends up happening once we see the rearrangement of all the different champions in just a little bit. But yeah, a lot of versatility here for University of Arkansas. I really like the team fighting potential that they have here with these 5 champions lined up.
There's a lot of range, a lot of team fighting, a lot of poking. Here we go. Here's going to be the answer.
Big reveal.
Come on. Okay. It is going to be the Karma bot lane. It will be the Wukong top. So this should be a pretty okay lane for Usopp. A little bit interesting to see him pop off of the carry play style, but Mundo, a little bit difficult for a Wukong to play into when your first CC is just going to be immune anyway, and that's pretty much your entire setup and kit. So this lane should be fairly neutralized by this Mundo pick, but looking elsewhere, I think the attention just has to be on the Zeri for IC, right? If you can get this pick popping off like we saw it earlier in the day, it's a nightmare. Purdue Northwest showed what it is, and even one of the champions on the other side for U of Arkansas, we saw in the clip that Jan initially made famous on, right? It is that Anivia. How are you going to land a stun on a champion that can go over a wall, that can run at 1,000 miles an hour? Right? How are the slows going to affect you? They're not. Like, you can't put a tether onto this. Like, if this champion does get running at this composition, it feels like it will be very hard to lock down. You might need a flash or something like that from the Poppy. So my eyes are firmly on the AD carry here for Illinois to try to carry this game for them. On the other end, things like you said, Grapes, it's a lot of team fighting. It's a lot of setup and CC around objectives that is available for U of Arkansas.
Just thinking about ways you can maybe deal with this Zeri here. The top side of the map is relatively well positioned here for the side of Arkansas. They have the Wukong, they have the Poppy there. Maybe you can just try to dash onto her. The Steadfast Presence, I think, will do a pretty good job trying to counteract some of the E dashing and the mobility coming through onto the Zeri in that regard. But yeah, when you think about the bottom side of the map, things get a little bit more dicey. You have these champions like the Anivia who rely heavily on skill shots for, rely on the skill shots, for getting a lot of that hard crowd control down. And so seeing Zeri match up against those guys might be a bit of a different story, but it just so matters of what's going to happen once we get into some of these later fights. Obviously, we saw the Zeri pop off really, really well in that last game. So obviously, that's kind of the gold standard into how we might want to see Illinois College play this champion out.
Yeah, and again, it will probably take some time, right? We kind of saw that play out in the Purdue Northwest game. It wasn't that strong until it hit kind of that 1.5 item mark, and then really started to pop when the second item came through in the form of the Runons. But again, if I was a normal AD carry, I'd be very afraid of the composition that U of Arkansas has drafted. Like, that's pretty terrifying. There's a lot of CC in that composition. Like, Wukong comes in on top of you, Poppy's there to follow up, right? You can't really approach because of Anivia. It's like really obnoxious, but it's Zeri. Like, I mean, I think she can dodge all of it. Like, unless you have point and click on a Zeri, I don't feel like you can really lock her down. It's that scary. So the options there, really what it's about is getting it to the point where it can pop off, because I do think that the CC amount and the setup that is available to U of Arkansas will make it very, very easy for them like you were saying, to just play around objectives, right? You land one stun or a slow into another one, and someone's going to die. Like someone's just straight up going to die. And you have a lot of zone control around objectives. So that's where I expect to see of Arkansas composition to be very strong. That's where I expect them to want to play to, as opposed to the side lanes. And I imagine that it will be a task of either outscaling that on the Zeri or trying to attack it early on for U of Illinois.
I'm really curious to see how the spot lane matchup works out here, DJ. And we're just talked a lot about the Zeri, but this Senna Karma lane is also an interesting one to watch out for. A lot of poke and slows coming through early on in the laning phase. We're talking about Zeri's some of Zeri's weaknesses a little bit earlier on in the stream, and how her laning phase, while she does have a decent amount of range, is not super strong. And so maybe that could be an area where Arkansas look to try and punish this. Going with this Poppy jungle down to the, maybe pathing it down towards the bottom lane, allowing for the Senna Karma to continue to poke out, and maybe making sure that this Zeri is not able to get super far ahead before things get out of control.
Yeah, I imagine that could be an option with the poke. I think we might even see a Fleet Footwork Zeri probably coming in this lane. We'll see what the option is, but you definitely will have the push, or you should, against this Janna Zeri early on, and it is something where if you protect it in the pathing, you can control the bottom side and try to stack up Drakes. But it will need to be executed upon, right? There is still playmaking available for U of Illinois. They have this Xin Zhao in the form of Holmgeier. He can just play kind of 1-2 with Temporary and should be able to get moments of priority against this Anivia in the laning phase with his mid laner. So there should be availability for both junglers to try to make plays in the early game. And if they do want to get onto the bottom lane, the big problem will be about the setup into a Janna. So I feel like the Zeri's pretty safe. It would be more about poking her out of lane, and she has not gone for Fleet Footwork, so that could be an option.
On to the Rift now, game 1 between Illinois College and University of Arkansas. I see taking the blue side, UA on the red. Pretty standard things to start this game out. Looks like Subsidize on the Zeri alongside this Janna. Just going to make their way down towards the bot side as the junglers will be starting top. Once again, this bot side going to be the target of conversation here.
Pretty standard stuff to start this one out. You see a little trap being set up in the bot lane at the moment right now. As you look at the Senna and the Karma here, Sir Tuttle and I look at trees really trying to get some lane priority. You talked about the poke grapes, yeah. And they're really trying to set it up. Here comes the trap.
Oh, this is not poke. This is just pure annihilation sort of onto Lone Force, forced to use a flash and a heal early on in the level 1, and that is a good way to start off this phase for University of Arkansas, getting these champions low.
Yeah, very nicely done. It takes away a lot of the defenses, particularly from this Janna that should be the one providing the defense. I like the early play. There was no need for them to leash the jungler on the top side. It will reveal that information, of course, to Illinois College, but I think the what has been earned for the price of that information is well worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting that early poke, definitely going to be big. Lone Force on the Janna, while it's an enchanter, does not really have too many aspects of healing early on and sustain in her kit, so other than that shield, so we'll take a while for her to get back to full HP. And with that, it's just University of Arkansas starting off this early game with a lot of pressure towards this bottom lane. Both the junglers are headed down to the area momentarily. I see some action in just a little bit.
Wave is in a pretty standard spot. It might be a little bit tricky again. Even with the flash down, Janna still has a lot of disengage. She's only level 2 though, so if you can get there before the level 3, there might be some sort of option. I expect U of Arkansas to just keep pushing this wave out and maybe trying to get priority on that bottom scuttle when it does come up in 15 seconds. Make sure that XOHD can secure it.
Yep, and we'll see if they end up going for that. It does look like XOHD has a little bit of extra speed in terms of the clear for now, but it seems like they will be pretty evenly timed. They're going to get that priority around the Scuttle Crab to start things off for University of Arkansas. And once again, not too much early game pressure exerted by either team so far. We are going to see the junglers interact just a little bit. Holmgeier not going to do too much in terms of engage against the Poppy with the steadfast presence. We were talking a little bit about the Illinois College jungler here, DJ, and about his sort of previous experience in the video gaming world in terms of being a bit of a Skyrim speedrunner, but we'll see if it helps him here in the mid lane, ganking in onto Temporary. He's going to have to walk away from the walls. XOHD not able to get that stun.
Wait, did that miss? Did that win before lightning not hit?
I guess not.
Wow. Okay.
Hitboxes.
Hitboxes. Thank you, Jinx on Minnesota. Wow, that's an old reference there. What am I, like 10?
Oh, man.
Either way, one nice thing for Holmgeier is he did win the Smite Steal on the bottom side, so you can see actually walking across vision here is XOX HD. They'll know he's here. They haven't backed away yet.
We'll see if they end up going. Remember, no flash here onto Lone Force. XOHD does have the summoner available, not going to use it onto this bottom lane. So just a little bit more pressure exerted by the Arkansas bot lane as the wave is crashing in a decent spot for them. XOHD hovering around this tri-brush for just a little bit longer in case IC steps a little bit too far forward. And it looks like they might have. Here comes XOHD again towards the bottom lane, working towards this gank, blocks up Lone Force, gonna flash forward, gonna be flashed away from, is subsidized, and there's the autos coming through. The bot laner for IC picks up first blood. Lone Force will fall in return. It's a 2v1 under the tower for subsidized, but a really good play coming out from Illinois College to pick up a 1-for-1.
Yeah, there's still a lot of work to be done by Substai. He's got a wave pushing in. He needs to stay alive as this does crash. That's the one thing to watch out for. If he can and he picks up the wave, this will be well worth it for him. He's the one that picked up the kill in the attempt, in the gank attempt, which will get Holmgeier ahead. Very nice stuff on the turnaround. It looks like he should be just fine to farm this up.
Yeah, absolutely well played coming out from Subsidize, and this is just start. This is the start of the Zeri snowball potentially here, DJ. We saw in the previous series with Purdue Northwest, their Zeri got pretty far behind early on, but was still able to carry a lot of the fights come the later stages of the game. And so accelerating this champion even further towards that late game state with a kill, always going to be welcome here.
Yeah, the kill big time, and this Poppy's going to be very far behind it. XOHD will eventually pick up the rest of his camps here on the bottom side, but as we've kind of heard from some other analysts and whatnot, there's a phrase running around thanks to the CLG bottom lane called no crab, all Grob. Due to the experience changes, Grom's now worth quite a lot, and XOHD did not take it on his attempt to make that first gank, which means he will just be behind in the experience game every single time that Holmgeier gets on his respawn Grom.
Oh,
speaking of Holmgeier,
stunning up the jungler here. Actually, I just noticed that's the Anivia Poppy synergy potentially in that mid jungle if they're able to set it up properly. So
yes,
interesting thing to watch out for this Arkansas duo.
The fabled sought after Anivia Poppy combination, Grapes. Whenever you see it, it looks so good, but how often do you see it? Not
very often. But it's something to watch out for. I think they were trying to go for something like that. Lazy Lambo, unfortunately, was not able to place the wall in the correct angle. We'll get a nice one here onto Temporary, chucking him out pretty low. See if they end up trying to trade back. Temporary is going to be able to get out with about 300 HP. Has the wave crashing into him, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal.
You know, one interaction I missed back when he was really broken was Scion and Anivia. Remember they were bow strong, and you could just put up a wall and have Scion crash into it while the enemy team was corralled? That was fun.
Yeah, that was the Scion Senna too as well with the stun, with the W. Some good interactions with some of the champions that we have here. Maybe next time we'll pick Scion for Silver Dream. But instead, just going to go for this Wukong, and now Holmgeier going aggressive here, winning another Smite fight against S2HD, but it's a bit of an extended trade as the Cyclone has been procced in the top side. Usopp is getting very dangerously low and taken down by Silver Dream. Another kill picked up here for Arkansas, and XOHD and Silver Dream still looking on to Holmgeier. Will be able to get away for now, but it's just one kill going over to Arkansas, continuing to press their advantages on all sides.
Yeah, the Ignite taken by Silver Dream pays massive dividends there in the exchange against Usopp. He cannot heal. That just makes it all the easier, and with him going down, no way that Holmgeier can continue to fight with no level 6. He has to back away, and Arkansas pressing forward here, I believe equalizing the gold now at 11.6. You can see a little bit of farm coming in. Still no Drake taken, of course. Oh, that's a kill.
Oh, Temporary? He's gonna die. One more auto.
Oh!
No! He's so low. Lazy Lambo's gonna get to the push.
He's
He will proc the egg. Just gets out of tower range in time. Oh my goodness. We're getting word that it was 4 HP on the Temporary. That was a very, very close call.
Oh no, Grapes, it's a tragedy. He's giving the emote. I think he knows some guys here. No, he doesn't. He's off vision. He's just back away.
Jeez, I mean, that's as close can get. I mean, you have to wonder if there was like an Amp Tome instead of that Sapphire Crystal in the hands of Lazy Lambo. Could that have been the difference maker there? But either way, still a pretty decent lead gathered here for the Arkansas mid laner, continuing to try and just garner up some farm advantages, even if the kills don't end up going over. Have to be careful though without that egg now, but some fighting in the bottom side. Subsidized, getting really good value out of this Karma matchup, stealing away those shields.
Yep, that the interaction that I think maybe will be left behind in the movement speed consideration is the shield countering that comes through from Zeri. Will be a nice little interaction to have, but we had a similarly slow early game in this game one to what we saw at the beginning of the last series, Grapes. We still have yet to have a Drake taken. The Rift Herald is on the map, but nobody has made a move for it. Everybody just sitting around, happy to farm, get this Anivia right to a decent point where the mana is not so much of an issue, get the Senna some souls, and of course, for the side of Illinois, get this Zeri as farmed as possible. Right now, everyone doing pretty fine, although temporary.
Getting stunned up here by the Gravity Well is Lazy Lambo. Without that egg, he will certainly fall. The Dawning Shadow was just off the mark to land in onto temporary, and so that's a kill. Going over to IC, XOHD does, bait out that Crescent Guard from Holmgar, so not going to be able to go super aggressive here on this Dark Harvest Poppy, but another trade kill goes back to Illinois College. We're back to dead even.
Yep, and that's just punishment coming in for the initial inability to kill temporary, right? You lose the egg, and then you hate to see it, but the Dawning Shadow is just a second too late, Graves. Oh, it's a travesty, a true travesty that might have kept Lambo alive. That kill will give the slight lead back to Illinois College. It really just is that kill gold at 300 as these members continue to farm up. They weren't even able to walk over to the Rift Herald. Both of the objectives still standing here at 10 minutes, 30 seconds.
It's slow in a different way here, DJ. I mean, in the last series, Ottawa was still taking these objectives despite a lot of the kills going over. But right now, see no kills, no objectives, no dragons, no Rift Heralds, nothing really. Just a lot of farming from both sides, and because of that, gold has remained relatively even for both of these teams, and it seems like they're getting it all in the places that they want. Both the bot lanes and the mid lanes are relatively fed, working towards those first completed mythic items. You just have to wonder, when will that first domino fall?
See Holmgar hanging around, wall goes down, but he's more interested in Lazy than he is any of these objectives. I mean, no one's even... At least people have hovered around Rift Herald. No one's even looked at Drake yet.
Yeah, definitely not. And more trading here. Ignite popped onto Usopp. Silver Dream used the first part of the Cyclone. Now going to try to dash forward again to try to finish the job. Conqueror procced. A couple more autos. Usopp is very low. Will he be able to survive? Silver Dream has to dash forward. The Cleaver's doing a whole lot of work. It's a very close 1v1. Who's going to take it? Will he be able to get it? He does with the Cleaver. Usopp winning out on the dodgeball matchup.
Nicely done by Usopp. He flashes away early, knowing he's in trouble, and Silver Dreams, I think, gets a little too big for his britches. Without the Ignite ticking, you're always dealing with the healing from the Cleavers. Even if the ultimate's not up, doesn't really matter. And he does just get walked down by the Doctor. Is he going to try and clean him up?
He has to CC me anyway, not even going to matter. And now, onto the bot side. Oh, Laser Lambo does pick up the kill onto Usopp, but Holmgar is stunned up a little bit. We'll use the Crescent Guard again defensively. And just like that, DJ, it's another 1-for-1. Both the top laners fall. Kills even. I mean, same story. Good change, though. Here's an engage. Nice flash over the tornado by XOHD to take down Lone Force.
There we go. There's a little bit of fire. There's a little bit of action. XOHD says, no more peeling for you. I know what's going to happen. It's a great flash over, and this could net them the first Drake if they want it. They have the lane push, but XOHD is just going to base. Nothing's gonna go down. They could walk up to Rift Herald as the TP was just used by Usopp, but there's no interest in the objectives in this game, Graves. Is everyone just having a personal bloodbath or something?
I guess they just care about killing the main players on the team. That's how League of Legends should be played here, DJ. Only champions on the Rift, battle royale style.
I wish I was there, because I feel like every time they get a kill, someone's standing up and looking across at the other team, just yeah, okay, yeah, us next. We gonna fight next? Because the objectives are just they're the afterthought at the party. Nobody cares about the objectives.
Oh, the ultimate's traded here in the mid lane. Chaos Storm ticking in onto Lazy Lambo. Has to flash away from it. The laser will pop the egg. Does Temporary have enough damage to take down the Anivia? Not just yet, but he will get stunned up upon respawning. Second proc of the laser comes through, and now Temporary has to be a bit careful. Stopped under the Glacial Storm, and he will go down. Oh man, in the land right now, Lazy Lambo standing up and staring Temporary down.
Yep, he comes out of the egg form, and that is enough. There's not enough damage yet on this Victor, only on the crown of the Shattered Queen. That's certainly not going to do it. in terms of the extended damage if the ultimate's not available. And Lazy Lambo get a little bit of measure of vengeance after not getting him under the turret earlier. Picks up another solo kill, and yes, probably stands up and taunts his opposition in the mid lane. I would hope. Do it for me, Lazy. Do it for me.
We're not in person right now, but we can only imagine what's going through here in the land. It will be that objective started up here by the University of Arkansas. XOHD gonna be able to take this by himself rather easily. It's gonna be a trade though on the other side. Top tower will fall, giving that first brick gold over to Homeguyer and Usopp. So still at a relatively even game state right now. Very close matchup as we enter the 15-minute mark. Both these teams still have a lot of potentials to make some of these plays. The carries still getting gold. Kind of take a look at Lazy Lambo here, who's now getting more and more fed with these 2 kills.
Yeah, Lambo getting pretty strong, and this is a good state for Anivia, right? You've kind of gotten through the worst part of the game. You've got a ton of mana now. You're working towards that mythic item, getting very close to starting to do real lasting damage, and they are looking for a play on bot side.
Dive potentially on the horizon here. I look at trees. Has to be a little bit careful, walking pretty far forward. But there's 4 members of Arkansas here. No minions even necessary to finish the job. Lazy Lambo picks up 1 and XOHD gets the other.
Ah, yes, the slow creeping doom of the Anivia Q over the wall, Grapes. Nothing quite like it. Is Silver Dream going to do a nice job dancing away from the counterplay on top side? Yes, he loses his turret, but Arkansas really starting to make some moves now as they punish the vulnerable bottom lane for Illinois.
Absolutely. Another trade here as Rift Herald was finally taken there by Homeguard and the side of Illinois College. They'll be able to get this turret with the Demolish proc coming out from Usopp, but might be a trade and kill. Silver Dream fighting this 1v2, eating up all of the Cyclone is Illinois
11.
College, and
He's
they
gonna
might end up getting punished for it. Homeguard trying to land in on the autos onto Silver Dream, but is not going to be enough. One final Q will do it. Silver Dream picks up the double kill on the trade.
So they used the Rift Herald. Yeah, I was going to say another solo kill. This time Temporary is going to be the one standing up taunting. And they use the Rift Herald to about the best of their ability, right? There are no turret plates left to take. So the best you can do is get a tier 2 out of it, really, Grapes. But they just go way too far. And they get hard punished by Silver Dream. And Arkansas going to extend the lead. The only reason it doesn't blow up is because a turret was just taken. But all that means is they're still standing gold on the Rift for this Arkansas team. They have only taken that 1 bot turret, so there is just more gold available for them. And I think this lead should continue to extend the way they are starting to make plays. And even with that first Drake in their back pocket at this point, it's way more worth it than the Rift Herald, I would imagine, considering the lack of gold plating available in the game.
So now suddenly 9 kills in favor of University of Arkansas to the 4 of Illinois College. UA building up a slight gold advantage here. The tower's still in favor of Illinois. So it's not a close game here, but the kills are starting to rack up. Silver Dreams picking up that double kill at the trade for that top lane tower. Definitely going to feel very, very good with this Divine Sunder up against this Mundo. So always something to watch out for. Dragon spawning in about 2 minutes. So might be the next time we see a big major fight. And this is when the University of Arkansas's team fighting composition might start to unlock here, DJ.
Team fighting will start to come online, Grapes. We take a look at those items with the next Drake coming up in 2 minutes. Everybody has a mythic for the side of Illinois College. Same can be said on the other side. Oh boy.
Homeguard getting stunned up here. XOHD doesn't take a whole lot of damage, but does a whole lot of it himself. Temporary's here on the horizon to try and help out his jungler. Homeguard would be forced to flash away. XOHD will get out with his life after burning a flash out of his opposing jungler. So, good trading there. Not really time for the objective to spawn just yet, but we're seeing all the attention being given to this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, a lot of resources there with that top lane already very extended by the turret takes, both them being down. There's really not a whole lot of reason for Illinois to be up there, but in the bottom lane,
wow. Big chunk of damage, even onto the tank. I guess a lot of armor itemization going in onto Usopp. Takes a whole lot of chunks from those ice shards from Lazy Lambo. And so always something to watch out for. It is the ultimate popped onto the Mundo. Not much else though. You see some more trading in the mid lane. The bot laners have rotated up to there. It's Temporary and Silver Dream will duke it out up top.
Dragon coming up in 45 seconds now, Grapes, but still a little bit of a stalemate in the mid game as both teams still just happy to farm up. And interesting question, or the interesting thing about them both farming up is who really is stronger with the gold, right? You're giving gold to a Zeri which will be very, very scary. Victor, of course, extremely strong, but Victor won't have the easiest time applying his power against his team comp. I mean, Senna will just continue to get free range in this game. We'll have the shielding of the Karma, and of course, always the potential that you walk right into a stun from the zone control of the Anivia. So we'll see how Illinois can use their power as the game goes on. Arkansas, of course, has some scaling options, a little bit more zone control and a lot of CC, but I still think taking down that Zeri could be a big problem if Subsidize can pilot this champion in the way that we saw the Poner do it earlier.
Definitely so. And this is around the stage where the Zeri started to become unlocked. So we'll see if we're able to do a lot of damage in some of these fights. In the top lane, though, Silver Dream in a whole lot of trouble. Going to try to make this a one-way trip. Going to tick down Temporary very low and getting the kill in the 1v2. Usopp will be able to chase down the Wukong and eventually possibly burn him down. I don't really think there's a whole lot of space for an escape, but Silver Dream doing a whole lot of healing with that Divine Sunderer proc. Usopp is on a bit of a wild goose chase here, but what an outplay in the 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to keep him on the ropes for a while.
Oh my god, did he get out?
How long is this going to go?
Oh my Alcove Gaming is coming in here. Silver Dream using the W to try to get away. Wait. Wow.
There's no flash, he's out!
He escapes. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Silver Dream, you're a beast. Uh-oh. Homegeyer. Okay. Take a deep breath. We're good. We're good. Just... Oh, maybe not. Oh! Actually, he's getting stunned up as well. Crescent Guard used, knock up there, but Temporary is on the horizon, using the lasers to zone out the Arkansas jungler. You see UA putting a lot of focus here on the bottom side, continuously trying to pressure in onto this inner turret. But right now, it's just another standstill in this game. Silver Dream making his way back after successfully pulling off that 1v2.
Yeah, and in the madness of Silver Dream buying all that time, the second Drake was taken by Arkansas. So now we do have a Mountain Rift. It will be a Mountain Soul available for them. The next Drake coming up in 3 minutes, 45 seconds. So plenty of time as now it looks like it's time to start sieging Tier 1 turrets. The item spikes are in. There's enough power in these members to start sieging, to start fighting. And be about finding that kind of play. They look for it, right? U of Illinois did with Usopp flashing over the wall to try to take care of Silver Dream, but they were not ready for what Silver Dream was bringing to the party.
Yeah, definitely not. And this Wukong just continues to get stronger and stronger as the game progresses. Also has those two dragons as the Mountain Rift has been formed on the backside of that trade up in the top side. So right now, Arkansas is in a good spot. They have a 2,500 gold lead. They have those two Drakes. They have gold in the right places. Illinois College, though, there's still a lot of potential for the fights to turn around in their favor. They have a lot of the good team fighting. They have this Zeri, of course. So just have to find the right opportunity.
Are they going to try and dive this? No? Good zone
Here
control, though. Nicely done.
We'll go down. Yeah, XOAC does such a good job at zoning away the rest of the players. They end up getting that tower as well. Taking a look at the gold here, it is mostly Arkansas up top. Of course, Silver Dream leading the charge, but Usopp actually not very far behind despite all the kills going over. So it'll be an interesting matchup to continue to watch out for in that side lane as it continues to progress. Might change a little bit soon. We see Arkansas making some plays up towards this top side. It's going to be hard to dive this Mundo here, DJ.
Might be. They do have Ignite coming off cooldown.
See if they do it. Cyclone coming through. Teleport to match from Temporary. Do they burn the Mundo fast enough? They do. Temporary gets here just a little bit too late and will not be able to capitalize.
So a resounding yes to that question, Graves, as they absolutely obliterate. They didn't even use the Ignite. I mean, he just melted in the face of those two members, and that's a Senna Karma on one item. I mean, I hate to imagine what happens when Senna gets to two items, finishes his Mormana, and continues to scale. And we can get a soul check from production here. Next time I do get around to it, we'd love to see where that Senna is on the progress bar, because really that is the mark to let you know how strong this champion is getting. And based on that, the damage that came out there, I would imagine doing pretty well for himself as I look at trees.
Yeah, has those two items 50, as well. Okay. 50 stacks is the count here for I look at trees. Going for the farming build with the tier as well, so we're able to stack some gold. So, you know, if he was a fasting Senna, might have a little bit more souls in that regard, but instead, just going to prioritize getting some of those itemizations through, looking for that rapid fire cannon next. The Senna continue to scale up alongside this Zeri.
Senna and Zeri will likely be two big focal points as this game progresses. I mean, the infinite scaling on Senna is always something that you have to talk about as games get into this later stage, Grapes. But of course, we sort of have an idea of how strong. Okay, Senna. Okay, missed. We sort of have an idea of how strong Zeri is in the late game. We've heard and seen that it's pretty busted, but that's if you can pilot it. It's a little more conditional than Senna, I would say, but nonetheless still a very, very potent late game option.
Illinois College going really aggressive here. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Will be soul point for Arkansas if they're able to pick it up, and they know it. They want to fight. Teleport coming in from this Nivea and the Wukong on the opposite side. We'll see who decides to begin the fight, but Arkansas successfully winning priority around this pit.
Yeah, normally you would want to see a Wukong coming in on the flank instead of TPing to mid there, but when you are playing with an Nivea, hold on, there's the engage.
Here we go. Engage coming forward from XOHD. Stunned up is Holmgeier, and he will get taken down immediately. Silver Dream doing the work with the Cyclone. So much zoning power out of this Arkansas composition. They stun up Subsidize on the backside, and Lambo is doing the work with the Ice Shard. Subsidize has the movement speed. Will he be able to get out? Very, very, very low health bar, but XOHD will be the one to finish the job. 4 straight kills over to Arkansas, and Usopp is the lone survivor.
Yep, and so far the Senna scaling going to be the one that wins out. Everybody's just healed up, sped up, and it's a good initial engage. Once they burst out Holmgeier, there's no more peel remaining. That sort of pseudo peel with the Crescent Guard is completely gone. Temporary melts and Subsidized never gets a chance to really get into the fight. Beautiful engage from U of Arkansas, and they will blow this game wide open. A third Drake, a Baron, and with their composition, the zone control and the range that they will have, sieging is going to be very, very potent for them.
We're talking about this 5v5 composition for Arkansas here earlier while we were discussing the draft here, DJ. And it worked out really, really well. They just lay in all of their ultimates, all their abilities right down the middle of Illinois College, and poof, they're just gone like that. They pick up the Baron as well. About an 8,000 gold lead here for UA. They're going to look to continue to try and push in, break open the base of Illinois College, and take an early 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, they do split it up. Of course, you want to keep a couple members at least around the Anivia. I would imagine it's more of a 4-1 than a 1-3-1. You could probably send Silver Dreams out to the side lane, 5-1-3 on this Wukong, nearing his third item, and has been given the runaround a little bit to Usopp and Holmgeier. Usopp, of course, has been able to farm up very nicely, but in terms of the actual fighting mechanics, Silver Dream has had their number on this Monkey King, and he's going to try to be the side lane presence this hopefully final push for U of Arkansas, if you are a U of Arkansas fan, and he's just going to go right on in. I mean, Usopp's half HP. He has to flash.
Nice usage of the ultimate there from Silver Dream, just trying to get Usopp in a bit of a dangerous spot, knowing that the HP advantage is in his favor. He is Mundo, pretty tanky if he doesn't have that ulted Cyclone for Silver Dream, so we'll see if he's able to match up in the side lane, as the rest of University of Arkansas will certainly be able to push this wave in. 4 members strong in the mid lane are IC, as UA will go for the 1-3-1. Lazy Lambo going to pick up this inner tower down in the bot lane and maybe make his way over to mid to finish the rest of the work with the rest of his team.
Yeah, they will go for the 1-3-1. I think they see how high Usopp is defending this, right? He's defending a tier 1 turret, so if you're that high up the map, your team has to kind of shade your way, or you can just get collapsed upon. That's allowing Lazy Lambo to just sit here in this bottom lane pretty much untouched, and they are still duking it out around that tier 1 turret, which means it's basically just a 4v4 down here, but Usopp does have a TP advantage. Keep your eyes on that.
Yep, not too much vision in position for Usopp to maybe go for a bit of a TP flank, but it is both the inhibitor turrets taken down early for the side of University of Arkansas. The inhibitors are now both exposed. Illinois College might have to make a move soon. It is that outer turret finally falling here for Silver Dream, forcing Usopp back. The siege will still continue. Inhibitor at about 30% HP, and it looks like U of A are going to focus a little bit somewhere else. They're going to go towards this Mundo, sitting about half HP. They're going to easily finish the job. Silver Dream now unstoppable. That's just very, very good macro play coming out from University of Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean, they knew he was there the whole time, right? He does not base, and once the mid lane's gone, they force the support that was there for Usopp back into the base. They just walk over and say, okay, you are overextended, my friend. Down goes the Mundo, and down goes the base defense. One last engage from Heimerger.
Holmgeier wants to go really badly. Double knockup on the other side. As Dawning Shadow will keep U of A's health bars up. Temporary taking a whole lot of damage. Lazy Lambo as well. The ticks are burning through. Nice use of the Monsoon to knock away I Look at Trees, but it's not going to be enough. XOHD picks up his 5th straight kill as Holmgeier goes down. Only 3 left now for Illinois College as the inhibitor falls.
Yeah, the members of Illinois looking like trees in the face of I Look at Trees, because he's just running up, autoing them, slowing them. They can't get onto him. There's a little bit of damage.
Turn maybe temporary. Going to get rooted up, though. XOHD thought about it, but decides to just play it safe. go for the resets and maybe focus on this Soul Point Dragon that's spawning in about 75 seconds.
Yeah, man, I think it's the right call, right? You've done your damage. You've done what you needed to. The entire top lane from tier 1 all the way to the inhibitor is now busted. You've got an open bottom lane, and you got the mid lane inhibitor on your way out. This is so much pressure for Illinois College to deal with, and their wave clear is not that great. It's really just temporary. That sounded interesting. That it's only just temporary. Really, to clear that one away. I guess it will only be temporary because I think this game pretty much firmly in Arkansas's hands as they are setting up for this final Drake. I imagine Illinois College will have to throw caution to the wind and contest this. A Mountain Soul will be far too long of a bridge for them to cross, and that will be where U of Arkansas looks to put the nail in this first game.
Stock up on your last items, maybe buy an elixir or two, because
they got him.
Might be the last fight of the game.
Homeguyer, no!
Homeguyer's in a bad spot, getting picked out before the rest of the fight can even begin, and XOHD picks up the kill.
The sneaky bird is the early bird, is the bird that gets the worm, and Lacey Lambo finds a very clever flank on this Anivia of all champions to pick off Homeguyer, and that should just be the death knell, even if it doesn't happen now. A Mountain Soul on a team that's already ahead with a scaling Senna is going to be so hard to kill. Really, at this point, we are hoping for a subsidized miracle fight to try to turn this game around. Otherwise, it is looking like U of Arkansas is set to close this one out and take the series lead.
One inhibitor left available for the taking for University of Arkansas, and that will be where they go. They have a wave pushing bot, a wave pushing mid as well. XOHD zoning out the rest of the Illinois College team with that steadfast presence. The final inhibitor will fall. Just the Nexus turrets now up for the taking. University of Arkansas looking to end this game, look to take this first game of this best of 3. Homeguy going to try to dash forward, trying to have the miracle steal, but he ends up getting instantly deleted. The XOHD on the backside is doing work on the temporary. Subsidized is the Zeri, but the Zeri will not be able to do enough. A double kill onto Silver Dream as they're making their way now onto Usopp, getting knocked up by the Cyclone. Health bar ticking rather low. Subsidized still free hitting, but he just does no damage. A triple kill over to Silver Dream, and another one will go down. The final nail in the coffin is Zeri. Falling Nexus is now open, and University of Arkansas pick up a rather clean Game 1 victory over IC.
Graves, I'm surprised you didn't call out the final play of the game was the Poppy Anivia interaction that you were looking for as XOHD flashed into the fountain to heroic charge the Zeri back into the wall as they closed out the game. That was a pretty fun end to what started as a very slow game, but give some props to U of Arkansas. They knew that they had the scaling advantage with the Senna. They played it out very, very well in the team fights. And I think a lot of props in particular to Silver Dream for absorbing a ton of pressure in the top lane at critical moments with ganks flying his way and outplaying pretty much every single one of them en route to Arkansas's Game 1 win.
Yeah, there's weak side tops, and then there was what Silver Dreams did up there in the top lane. Played the weak side and was able to end up with like 4 straight kills out of laning phase. And really nice job by him, able to capitalize on the top side focus from Illinois College and allowing the rest of his team to kind of open up a little bit and scale up to that eventual victory. And looking forward, Illinois College, they did fine in the early game, but it just came down to some of those later game macro decisions that led to their downfall.
Yeah, I think maybe they thought they had a little more scaling than they did, or would be able to scale, into the game better, would be able to actually approach fights. But it just felt like once that game sort of opened up, right, every time they were getting caught by the CC. And if you weren't someone named Zeri, you really had no way to get out of it, right? And once that started to happen, once U of Arkansas started to get the lead, it was so hard for them to walk into choke points, to walk to objectives. And as we predicted with that chain of CC, the team fighting was just too easy from U of Arkansas. They got the critical team fights, they got the critical objectives, and that was all they really needed to get the win.
Yep, absolutely. And we'll see if they are able to close out the 2-0 or if Illinois College will be forcing that Game 3. Before we take a short break, I want to thank some of our sponsors here with Unified and the Midwest Esports Conference. Thank you to Atlantic, Topalti, Gangster, and of course, Skulls, where you can get a lot of cool gear. If you're looking to upgrade any of it, look no further. You can start your 2022 off right with some official Unified Esports merchandise brought to you by Skulls. Hoodies, joggers, jerseys, armbands, and a whole lot more are coming soon. You have the skill, now get the swag. Skulls.com/collections/unified has everything you need. Gear up, game on, Skulls. Game 2 between Illinois College and Arkansas coming up after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're here for our Game 2 matchup between Illinois College and the University of Arkansas. Once again, I'm Grapes. This is DJ. Had a lot of fun here in the Midwest Esports Conference, the first day of action as the round robins are beginning to kind of conclude. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We have the end of this series and then one more after that with GVU taking on Drury. But DJ, we got to talk about that series that we have on our hands right now. Illinois College. So starting the game a little bit even, but Arkansas ended up capitalizing on some really key macro plays up in the top lane.
Yeah, there was a lot of good work done by the top laner for for Arkansas, right? That's really where the game opened up. I mean, he outplayed like 2 or 3 ganks up there. So just beautiful stuff to give his team the ability to take the objectives on the bottom side. And that's really where they did separate themselves. But it was a slow burn, right, from Arkansas in that game, number one. Everyone was very happy to farm up in the early game. We did not get the first Rift Herald until after plating had already fallen. That is how slow the tempo was. So I think it'll be fine for Arkansas because they won the game, right? They can keep the strategy the same and draft to outscale. I think maybe there was just a miscommunication about how to approach that game or whether Illinois did outscale because they opted into that in the early game as well and didn't really have the tools to force onto their opposition outside of Holmgeier, who was sent pretty far behind in the early stages. So they're going to have to kind of do one or the other. You either need to really draft outscale and get rid of the Senna, or you're going to have to pick a little bit more, a few more tools in the early game to impress yourself upon the enemy. Make sure that they can't just kind of sit back freely, take the Sinivia, take the Senna, and say, yeah, we're going to win the game with our zone control and range in the late game.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a similar situation to what we saw at Game 2 between Ottawa and Ohio Northern. We wanted Ohio Northern after that Game 1 to be a little bit more proactive on the map because eventually, as we saw getting closer and closer to the late game, Arkansas were just able to take over. So if Illinois College can get some of these early lane advantages, maybe through their jungler in terms of just impacting the map a little bit more in Holmgeier, maybe that could be the thing that pushes them over the edge to get to that Game 3. But Arkansas still looking incredibly dominant throughout that first game. And so wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more priority maybe given around that early game and maybe just waiting for the scaling a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll see what the options are, right? We'll see if there is a flip. First of all, and it looks like there is. Arkansas going to end up on the blue side this time around, so Illinois will get themselves on the other edge of the map, and maybe that does allow them to draft a little bit more scaling, shift it up slightly. Hell, maybe we see something completely different from these two teams. We'll find out in a couple seconds. We're going to get these bands coming through. Again, I would expect you of Arkansas to keep it pretty consistent. I would expect them to reach for the Senna, try to get that back because I think it worked extremely well for them in the fighting later on. And if they can get Silver Dream back on the Wukong, that wouldn't be too bad either for them on blue side. But they will have to deal with the 2 picks coming in and the counters that IC will have available. And for IC, I would like to see Usopp on something with a little more agency, with a little more ability to fight, right? We heard that he's pretty mechanically gifted, that he does like to play these carries. And yes, he is a freshman, but we've heard prodigy freshman. I would like to see him be able to go up against Silver Dream, right? That Mundo did not give him a lot of agency in the fights. It didn't give him a lot of agency in the lane either. So I'd like to see something he can really kind of dig his teeth into and get at Silver Dream.
Yeah, and especially considering now that Illinois College are on the red side, could open up the potential for sort of counterpick to go through on that R5. We'll see if it ends up going towards Usopp or towards Temporary. But a very solid Game 1 as well. Rounding out the first ban phase in just a little bit, we see Corky, Diana, Jin, Thresh, and Caitlyn taken off the board. Once again, a lot of priority around the marks and power picks here in the early stages of this draft.
So Jinx would have been the ban last time away from I Look at Trees, but I think they're considering the Senna. Instead, they'll ban the Zeri. And yeah, they're just, okay, they're going to hover Elise. Interesting hover. And we'll see if the Senna is the early priority, but it will be available if Arkansas wants to take it in this first slot, and they will just do that. It worked for them Game 1. I think this makes sense to start Game 2 draft.
Absolutely. And seeing how I Look at Trees was able to scale up and really do a lot, even starting from that level 1 play, hiding in that bush alongside Tuttle. Always something that we have to keep your eyes on in terms of a champion that can really scale. Also has some prio in certain lane matchups. So we'll see what ends up happening here as we try to conclude the rest of this draft. The Janna, this time, will be going on to the other side, still into the hands of Lone Force. So we'll see if they try to round out their bot lane composition or look for something else.
Okay, gonna go for a Viego onto home guy. I do like the switch up, right? It felt like the Xin Zhao was a little ineffective, and Viego definitely has more tools to come back if you are a little bit behind or fall behind. But I mean, I was saying that you of Arkansas didn't need to change much. I mean, I guess you could just literally change nothing.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, that's kind of the solution here that Arkansas are trying to maybe go for in this situation. So with that Poppy coming through as well, we saw it towards the jungle in the last game. Obviously still have some flexibility decisions, but if things are going to be similar to what they were like in game 1, it will be that Wukong in the top lane with the Poppy in the jungle going over to XOHD. On the other side though, Illinois round out their first phase of the draft with a Seraphine pick, going very much more into the Enchanter territory.
Okay, I like the Seraphine pick to pair with what they have. There's already some disengage in their bottom lane with this Janna, but really what it provides is over-the-top damage for the Viego, and it provides reach, right? This Encore has so much range if you hit multiple people that it can disrupt the Senna composition, where really you just want to, 4 bodies in front of Senna, keep her safe, she'll heal you, she'll shield you, it's all fine. If you can reach that Senna and dissuade the initial engage, I think this is a pretty decent counter strat into it. We'll see what they can partner it up with for the rest of the draft, but I think it's a clever third pick to round out the first phase.
Yeah, and head into the second, we're seeing the Anivia and the Jinx both taken off the board. We're seeing a little bit of differences in terms of which champions are being locked in for their respective roles. Arkansas still have to pick up that mid and support. We're on the side of IC. I'm expecting the Seraphine to be going towards the mid lane, so top and AD carrier where they're going to look at here.
Yep, and there goes the Jinx away from subsidized, just a common AD carry. At the moment, I see that we've banned the specialty picks away from Lambo after that Anivia was a very terrifying last game. Both that and the Vigar are off the table. Now we have the Camille out as well. Interesting to see the Camille banned away when you do already have a Poppy, but maybe you don't want Sen to get locked down, and that would be fascinating. Okay, it's not going to get locked down. I would say a Callista would be fascinating because that could absolutely dominate a lane against Senna. There's really no way for Senna to impress herself upon a Callista. You do have to have it in the pocket, and Draven would do something similar. It's going to be the Tristana, though. One of Subsidize's favorite from last season. We haven't seen it in a long time, but it is something that can dish out the damage to burst away a Senna.
It's another way to look at how you can try to play against a champion like this Senna. You have maybe the Zeri for some of the scaling picks, maybe in that regard, but Subsidize will be able to get a lot of priority in the laning phase against I look at trees. If this is this does end up being a bot lane Tristana, could see still some flexibility going around, maybe a double enchanter bot lane or something crazy like that, but I'm expecting Subsidize to be picking this one up. On the other side, we're seeing that Victor lock in for Lazy Lambo. He's going to stick to that traditional control mage play as they look to round out their composition with the Karma.
Same bottom lane, essentially the same mid laner. It's just zone control. I mean, this is essentially the same composition from U of Arkansas. There's not much to say. You're going to see similar gameplay. They're going to want to scale up, let the Senna get to the Oblivion points. We'll see what IC's answer is. When is the hover? But they're still bouncing around. I would really like to see a little bit more engage from them, considering the Janna. And this kind of fits the bill, actually. I kind of like this Aurelia pick. They should end up in the top lane, I would imagine, with the Seraphine going into the mid lane, and should have a pretty solid time into Wukong, and gives them another option to get onto that back line, right? That ultimate coming out from the Aurelia can really open up and slow down a squad, gives them a nice AD option and some extra dive damage alongside this Viego. So I actually like how they've rounded out this comp on Illinois' side, because if you're going to face the same thing, and we know what happened in game 1 where you just got outscaled, you have to impose yourself more on this early game, right? You have to have the ability to make plays and go at these members and get some kills, get yourself ahead. It also fits the bill for an Usopp champion, right? Get him something that he can actually take on Silver Dream with. So IC has really answered all the things that I wanted to see in this draft. Now it is about executing on it, because this draft does need to get ahead, or we will see the same thing where U of Arkansas is just going to outscale them into oblivion and will win the game as it goes past 28, 30, 35 minutes.
I do like the way that Illinois has set up their composition a little bit more than they did in game 1. When you take a look at the big damage dealers for Arkansas, a lot of the backline is very squishy. Lazy Lambo on the Victor, Senna for I Look at Trees, and Sir Tuttle on the Karma But on top of being squishy, also rather immobile. And there's a lot of tools that Illinois College have set up to try and attack that backline and eliminate some of these squishy targets early, whether it's a Vanguard's edge coming out from USOP, an encore from Temporary, or just subsidized, dashing through the backside with the rocket jumps. And so a lot more opportunities potentially for IC to pick and choose the fights that they want. On the other side, though, Arkansas, if they can allow XOHD and Silver Dream to play the front line well, might be a little bit harder for these engages to come through.
Yeah, it could be a little bit tricky, but I do like the options for Engage, like you were saying, more than I liked them in game one, and mostly because of what I was talking about with the reach, right? There's just the ability to reach that back line this time around where it really wasn't there in game number one. So they'll try and disengage as much as they can. They have the Poppy, of course. They have the Wukong to go back in, but I think the options available for IC can overcome those barriers, and they do have the tools with which to go attack this composition for U of Arkansas. So we'll definitely see a different game, Grapes. I don't think IC is going to be sitting around waiting like they were in game one, thinking that they could match the scaling to some degree. They are going to want objectives. They're going to want kills, and they should be the ones looking for early plays, particularly around what should be a volatile lane in the top side.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if there's a matchup we got to watch out for, going to be that Wukong into the Aurelia Usopp on a carry champion this time instead of that Dr. Mundo. And we saw what happened when Silver Dream was able to get ahead in that last game, being able to do so much damage to either all the players, either tanky or squishy. But if Usopp is able to get a bit of an advantage in the early game, we see Aurelia's being able to take over the Rift if they are able to, get that early advantage. And so I'm expecting to see a decent amount of jungle attention up there for both of these teams because their top laners definitely have the ability to carry these games if they get ahead.
Certainly should, right? We've already seen Silver Dream do it. Now it's Usopp's turns to have a couple of keys added to his keychain. He had about one last game, maybe like half of one, something like that. Grapes. Now he's got about like 4 or 5, right? He's got some keys. He can open some doors, and I'm excited to see what he can do with it. We've heard he is super mechanically gifted. He is a young, up and coming player as a freshman at the school, but now's a chance to really make your mark, get the series to a third game, try to start off on the right foot in the MEC. And I do like that they are giving this trust to their very young star and the rest of the squad to chase this game and say, we're not happy with how game one was. We can do better. Let's go push the pace.
We'll have the ability to try and get that tempo. Remember, you said the scaling for the side of Arkansas still is there, but I see they have to be the ones to make the plays around the map if they want the game outcome to be a little bit different. About to get on the Rift for this second game between Illinois College and Arkansas. Of course, U of A wanting to get off to the CLO season on the right foot, but Illinois College, they have the tools, they have the abilities to maybe try to come back, force that deciding game 3. The first one that we would have today.
Yeah, would be the first best of 3, actually. That is a good reminder, right? We're still looking for that one. So IC could be the one to bring it home. Otherwise, we're relying on either GVU or Drury at the end of the day. So come on, boys, send us to a full series. Let's not see a clean start. Let's get some mess. Let's get some chaos. Let's get some madness, as we love here in the MEC. Give us that aggressive gameplay that I'm looking for.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of very standard passive early games in the last couple of series, but yeah, wouldn't mind a little bit of action, a little bit of 2v2 kills early on, or 1v1 solo kills and things like that. So we'll see if that ends up happening. If not, still got a lot of really good team fighters on both of these teams. So it's gonna be some fun stuff to call no matter what.
I always find it ironic that I want so much blood in League of Legends, Grapes, because I was a center back in college, and so when I'm casting soccer, I just want like defense and like solid organization. I remember calling myself out on a broadcast. I'm like, yeah, sorry guys, if it sounds like I'm defender biased, it's because I'm defender biased. But this time around, I'm very offender biased. I want a lot of kills. I want offensive bias for those Halo fans out there. And I want to see all of that blood, but we are getting a short pause. Blood pause. We're getting a short pause at the start of the game. So we will be starting shortly. Just shouldn't be too much. I think it's just a very small issue. Should be into the second game of our best of 3 series here fairly shortly.
I'd like to thank everyone here for staying with us here at the Midwest Esports Conference, as well as all of you guys watching from the LAN. Hope you guys are all having a good time. I saw the food.
Yeah, thanks for sending us the picture of the pizza.
Earlier. We appreciate it.
Now I want to order pizza.
We're almost there. I'm actually in the Northeast right now, and there's a big blizzard outside. So I don't think I can even like leave my room at this point because I'm just like completely snowed in at this point.
Oh, you're getting the nor'easter right now, huh?
Yeah, I've been inside for all day because I've been covering this tournament, but
you would have been inside all day anyway.
No. I was not. Yeah, but I've been inside all day anyway because of all the snow that's been happening.
Yeah.
I think some of my friends went sledding earlier, and I'm a bit jealous. But
Oh dang.
well, there's always tomorrow
I
or
say
the
we
next day after that.
got like 6 inches in Chicago yesterday.
Oh, really?
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
So we're
I was digging out my my stairs, my porch, everything.
yeah. I live in a student dorm, so the school does that for me. That's what I pay for to live here. But we are on to the Rift for the second game. University of Arkansas looking to close the series out against Illinois College. Let's go. Whoa, hold on, DJ. It's a Tristana mid.
That is a
Double Enchanter
Tristana
bot
mid,
lane,
and that is a double
subsidized
enchanter
lane
bot
force.
lane.
Huh. Well, that's something to look out for. I mean, Tristana still has the early laning phase advantage in the mid lane against somebody like this Victor. But we were talking about how the bot lane interacts and what you want to do against the Senna. You can either go aggressive with the Tristana, or you can go for this super scaling composition like Subsidize and Lone Force are going to be doing on this Seraphine Janna.
It is an interesting adaptation. It certainly makes the farming a little bit easier. Re-range is a lot higher than it would have been on the Tristana early on, and you're less susceptible to poke. You pretty much have sustain through the lane. The lane should be fairly free. There's a lot of sustain on both of these or on both these bottom lanes, and neither one of them really has the ability to impress upon the other ones. So I would expect this lane to be pretty much farming it up, which I still do think favors Arkansas. I mean, Senna just scales better than both of these champions. If this was Sona Seraphine, I'd be a little more hype on the scaling aspect because Sona is just so unbelievably broken with the auras in the very late stages of the game. What I like a little bit more about this swap is what happens in mid lane. We haven't seen a Tristana mid in a while, but you can really pressure out control mages who just want to sit back. They want to clear waves and farm. They don't have the tools on this Victor does lazy to really contest you in the early game, and any mistake he does make could get heavily punished, which is what we want to see for this early pressure.
Once again, I look at Trees and Sir Toodle going aggressive and getting that advantageous level 1 for the second game in a row in this bot lane duo. Interestingly enough, though, Illinois College also has a new jungler. It is Hulk stepping in on the Viego. So it looks like we'll see a bit of a different look from this IC lineup, looking to maybe change up some of their strategies here going into this game.
And again, just suggests, right, that the game one did not go to plan. Maybe not the early game plan or just not the plan in general, but not quite working out for them against the scaling. And it is a different jungler. It is a very different look, both bottom lane, both compositionally. So again, I'm happy with Illinois College making the adjustments and trying to change the course of this series. We'll see if Hulk can find those plays that they have brought him in for to try to push them ahead and keep this series going.
And so far, getting a bit ahead in terms of the clear department right now. XOHD actually taken pretty low before taking down that blue buff. We'll have a smite available, so not really worried about him dying, so to speak, but it will be Hulk getting that priority around the top side river, maybe even looking for an invade.
He's up a couple of camps already. He's cleared a lot faster. He's headed up towards top side.
Yeah,
but
wow.
The Silver Dawn's pushed in. I mean, Silver Dream's pushed in. There's not much you can do here. Just cover, maybe.
Getting that early priority in the top lane as well. And now Hulk and XOHD might be fighting over this Rift Scuttler a little bit. XOHD does have the priority, doesn't have the smite, and neither does Hulk. Lazy Lambo coming up, but so is Usopp on the Aurelia.
Here comes the Tristana, though. They have to back away.
2v2. There goes, there comes Temporary, and out goes U of A. It's going to be IC picking up the first Scuttle. Sorry.
And nicely done. This is the kind of tempo we want to see, right? There's no kills over the Scuttle, but you're imposing your will. You're saying, no, you cannot have this. We are going to move. We are going to be proactive. We're going to take these objectives. It's a nice start for Hulk, who's out to a couple camp lead plus that Scuttle bug. We'll be feeling very good about the fact that they've gotten this positive start.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a pretty good spot for them to be in, just getting the small advantages, so to speak. And they have pushing all the lanes. They're picking up these objectives, getting early priority. All you want to see out of Illinois College so far. The gold is, again, stuck at about 2,500. I think it's just a bug with some of the spectator clients that we're running here on Unified. We'll try to update you guys as much as possible in terms of who is ahead. But in the meantime, might see a bit of a gank here up in the top side. Silver Dream does not know that Hulk is in the area. There comes the stun, matched up with the Spectral Mob, and a nice W out from Silver Dream to get away.
Yeah, Silver Dream's just absorbing the pressure once again. You look across the map, there are a couple camps available, and they're going to be taken away by XOHD, so there is a price to pay, and one of them even is that Heralded Gromp that will be stolen away. There's a flash, though.
Getting the early root. Subsidize has very little mana. The more piercing light combined with the root, the autos will finish the job. First blood. Going over to I Look at Trees, looking to trade some back onto Lone Forest. Won't be able to find the kill. But Arkansas strike first in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's just great recognition from I Look at Trees. Sees there's no mana. He sees that Subsidize is trying to force the lane in to get a reset and just flashes straight on him. Lands the root. It's as easy as you like from that point on. And the lane that was picked to match up against the poke and the scaling falls behind early on. I Look at Trees and Sir Tuttle looking great.
Absolutely. And once again, just continued success down in the bot lane for University of Arkansas. Subsidize misses out on some farm, obviously, with these double enchanter compositions. Not the worst thing, but you still want to get your players ahead as much as possible. Gold is never a bad thing. But it's going to be them playing probably on this weak side for the time being. The big wave is going to crash in. Subsidize will be there to collect it, so not a whole lot lost there.
Yeah, not much lost, and just going to be forcing this one in. They will get their reset off to pick up this gold and see what the buy is. It's a pretty nice buy for the Karma. What is the Senna going to get? Going to go back to the lethality build, so sticking with the first strike and lethality, and it's a great buy with that serrated dirt, which is so strong in the early game. This item is like, it's like so much better than like almost every other 1100 gold buy in Grapes. It's kind of insane, honestly.
Yeah, it does a whole lot of damage for sure. And having that on I Look at Trees, working towards that Eclipse as well. You don't need that like the Glacial Augment slows because it just comes with the Q now onto I Look at Trees. And so able to get some more income here with that first strike instead. Looking to just continue to scale up, get some more items, and be as strong as they were in that first game.
You can see an ulti actually pop there by Lazy Lambo to go back to base. And again, this is what Arkansas are looking for. They don't mind wasting ultimates. They don't mind using resources to get their farm, to get their scaling. That's what they're playing for. They know the longer this game goes, they know the more that they get, the better it is for them. It is Illinois College who are on the clock. Actually, I'm gonna grab my watch and I'm gonna set a timer here because I gotta know when the clock strikes midnight for Illinois. I'll let you know, right? The clock will get bigger and bigger, or excuse me, smaller and smaller as we go on. It'll start from the Alice in Wonderland clock and like Big Ben and slowly go down.
Well, we'll see. Maybe Usopp can do something here in this trade. But whoa, look at the burst coming out of Silver Dream. The Cyclone Q combined with the Ignite was enough to take down Usopp, and really, really big trade coming out from Silver Dream again.
Hello, may I introduce you to the item known as Sheen, Grapes. So that was a whole heck of a lot of empowered Q damage coming through, and a meeting of the minds of two champions who rely on only one component to be fully online. Wukong with the Sheen and Aurelia with the Vampiric Scepter. Unfortunately, it is Silver Dream who gets the trade correct and once again is helped out by the Ignite that he took in the lane. It's himself another solo kill on Usopp.
Bot lane, rooted up is Subsidized once again. There's Dawning Shadow is available. We'll use the ultimate and we'll take down the Seraphine again. Arkansas have 3 straight kills in this game.
And it is just looking so good for Arkansas. We came in out of the draft saying that Illinois was going to need to push the pace, get an early lead, but it is Arkansas who are getting the lead just from laning advantages. They are just picking up solo kills. They have yet to take an objective. The Dragon's still there. The Rift's still there. And oh no, hold. Not like this.
Looking for something
Not
here,
like
trying
this.
to get the Gromp. Let the man do his Gromp. Heartbreaker out to keep him alive, but it's just the mental damage at that point.
Oh, it's worse than that. He lost the Gromp, so he loses all the EXP. He's not going to be able to walk back in here with how far behind they are, and no Temporary's in trouble.
Oh no, the Chaos Storm is taking very, very low. Buster Shot out onto Lazy Lambo. One more laser takes him to below 50 HP. One more auto will secure the kill, and Lazy Lambo ends up getting it.
And it's every lane. It's every lane now that's gotten a solo kill. Arkansas is just styling on Illinois at this point, Grapes. Everybody has been playing their part. It's a 3K gold lead due to that. Again, sorry for the spectator glitch with the gold, but now you know it's 3K. It's a first Drake. It's gold leads in every single lane, and it's just disaster for Illinois.
How's that clock looking, DJ?
It's very small, Grapes. It has shrunk.
Ticking?
It has shrunk
Ticking?
surprisingly rapidly. I can barely even hear the hands ticking anymore.
Well, hopefully Illinois are able to grow that clock up a bit longer, but it is Arkansas picking up this first Drake. Gonna be that Infernal, added some extra offensive stats to the players that already do a decent amount of damage. We see Hulk trying to get something back by taking away the top side jungle of Arkansas, but a trade like that, you're willing to take any day of the week.
Yeah, certainly happy with this trade. The first Drake is just fine, and you can see already dipping down to ward on the Rift Herald, which honestly just should be the next thing in their eyes.
Okay.
Although,
Going for the proactive play is Illinois College onto Lazy Lambo, but the stun on
No.
the gravity field is enough to seal the deal. Lazy Lambo outplaying the 1v2.
And Lazy Lambo just giving it to him again. He gets a kill on a 1v2. The solo kill wasn't enough. He handles that brilliantly, puts the gravity well in the perfect place. And now with this Victor 2-0, already nearing the mythic item. I mean, I can barely even see my watch anymore, Grapes. Like, it's so small, I can barely pick it up. It can't fit on my wrist, that's for sure.
Looking very, very good for Arkansas right now. Illinois College need to make some plays. They need to make them fast. They want to stay alive in this game. Silver Dream getting the better hand of Usopp in this trade as well. We'll be able to lifesteal enough under this wave, but the jungler is coming here for Arkansas. Hulk is here to match, but have to be careful here is Usopp. Vanguard's Edge coming forward, has to dash and slash around the minions, looking for the outplay, not able to find it. I look at Trees is the one with the final blow with the Dawning Shadow from downtown.
I look at Trees going to be maybe buying dinner tonight for that kill steal. But you'll take it, right? You just be like, I was giving you a shield,
saved
guys.
your life.
I was giving you a shield. It's a classic thing that I say to all of my solo laners when I take kills from them with Dawning Shadow, too.
And, you know, 3 kills on the Senna. Obviously, Silver Dream wishes he had that one back, but either way, still going to have that advantageous matchup against Usopp for the time being. So, not the worst thing. It's just good guy Wukong giving the kills over, but now it's a 6-0 lead for University of Arkansas, looking stronger and stronger by the minute.
Yeah, 4K gold lead now at 11 minutes 45 seconds, and still waiting around to see when the Rift Herald will go down. It's on the table. It has been something that U of Arkansas has not been concerned with going for, and of course, really at this point, Graves, they don't really need it, right? I mean, Rift Herald is a buff that is used to accelerate the pace of the game by getting you the gold on the platings, and at this point, 4K up with a scaling composition, you don't even really need to accelerate. You can sit back here, you can collect your farm, you can continue to punish mistakes, and at some point, those mistakes are just going to be, they're going to show very, very quickly, and they're going to be punished very, very hard. They've already gotten punished pretty hard, and it will just get worse.
Yeah, kill leads, CS leads across the map here for University of Arkansas. One shining light is Hulk on this Viego. It has been able to keep up in farm with XOHD, but staying even is probably not going to be enough to 1v9 these games unless Hulk can pull off some miraculous plays. We've seen him go for some of these aggressive ganks, especially there in the mid lane. Did not work out too well, but you can see that the desire to go for these things and try to stay alive in this game definitely there.
Yeah, and they are going to need to find some more angles to fight back around any of these objectives, right? If they can somehow draw U of Arkansas to an objective by starting it up, maybe that is the way. But you got to give yourselves a chance, and trying to fish for it is what we want to see. We saw it from Purdue Northwest earlier. We need to see it now from Illinois, because again, like, we could just sit here and U of Arkansas can just be happy with their 6 kill lead, their 4K gold lead. We could sit here until, you know, Baron comes up, and they'll just walk around Baron and threaten it with their team fighting composition. So there is still a little bit of an onus for any kind of comeback for Illinois to find a way, to find an angle to get themselves back into this game. And starting up the Rift Herald, maybe not the worst idea.
Well, it might not be the best, as the top side of Arkansas is hovering around this objective. Lazy Lambo is here as well. Hulk going to use the Heartbreaker to try to get away. Another dash as well, and Lazy Lambo just using so much of his zoning power to get the rest of this Illinois College team away from the objective. And Arkansas is just going to say thanks for the leash and picked up Shelly.
Yep, and it's just what we said. You know, I appreciate the effort in trying to make those plays. I think that's something you're going to have to do. It's never going to feel great, and that's why, because it is what U of Arkansas is looking for. They're sitting here, they're waiting, and they are punishing when they see the opportunity, and it has been ruthless thus far in this game too.
Absolutely, and right now for Illinois College, still some hope. You still have decent amount of scaling in your competition. Obviously, any team with double enchanters and a couple of champions that do a whole lot of auto attacking can definitely be dangerous. But Usopp has to be in trouble again. There comes the Cyclone, the Ignite as well. Dodged away from the sun is Silver Dream, and he does it again. Kill number 2 onto the Aurelia.
That was just so slick from Silver Dream. I mean, the clone there to dodge the second part of the Flawless Duet was just silky smooth. Lovely solo kill.
Another kill, another influx of gold into the hands of University of Arkansas. They work towards this next objective, Ocean Dragon on the map, but Illinois College might want to try to contest this. It's a 4v3 for now, as Lazy Lambo doesn't have an avenue to get into the fight just yet. And I see, gonna start this one up.
Yeah, this is smart on tempo. Silver Dream has TP, but no ultimate, so he's not that useful if he comes in. There's no TP on Lazy Lambo. They could take this. There's the ulti. They missed!
It'll be a 50-50 for the Smite fight, but it does go over to Hulk.
Now
can the rest of Illinois College get away? Nice disengage from the Monsoon, but Arkansas is on the chase. Yes, that's why I picked Jenna. Lone Force doing a whole lot of work to get the rest of the team away.
All right. A clever play here from Illinois. First signs of a fight back. They see the tempo is in their favor. Yes, the solo kill came through from Silver Dream, but with no ultimate, he's not that useful in a team fight. They recognize that Lambo is on a recall timer. He doesn't have TP, and they sneak right on in. They take the Drake away, and that's an extra 5 minutes. They will buy themselves in this game away from a Mountain Soul, or at least get closer to one, because, again, they kind of need to go get to that Mountain Soul, Graves.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a while, I feel like, until the soul spawns. I don't know if it's going to be a super important part of this game, but Lazy Lambo now getting attacked by 3 members of Illinois College. This is the picks that you need to try to get. The explosive shot is going to finish him almost. Usopp will land the final auto attack for the shutdown. Nice influx of gold going to the Aurelia. Yep,
and this is beautiful. This is, right, that is a sacrifice of tempo. You left your lane after pushing it in, did Usopp to pick this one up, and
XOHD looking to try and punish Hulk, does flash away from the Keeper's Verdict. But looks like the Poppy's still going to chase. Dawning Shadow as well to try and slow up Hulk a little bit more. XOHD not able to finish off the kill, but will get this continued priority around the jungle in the top side.
Yeah, I'll take a couple camps, but it is a good escape from Hulk, as Silver Dream that time was on the roam timer. Usopp will push this one on in, and everyone should just get back on out. So a good couple minutes here for Illinois College. They still have a mountain and a half to climb in this game, considering the scaling they are facing. But these are the plays you need to make to chip gold leads back away. And we do get the update from our producer with that gold bucket. Is 5K the lead for U of Arkansas with 3 minutes until the next Drake spawns.
And that's a very significant one at this point. Of course, the objective bounty is still on the table for Illinois College. We saw them pick one up with that dragon. Gonna have to get a little bit more of those in order to get back into this game, DJ. But right now, a bit of a standstill here in this game. As Hulk now might actually look for a potential play onto Lazy Lambo. Hard to go for the all-in, though, with the Crown of the Shattered Queen.
Yeah, already at the crown, that is terrifying. I mean, to be a Tristana in that situation, you do not have the damage to kill him. He's 40 CS up. That's a big victor. And there are 3 big members here, 4 now, with 4 mythic items completed on the side of U Arkansas. The gold lead really showing itself, as only the Seraphine here for Subsidize has completed the Leandri's Anguish. Temporary
in a bit of trouble here. Gonna have to use that rocket jump away. No sort of gap closer on that Victor Karma to get in onto the Trist. So Temporary will just be forced to take another premature recall, so to speak, and just work to continue to try and get back in this game somehow.
Recall comes back. Temporary will redeploy. They still have 1:53 until the Drake comes up, but again, there's just no hint of any kind of plays at the moment. They're getting pushed back in a lot of these lanes, and scaling just still going. We see the souls 38 already, 39 now going to be picked up on this Senna. And we were at 15. We were at 50 around the 21-minute-ish mark last game, so maybe a little bit behind pace, but shouldn't really matter with a 3-0 80 carry already. Grapes and the power is going to extend as the top lane turret does fall and the map begins to open up.
For the side of Illinois College, once again, have to just maybe look for some of these picks. They have a lot of hard crowd control, a lot of dive that I could potentially look for, and might be able to find one here onto Silver Dream. Has been able to outplay these 1v2s before, but let's see if we'll be able to do it again. W's away from the Heartbreaker. We'll be able to dodge away from the stun as well. Not from the Flawless Duet, though. Silver Dream now stuck between a rock and a hard place and will get taken down. It's Hulk that picks up the shutdown this time.
Nicely done. They do manage to take him down. Belatedly, of course. I mean, 3 attempts is what it took to finally root him up, and now Usopp is overstayed.
Yeah, looks like Arkansas is here to avenge their top laner. Ilika Tree is now on a rampage as they get the kill onto the Aurelia. He's continuing to scale up is the Senna.
Yeah, nobody kills Silver Dream and lives to tell the tale against U of Arkansas. I mean, they couldn't kill him last game when the rest of his team was elsewhere. That's just full trust, you know. This time they know he's gonna die, so like we're coming, Silver Dream. We're gonna avenge you. We got you, buddy.
And they just are able to rotate right back to the dragon as soon as it spawns. It seems like Arkansas just are able to get around the map really well with their rotations. They have the ability to maybe try to take down this mountain dragon, or at least force a fight around it. Silver Dream, again, does have that teleport. Importantly, did not use the ultimate on that engage in the 1v2, so will have it for this fight.
Yeah, smart. That is that huge spell that they are looking to use. There's some damage coming down.
Oh, temporary. Gets very, very low with that Chaos Storm. Forced the rocket jump out. That's a crucial damage dealer for Illinois that is forced to go for the reset. Does have the teleport, but the dragon is going to be started up. Arkansas looking to get this early advantage here in the dragon department, and they will do so. Crazy zoning out of Lazy Lambo with the gravity field. Some of the resets are coming through. Illinois College is still 5 strong, but they don't want to go for the engage.
Yeah, they're kind of posturing like they wanted to, but in the end they do have to back off. Now the question is, are they healthy enough to defend this mid lane turret? You can see 2 bases are coming through. Looks like the rest of U of Arkansas actually going to move back towards the bottom lane anyway, so they should be able to hold on to this final tier 1 turret for just a little bit longer. But once this one does go down, control over the map is going to be total and absolute from U of Arkansas. With the power they already have, an advanced vision line will be really, really difficult to move through for Illinois College.
Yeah, and it just keeps getting harder and harder. With some added resistances from that Mountain Drake as well. Arkansas is looking very, very poised to potentially close out this series against Illinois. They still have some options though. A lot of the champions still now have completed their mythic items on the side of IC. Got to watch Usopp for some of the backs here. Has had some very, very close 1v1s, and now with the shutdown in his back pocket, working towards that immortal shield bow, it looks like. Still has the damage to get in onto the back line.
Have a good amount of damage to try to put onto U of Arkansas. The question is, will it stick? And oh my god,
temporary.
Speaking of sticking,
getting bursted out, there's Stunning Shadow, almost able to take down the Tristana. The Chaos Storm was not able to follow temporary in that sense, so we'll get out by the skin of his teeth for what seems like the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, he's just getting absolutely brutalized by that spell, and now here's a TP.
Yeah, Baron's going to be started up. They know that temporary had to go for the reset, and they take this very, very fast. They have a lot of high damage dealers on their team. Hulk is in the area, does have the flash, does have the smite, Heartbreaker maybe to escape as well. Baron is ticking, it's at about 3,000. Here comes the encore from Subsidized, not able to do a whole lot. Silver Dream is exhausted. The Baron is still being started up. Keeper's Verdict going to be used.
Wait, he's in the pit.
To the pit goes Hulk. Not maybe a little bit too early, but they got to try to burst it down if they're Illinois College, and they will not. Just barely Hulk falls at the wrong time, and the Baron will go over to the University of Arkansas.
Oh, it was very, very close. I do think that Baron was just about getting in smite range when he did go down. Hulk had a chance. It was at 1,100, just 200 HP away. But in the end, it's well played by U of Arkansas. They focus down the enemy jungler. They pick up the Baron, and they don't lose anyone. They're fully poised to end this game, potentially even on this push if it is clean.
Still have a lot of work to be done for Arkansas. Only 2 towers taken so far this game, despite the gold lead that they've been able to build up for themselves. So the siege will be able to come. They have a lot of people that are able to do this, so especially temporary here on the Tristana. I mean, sorry, on the other side. It's a Lazy Lambo. And I look at trees in terms of poking. And I look at trees sitting about 52 stacks, continuing to work up, has finished that rapid fire cannon, and we'll be able to issue out some of these attacks from longer range.
And we'll be at the range is going to continue extending, as you mentioned, Grapes, and clock still can't really hear it anymore. We with the Baron up now, and these towers basically forfeit. The gold lead only going to grow. We'll wait till our production provide us with the next gold update, but I would imagine it's somewhere in the range of 9K ish. I'll say it's 9K.
8.5 is what we get from production.
Okay.
Nice job, DJ. Very, very close, but might be a little bit more soon. XOHD flashing over the wall to chase down Hulk. Uses the blast cone in a bit of the wrong direction, and the Viego is ticking very low. Dawning Shadow barely misses out alongside the shields. Will keep the Viego alive for now. But a crucial member of Illinois College chunked low again, as Arkansas are going to continue their siege.
Wow, I'm impressed he managed to live there. That last second shield just bailing Hulk out as XOHD didn't quite find the stun into the wall. That being said, the siege is still on as Temporary just got solo killed in the bottom lane. Lazy Lambo finally gets a Chaos Storm to stick. That's going to be the bottom lane turret going down. That's going to be the mid lane turret going down. That is just pure destruction, and that is the story of this game. A solo kill for Lazy Lambo and U of Arkansas.
Yeah, I feel like it's happened a lot in this game. Solo kills in the mid lane are a very common occurrence so far in this series, as the rest of the base is beginning to crumble here for Illinois College. Arkansas pushing on multiple fronts. They still have Lazy Lambo down in the bottom lane, hammering away at that inhibitor turret. They will be able to take that one down. So now, question is, when do Illinois College decide to engage? The Baron buff, maybe we'll get one more wave of minions in, or this might be the last one. Still, though, some chances for Illinois to try and defend. Arkansas are not going to crack open an inhibitor just yet in this game, but it might happen a bit soon. Look at the damage, though, coming out onto Hulk. It's absolutely massive from Trees. Dodges away from the Encore as well, and I look at Trees. Is now unstoppable. He's flashing forward to finish off the kill. On the Subsidized on the backside. Usopp looks for the engage, but misses the Vanguard's edge. Stuns up Trees, but is not able to finish the job just yet. Cyclone to disengage, and Usopp goes down. Silver Dream picks up another kill.
Senna gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. I look at Trees is so incredibly strong. He's so far ahead. He just basically waltzes into the heart of the enemy team. I mean, they're just pushing into the base as XOHD claims Soul Point. That is how far ahead Arkansas is. And it's just
looking to go forward, flash forward to take down Lone Force on the backside. Temporary trying to get a trade, but it will just be a suicide mission to pick up a 1-for-1 double over to Lambo as well. Only Hulk is alive for IC as the base is now getting cracked open.
I mean, that should just do it. There are 20-second timers on multiple carries. There's not a very big wave for them to work with, but I don't know if they really need to be concerned. It might just go for the safe play, take this inhibitor. They will back out as the waves do push in, but we are one push away here, Grapes, and we've been expecting this for a while. We've definitely been waiting for the inevitable to happen, but we are finally about to arrive, and should be in the next couple of minutes that the final fight will be thrown at U of Arkansas, and they will push in and end this series against Illinois College.
And I mean, leads do end up ballooning to certain margins, but you always still have to give Arkansas the credit for being able to close the game out cleanly with the lead that they had. Illinois College, their options are starting to become a bit more limited at this point. About a 13,000 gold lead, thank you, production, in favor of University of Arkansas. So definitely still have a whole lot more work to be done. Maybe have the potential to have some comeback as IC, but it's not looking so likely right now.
Not really, Grapes. 13K is about as insurmountable as it gets, particularly when your comp is hard outscaled. So there's always hope of a miracle, but that hope is how many I mean, pi has infinite decimals, right? You're getting pretty close to that to find the percentage, I would say.
Pi percent?
That's still like 3%.
3%.
Yeah, it's like still 3%. No, it's definitely lower than that.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Lazy Lambo gonna try to catch that Hulk.
Definitely lower than that.
Okay, it might have just dropped by about 5% in that regard. The last inner turret will be attacked here by the side of University of Arkansas. Encore lands onto 3. Usopp trying to do his best onto the backside, take down any member of the backline of Arkansas, but will not be able to do so. 4 straight kills for UA, as only Temporary is alive, trying to clear some of the minions in the base. But here comes the victory march for U of A.
Yeah, I will say, too, before the series, we highlighted Lazy Lambo, and boy, has he delivered today, Grapes. I mean, absolutely masterful on both games. Multiple solo kills, dominating in the side lanes, and he's level 17 to end this game and this series in a very convincing opening win for the likes of newcomers, University of Arkansas.
Picking up their first win of the collegiate season. Congratulations, University of Arkansas, for that 2-0. For Illinois, still a lot to work on. Of course, this is a team that has a lot of experience here in the Midwest Esports Conference. Would not be surprised to see them able to turn it around in the coming weeks. Actually, still have another match to play tomorrow. But still, very good, clean play coming out of Arkansas as they are just making their mark known here as a newcomer in the MEC.
Yeah, it's a huge mark to lay down. It's a very nice start, and they will take that and try to roll it into tomorrow. If they can start with a 2-0 weekend, that would be a truly fantastic start to their inaugural season here in the Midwest Esports Conference. So, welcome aboard, University of Arkansas, looking like an early potential contender with those performances. For Illinois, they'll look to bounce back, just like Coach Diddy told us. They can look for that 1-1 weekend still and try to come away with a lot of positives as the season does progress. Unfortunately, still going to be a rough start after they were the last team to play in the last split, falling in the finals to GVU. Speaking of GVU, though, I'll be here to close out our day in the next series as they take on Drury.
Yep, 3 down, 1 to go. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for our final series of the game. We'll see if Grandview can end the day 2-0 as they take on Drury.
Yeah, yeah. Boo, boo, boo. She gon' bust it. She gon' rustle. She gon' yeah. What's up, baby? Tell me how you get the one up on me. Aye. And I know you ain't playing round. You about to have me down on one knee. Aye. I got that soul. Now make you go to sleep. Aye. Now if you ever get to meet her, better keep it shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go for help, cause shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer. Yeah. Big gun, baby. I'ma pull it out and shooting my shot. I got a feeling I can bust it, baby. Trust me, baby, I do this a lot. She do that roll. Now I'ma double tap that booty like I G. She take that pole. All the way down that choking sign gon' make me ski. I ski. Yeah, now if you ever get to meet her, better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go for help, cause shot about to make a supersonic man out of
And welcome back. We are here for our final series of the game, the Midwest Esports Conference. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Hope you're having a good time over at the LAN. We changed our outfits for one last time because we got another great series on our hands. Grandview University making their return to the Rift, the hosts of this tournament. Going to be taking on Drury in our final match of the day.
Yeah, and Drury going to be their first appearance. Excited to see what they can pull out after their season last year. They did make it into the tournament in fourth place, had a slightly better record than Purdue University Northwest, and they are looking to make improvements on that this time around. And in particular, they have made a slight roster adjustment. 4 of the 5 players from last year, they're coming back, but Killer Guy is moving down to the bottom lane to allow a new mid laner in Baymax to come in. And they're pretty excited about this, right? We were talking to their coach, Coach Jones, who provided us their starting roster today, and he was mentioning that this veteran presence, the fact that Killer Guy went down there to allow Baymax to move, to allow Fat Cat as a sport to come on, has made them very excited, and they're very much looking forward to the start of the season to see where they now stand up.
Absolutely. And for a team that was in this conference before, always knows that Grandview is the team to beat, so to speak. And so going into this matchup, definitely have some expectations, to say the least. Definitely maybe a bit of a litmus test for this team to kind of judge where they're standing here with their new roster, as they have brought in 2 new freshmen onto their team. Both Fat Cat, their support, and their top laner Yoda are both entering this school for the first time. And so entering their first little foray into collegiate play, definitely always interesting to see. I want to talk about Killer Guy for a little bit more, though, DJ, because it's always interesting when you see a player kind of role swap to a different position. Killer Guy played ADC competitively in the past, but now going back here paired with this freshman support in Fat Cat, going to be a tough matchup for them against the likes of Aaron and Pluto.
Yeah, it's a very storied, heralded bot lane, right? Even at the very beginning of the season for GVU, and it will be an interesting matchup to see how Killer Guy does stand up. We've been hearing that their synergy's been really good in lane. We, of course, know that Killer Guy is a very talented player. He has good hands, right? He's played mid lane before, so you know he has the mechanics to get this done, and we'll see how he can stand up against Aaron and try to slow him down a little bit more than Purdue Northwest was able to do so in the matchup earlier on today. I'm definitely excited to see what does come out. You know, I don't expect any different picks, but I think Killer Guy and Fat Cat are going to have some pretty interesting plays, and I think they will put on a pretty good test for Aaron and the likes of Pluto to kind of push them.
Yeah, and obviously, this bot lane, this is a topic that we want to look at here, and it's been interesting to see the sort of collegiate landscape sort of shift a little bit here for the side of Drury Esports. They have a couple of freshmen, but they also have Killer Guy, Baymax, Orthkurik in the jungle, just serving as the sort of role models. They've been in the program for a long time, and they're looking to teach these young guns the way to go forward and have success here in the collegiate scene. So it will be interesting to see their growth and how the rest of the players end up working out as we continue on through the season. But first, they have to get through Grandview as we have headed into our draft for our final series of the night. Victor, Corky, and Caitlin all taken off the board.
Yep, pretty standard bans coming in across the board. They really don't want Baymax on anything meta, apparently, for Meslo. And we've seen a lot of Meslo today because his name was being flashed even in the second series by a certain blonde. We'll see him wrap up the day as well. And just making sure that Baymax, I guess, can't get anything super comfortable or I guess like super meta at the moment, taking them away from himself as well, of course. But we know that Meslo can handily look pretty good earlier on off of the Corky, actually, in game number 2. Zeri going to be taken away. We know that Grandview will be shaking in their boots at the sight of that champion probably from here on out after it almost stole game 2 away from them against Purdue Northwest and Thresh, the final ban. And this is why the meta mages are banned. We are going to get ourselves an auction.
First auction of the day, I'm pretty sure, going over to one of the players here on Grandview. Obviously, a little bit too early to tell, given the flexibility of this champion, but I think Prankura and Mesla both could take control of this pick. It's very, very dominant in the laning phase, and we'll see how it is able to do against some of these players here on Drury. Looks like they're going to respond with a Twisted Fate lock-in going over to Baymax, so wanting to make sure they can lock down that pool early before it gets shrunk even more. It's an Udyr hover for Orthkurik, DJ. Wouldn't be... Oh, that's going to get locked in. So that's another powerful stun. It looks like Drury are going to go for just some of the hard crowd control, point and click, maybe have a bit more of a formulaic approach to this early game.
Yeah, Kemtech changes have made it a little bit more viable. Udyr, of course, does still clear fairly quickly, not as fast as it used to be, of course. We all remember, and we probably wish we could forget, but remember how long he was in the meta. And there are a lot of stuns now on the side of Drury, which can be very good against all of these dynamic champions that are being drafted for GVU. You know, you're an Akshan, you want to do a heroic swing? Well, too bad, son, I've got a gold card. You want to dash into me as Yone? Well, too bad, son, I've got a gold card. Instead of Yone, it's going to be his brother, Yasuo. That's going to be locked in. So I like the early options, but GVU is really kind of pulling out a show me composition here, right? Akshan looks like it's going to be in the top lane. You're going to get that Yasuo-Diana combination. One thing I got to say about this Akshan, this will be Prankuru's Akshan, and this is going to be into Yoda, who is the youngest member on this squad for Drury, right? He just came in with Fat Cat as a freshman. And this is going to be a real test for him because Prankuru is throwing down the gauntlet with this hyper-aggressive pick into his much younger, much less experienced counterpart in that top lane.
Yeah, and we've heard good things about Yoda in the time that we had to talk to the coaching staff of Drury, of him being able to match up against some of these top laners in the past. But obviously, a Prankuru Akshan, definitely a scary sight to see for anybody, regardless of what year you are here in Collegiate. So that's the first phase of the draft already completed. The Jhin will round out this composition here for Drury, going over to the Killer guy. Have another bit of differentiation in terms of where some of these picks are going. Grandview still have to select their AD carry, while it looks like Drury still have that top lane open.
And top lane is still going to be available. Nautilus going to be taken off the board to pair up with the Jhin. Maybe one more pinch will go in as Lulu comes off the table, something that can push back into that Jingus. I know I don't like playing that much against Lulu. You can't also really deny me with the shields. It's kind of annoying. Last support looks to be pinched. It's going to be Leona, really getting rid of the stuns that can pair up with that W from Jhin, and they don't want Killer Guy to have any really solid lane matchups remaining. Now this R4 will be a big decider for Drury. You still have to pick that top laner into the Akshan. Who is Yoda going to take? We won't find out just yet if this is the selection. This would be fascinating. A Zillion into a very hard diving composition. But no, it'll be Tahm Kench, which is a similar concept, just doesn't scale necessarily as well.
Tahm Kench likely to head down to the support role, I believe, after some of the recent changes that happened to him on this last patch. Definitely makes him a little bit weaker up towards in one of the solo lanes. So still have that flexibility there, but I think this last pick will be reserved for Yoda. And Grandview is laying down the gauntlet. They're going full damage.
What is going on?
They want to win lane, win game very quickly. Aaron on the Lucian.
Oh, good God. Aaron's Lucian going to come out. They're hovering a Soraka, which would be a very interesting pairing with a Lucian. Now Pluto's hovering as one of his favorite champions. And it's going to be the Nami, right? They flashed through a couple, but we're going to get that dominant bottom lane. And I mean, I was saying this is show me comp earlier. This is like a hard show me comp now. Like this is like a dab on you, flex on you. We are going to outlane you, like throw our AD abilities at you composition. Because literally Diana is the only one that has AP. If you exhaust her, it's all AD. So we're going to see tabbies all over the place. But yeah, I mean, it won't matter if Prankuru and Aaron and Meslo just get massive leads in lane with all their priority and damage.
That is a Zillion lock-in.
That
here
is a
for
Zillion.
Fat Cat. So presumably we're seeing the Tahm Kench go up to the top lane for Yoda, who did have a lot of its laning stats significantly hit on patch 12.2. So it'll be an interesting matchup, especially going up against Prankuru's Akshan, but perhaps perhaps Drury is thinking, okay, we have a really oppressive matchup here in the top lane. We're just going to get Yoda something supportive. He can maybe tank up, eat as much XP as he possibly can, and become a little bit more valuable come later game. Yeah,
a little harder to punish Tahm Kench than some other top laners on this Akshan. That being said, definitely going to have push, definitely going to have pressure onto Yoda, and he will have to do his best to absorb that pressure. And really, the same can be said pretty much almost anywhere. There, the mid lane will be the one place Drury will or should have the push with this Twisted Fate. When you take the E at the start, I mean, Yasuo, you know how it is. He's melee. Can't really do a lot into ranged matchups early on. Once the stun card comes in, you can't really go forward unless you perfectly time the wind wall, and Baymax can just try to play around that. So that will be a place of power for Drury in the early game, and that's something that Offkirik could use with this faster clearing jungler to try to give Colthrow some problems. That being said, bot lane and top lane are scary. I mean, you fall behind these lanes, it is disaster. Like, they will absolutely run you over, and that is what Grandview is trying to do, because if they don't run this Drury composition over, this Drury comp should pretty hard outscale them. I mean, you have a Zillion, right? You have a Jhin who just is really, really hard to deal with the later this game goes. You have setup and stuns. I like the composition later on, but they are going to need to survive the onslaught that Grandview has thrown down against them.
And not only that, like obviously getting through lane is going to be a trouble on its own, but when you take a look at how Drury might be able to win some of these fights later, they don't have a whole lot of damage here, DJ. They have 2 tanks up in the top side with Yoda and Oathgrick. You have Baymax on the Twisted Fate, a champion that doesn't do a whole lot of consistent DPS, and neither does Killer Guy on the Jhin, as when you compare them to some of the other meta marksmen like this Caitlyn or the Jinx that was still available. So in terms of being able to take down some of the members of Grandview, you're going to be looking for picks for Drury, looking for the gold card, hard crowd control combinations that can come through with some of these global ultimates, and looking for them to make plays that way. It's going to be hard, though, against a higher level team like GVU.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be a fascinating game, because I'll say one thing, right? We are not going to get the scaling kind of game that we got in the last series.
We got some
we are not going
exciting
to be
laning
sitting
phases.
around waiting for a Rift Herald at 15, the first Rift Herald at 15 minutes. No, there is going to be blood in the water. There's going to be fighting absolutely everywhere. Grandview is going to want to take every single objective they possibly can, like on spawn. They're going to want to outlane. So we are in for an exciting game, if nothing else, Grapes, to start off this final series of the day as Grandview looks to deliver a show against their rivals here from the MEC in Drury.
Yeah, certainly looking to build on that momentum and get that sort of extra win and sort of extra comfort before their matchup against Ottawa tomorrow, which will definitely be a very, very tough one, as these 2 teams both won their respective matchups earlier today. It's been such a long day, but just going into that matchup, having that extra confidence boost always will be important. But for the side of Drury, they want to shock the world. They want to take a game or maybe even 2 off of what was considered to be the best in the conference from last year. And if they are able to do it, that would definitely change a lot of the narratives that have been building around this conference.
Yeah, they're coming in today, mentioned that they want to see where they're stacking up at the start of the season. They like their change of the roster. They think they are in for a good season. And this is a benchmark right at the beginning of the MEC to see where they are, to see where they need to improve. That being said, best way to stack up to someone in the conference like the reigning champions of Grandview is to beat them. So let's see what we get from this new look squad, from the new members coming in from Drury. I'm pretty excited about this early game. I'm thrilled to see if they can hold their own in lane, because that will be the most important part of the game. And again, even with the lack of damage, I'm still like their composition later on, because if you just weather this storm, even with a lighter damage, I don't know if it really matters. I think you can't just kind of turn the game on its head, but that'll all play out for us on the Rift. Again, don't blink, anybody, because if you blink, you could miss a couple of kills with the way this early game might play out.
There's an Ignite on Aaron.
Oh my god. Well, okay, the heal's on Nami at least. Okay, this I'm sure that's for like solo laning later in the game. This kind of makes sense.
That just screams aggression if I've ever heard it. But we are on to the Rift for our final series of the day. I'd like to thank you for sticking with us here in the Midwest Esports Conference presented by Unified. Grandview going to be on your blue side, as Drury will be on the red. Udyr for Oathgrick is a very interesting pickup here. Obviously, we're talking about some of the clear speeds, but in terms of how these junglers want to interact early on, the answer is no, they don't want to interact.
Yeah, for slightly different reasons, right? Diana obviously wants the power of her Moonfall before she really starts getting into tangos, especially with the combination she has with Yasuo in mid lane. So we got the referee dance here. Love it, Baymax. Still got the energy. He's clicking those buttons. He's
what
got
year
that.
Is
What do you mean? You can do this dance whenever you want, Grapes. This never goes out of style.
I've just got flashbacks to 5th grade looking at Baymax here. Yeah, long time ago.
You're 20, Grapes. Wasn't that like yesterday?
Yeah, it's okay. This champion has been around for a while. I think that's all we can say, as we have started off the game here with both junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. Colthrow, with that Raptor start, will be working his way down towards the bottom side, while Oathgrick going for the more traditional standard full clear approach.
Yep, and that is really the difference, right? We're waiting for Moonfall for Colthrow. On the other side for Oathgrick, you're a power farmer, right? You just want camps. You want to absorb them. They're all yours. You want to kill as many of them as possible, right? Get that bear stance going. Get those claws going. Get the Phoenix out. That is what Udyr is all about. It is about greed as opposed to waiting for that level 6. And, of course, it is playmaking when you do find the opportunity. So definitely has more of the ability. And, oh, my God, okay.
Early trading to start off, to say the least. Meslo is getting whatever he wants here in this early laning matchup against Baymax, and this is just what we're going to see in the top lane here, DJ. Sprankuru letting Yoda know that this lane belongs to him.
Yep, and that is just the matchup. Of course, Akshan is really oppressive in the early game, really no matter who you play into him. I mean, this is why he gets banned in mid lane a lot. Like, you just don't want to deal with this champion's early game. It gets a lot harder the later on it goes, because if you don't manage that heroic swing very well, you will just get absolutely destroyed in a team fight. But that early game, yeah, it is scary.
15-3 the CS lead here, as Coulter also pathing towards the top side to add insult to injury to this Tom Kench. Okay, the dash sounded really weird. I thought he flashed there, but that's why I kind of paused a little bit. But we're good. It's fine. Full clears for both the junglers about to be completed. Looks like they will just be headed over to their respective risk. Scuttlers going to be finishing that one off as well. And yeah, the junglers don't want too much interaction here, but we're seeing already lane domination on the side of Grandview.
Yeah. You know, one thing I thought when I saw this draft, Grapes, was that maybe they took Dreyer and they threw him in a closet or sent him back to the hotel and they just drafted on their own. And now when I'm looking at chat, Dreyer's actually in chat saying GV who Omega Lol. So that's coach of GVU. That's GVU Dreyer right there. So someone's salty. I think they kicked it. I think they kicked him off draft.
GVU. That's really funny. Shout out to Dreyer. Really great coach here in the collegiate space, allowing Grandview to get continued success here in the Midwest Esports Conference. And maybe it didn't have the most balanced draft, to say the least, but definitely will be able to put a lot of pressure early on. And I'm especially looking forward to that Yasuo Diana combo come level 6 DJ. Coulter and Meslo definitely have the potential to do a whole lot of work.
I'm not excited for it. Do you know that every single season for the last 4 seasons, and I think this is more of a state of NA solo queue than it is anything else, but every single season for the last 4 seasons as an AD carry, the champion that has killed me the most in my year-end review has been Yasuo, and it hasn't been close. Like, it hasn't been close. Like, it's not even close. Like, the next AD carry that's killed me the most times is, 30 kills below it.
Look at this, though. Drury has to be a little bit careful. Fat Cat forced to flash away, as well as that heal coming through from Killer Guy. The bot lane for the side of Grandview looking pretty good, up about 2 waves of XP. But, yeah, I guess if you're a marksman player, definitely don't like the side of Yasuo, and with Killer Guy and Fat Cat getting farther and farther behind, might seem a little bit more of that come later.
Yeah, the laning phase going pretty well for Meslo. Again, this is a matchup you would expect to have some troubles with due to the range disadvantage, and really have to use your wind wall well as the Yasuo is. Oh, Iron. Ouch.
Ouch is right. And I think Killer Guy might have to either recall or just be very, very careful under this tower, as the potential for a dive could be there. No summoner spells available other than the flash for Pluto, so nothing super offensive in the works, but just continuing to put pressure on is Grandview, as they have actually developed about a 600 gold lead without any kills going over.
Yeah, it's just farming. We talked about the lane blitz, right? And they are doing just that. Even Meslo, like we were talking about, ahead in a matchup he probably should not be. If you really use your wind wall well, you can get away with it. He's level 6.
Here we go.
Just
Tornado
like that.
coming through. There's the last breath, and Baymax is still level 5. Nice ticking. First blood going over to Meslo, and he gets out with the final tower shot.
Yep, that's clean as you like, and that is exactly what I was just mentioning with the wind wall. This is a matchup you could overturn with good wind wall use. He blocks the W. It wasn't the gold card, but if it had been, wouldn't have mattered, would have gotten blocked. Weaves that extra auto attack in perfectly, showing off the Yasuo mechanics before he rides the last breath, and he does get that solo kill onto Baymax. Beautiful start for Meslo, and the lane kingdom begins for the likes of Grand.
Yeah, the mid lane was the lane that we were, maybe considering to be a little bit closer in terms of how Yasuo can't really do too much in this range versus melee matchup until some of the later levels come through. But after picking up this solo kill, definitely going to be that lane lead for all 3 of the lanes for Grandview. Take a look at the gold here. Shout out to Othkuric, still doing Udyr things and farming up, staying in the top 5 in terms of gold, but everybody else pretty far behind.
I mean, that's so scary, dude. Like, we got Udyr just playing farming simulator over here, and the rest of his team is just dying. Like, everyone's crying inside in their lanes. And Udyr's just like, more kills, more. They're all mine.
It could be impactful later. You see Udyr's before become very, very tanky and very, very hard to kill, especially against 3 marksman-esque champions here. If we want to include Meslo into that conversation, a lot of opportunity to stack some armor.
Oh yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of armor. I would be building tabbies on almost anyone I can. As long as someone has Exhaust or Diana, you're fine. Baymax.
Windwall away from the gold card, I believe, was Meslo. And he's going to be able to get away from that flash bear slap of Othcurik and might look for a potential turn. Tornado does land onto Baymax, but was not able to use the last breath just yet. Here comes Coulter as well. Is a level down onto Othcurik, so will not be able to go for anything just yet. Tornado misses again. Looks like Grandview are going to back up for now.
Yeah, once again, nicely done. The wind walls have been really, really nice from Meslo so far to block that gold card. Immune's part of that CC combination that really could chunk him down, right? If he gets CC'd by the gold card, loses his windshield, and then in comes the Udyr, that is a territory where you could easily just 100-0 the Ops before he can do anything. And using that wind wall to great effect to keep himself mobile, to keep himself active, gets out of that gank attempt.
Absolutely. And
Coulter's
Meslo,
level 6 now.
Yep. Now Coulter's level 6. That's when the combo comes in. But we got to take a look at the bot lane because they've hit level 6 first. Aaron picking up the kill on to Fat Cat. Issues the culling as well. Is rather low. Killer Guy going to finish off the kill with that flash. But it's a double kill as the Ignite coming out from Aaron. It does what it wanted to do. Now Othcurik on the chase onto Pluto, who doesn't have very much mana but has both summoner spells. Might be able to get away. There's the flash. And Pluto will survive another day. But good on Drury. They get a bunch of crucial summoner spells and they also get that pick onto Aaron.
Yeah, I love it from the Killer Guy recognizing the trade's going bad, right? This is a tough lane to play in, but he sees the opportunity, just decides, you know what, we're going 1-for-1. He steps forward, gets that 4th auto, and will take some extra gold off of Aaron despite only being level 5, trying to get whatever they can in a very tough lane.
Yoda might be in a bit of trouble here as Meslo and Coulter have made their way up towards this top side. There's the combo, just the Moonfall. Don't even need the last breath to take down Yoda. Tahm Kench goes down for the first time this game, and it looks like this tower will be under attack while Coulter has the Rift Herald.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tahm Kench not as small or mobile as the Jedi counterpart to Yoda, and no amount of horsepower was saving you from that dive. So Yoda will fall for the first time with the Rift Herald already in the back pocket. This will be the first turret of the game. That is brutal. Prankuru has used his lead to its most effective possible. Already have first turret blood at 9 minutes 30 seconds. And like we were saying, we were not going to be sitting around in this game, Grapes. Like the last series, there was going to be action, there was going to be blood, and so far we have gotten everything we were promised from this Grandview draft.
I'm not a Star Wars connoisseur, to say the least, but is it blasphemous to say that Tahm Kench just looks like a big Yoda? Sort of.
No, that's kind of what I was going for. Like they're both kind of like they're both kind of like swampish creatures. Yeah,
green looking things. Yeah, I'm just looking at it, and it's Yoda with like a green little like frog thing, sort of.
Yeah, thank you for backing me up. This is the reference I was making. I'm glad you're on board here, Grace.
It's close, sort of, kind of. I don't know. Our producer is just yelling no over and over again. But either way, Yoda still doing a decent amount of a decent job staying even in at least experience for his team here in the laning phase, but looks like the rest Prankuru decides to take his talents elsewhere as he's headed towards the bot lane as the culling was issued here onto Killer Guy. Wave crashing in onto the bot lane, but Othcurik is here as well. Destiny going to be issued onto the Akshan, but the two-man Moonfall will save the life of Prankuru. Pluto picking up the kill onto the Udyr, and Meslo is here as well. Comeuppance going to be the work through the finish off the TF. 2 more kills going over to Grandview.
Yeah, that was always going to be difficult when your bottom lane was shoved under turret. When I saw that Destiny Gate Grapes, I immediately thought to myself, this looks like a disaster. And it turns out I was right. Coulthrow shows up at the perfect time. They get the Wombo combo. They get all the kills, and they're going to get a bunch more on the plating of this bot lane turret.
Man, this feels so bad. Killer Guy just can't even walk up to CS for himself because he knows Coulthrow is in that tri-brush. It's allowing these plays to go down more and more and more. Oh, could find a potential pick onto Aaron there with a Deadly Flourish. Curtain Call is going to come out, but Aaron might just try to fight this single-handedly. The bombs will land onto the Lucian. Will he dodge away from that 4-shot? He does, but now Othcurik is on the chase. Pluto does not have those summoner spells, and Othcurik is here to try and take down the Nami. It's Fish on the menu for the Killer Guy. He finishes it off with an auto attack, but here comes Meslo as well. No Moonfall available, but Yasuo could still do a whole lot. Yoda also on the horizon, going to use that Abyssal Dive to knock up the Yas as well, who's now stuck between 4 members of Drury. Going to try to land the last breath to get one back onto Killer Guy, but the Devour is there from Yoda to save the life of the Jhin.
This is why I like Tom Kench. I was having flashbacks. I was just telling you that I die the most times the Yasuo every year, and I'm a Jin man. Like that's literally the scenario right there, Graves. I'm just like, no. And speaking of which, Killer Guy got to go down as he overstays just a little bit. That's a slight shame. I think Killer Guy has been doing pretty well for himself in what is really difficult lane, as they will also use the tempo to take first Drake. He's down 20 CS, but that's almost expected in a lane with Jin Zillion, and he's been about as patient as he could possibly be trying to farm up, and unfortunately the greed finally gets the better of him as he just wants any sort of farm in this lane, and Coulter's right there to take it away from him.
Yeah, and you have to respect the sort of proactive plays that Drury are making around the map. They know that they are down pretty heavily in the gold department, and getting a couple picks like that are obviously very crucial. Having some kills into the back pockets of Killer Guy is never going to be something that you're too upset with for the rest of the game. Have to take a look at this front line. They have to do the amount of work in terms of soaking up damage from this Grandview composition, because if they don't, the DPS just really isn't there in terms of consistency on the side of Drury.
Yeah, the DPS definitely not going to be there. You see the gold once again. I mean, every solo laner and the jungler just ahead. It is only Pluto, the support, who is amidst the bodies of Drury. And the thing that was not mentioned in that play was that's just a Destiny back to lane. With Yoda walking down to help get those couple of picks, Prankuru just took the entirety of the tier 2 turret, which has the bonus gold since the late stages of season 10, so that is just a lot of extra gold in his pocket. He's got a mythic item. So too do the two Melo and Iron. They are just they're stacked. It's a lot of power. It's a 6k gold lead. It's scary.
I think I saw it was like a 3,000 gold lead for Prankuru up in the top side, which is insane for this stage of the game, and that's where I think a lot of the advantage is held. Obviously for Tom Kench, for Yoda, being down in gold isn't necessarily the worst thing, especially considering all the utility that you have in your kit. But as you said before, just getting Prankuru ahead on this auction has to be really crucial because of the amount of laning priority that he has. Getting this champion ahead, always a must.
Yep, that certainly is the case. We mentioned it gets harder for him if he's not ahead as the game goes on. Well, doesn't need to worry about that. He is not going to be behind for the rest of the game, almost certainly. At this point, Graves, he is so accelerated. I mean, it's 50 CS. He's 1-0-2. He's got like full turret, first tier turret and second tier in his back pocket as working away at this mid lane turret. We're going to land a Q, but I don't think there's a deadly flourish to follow up. And that's just another structure that goes over to the side of Grandview.
Methodical approach here for Grandview University. Just trying to crack open the base one tower at a time, one layer at a time, so to speak. Coulter picking up this Rift Herald as well will certainly be used to a very high value to try and take down more of these structures for the side of Drury. And looking a bit tough for Drury right now. I think right now you have to look for some picks, try to find some engages like we see right here as Yoda goes in onto Prankura. Killer Guy trying to do his best to deal the damage. Curtain Calls comes out. There's not enough shots to do the finishing job here just yet, but Yoda gonna come forward here with the Abyssal Dive again. Off Turek as well, looking to land the bear slap, and Prankuru finally falls. Shut down over to Off Turek.
Heck yeah, Drury says we are gonna get you no matter the cost, Grapes, and get their man they do. No more vengeance against these scoundrels, as would be said, and down goes Prankuru for the first time in the game. They pay for it, of course. They lose the mid lane turret. There's a lot of farm that goes over, but I love that they hunt him there. No, you can't just leave this guy for free the whole game and let him be deathless.
You can't just let him sit there. I mean, you have to do something about it, I guess. But
nah, scoundrels fight back, you know?
As you said, though, DJ, good trading across the map for Grandview as they sacrifice Prankuru for, I believe, it was at least that turret in the mid lane, as well as some extra pressure towards the bottom side of the map. As they continue to increase the gold lead that they have. Obviously getting the shutdown here onto Octurate, going to be big. Just finished up that Turbo Chem Tank, working to just get even tankier and tankier as the game progresses. For Grandview, still in a very solid control, have that dragon spawning in about a minute. It's actually been Drury, I believe, has taken some of these drakes early on, so that's an interesting point to look at here.
Yeah, Drury does have those 2 drakes to their name. Grandview have been very uninterested in taking those objectives. They have been much more focused on opening the map up with the Rift Heralds, which they've done to great effect. I mean, they've got The full line of first tier turrets gone. The top lane tier 2 is gone. So there is a ton of map control. I mean, you can see where they're trying to operate. They're trying to operate exclusively in the top side of Drury at this point. There's a lot of control that will need to be wrested away from them if Drury wants to approach these next 2 Drakes, the third of which coming up in just 8 seconds. You can see this time around, I think Coldthrow is going to say enough with the dragon stacking.
Yeah, we'll put a stop to that. We'll delay any sort of potential soul win condition that Drury had maybe set up for themselves if they were able to get some of these objectives. Bit of a different situation from what we saw in the Ottawa series a little bit earlier. The goal deficit definitely a lot larger in this case, but it won't matter much anymore either way, as it is another dragon going over to Grandview to delay the soul for now.
Yeah, it will be 5 extra minutes for them to scale up, which is not going to feel great as Engage comes in.
Othric looked to go aggressive, but actually will have to flash away. 4 members here of Grandview now making their way back over to the mid lane inner turret. Be careful though, Yoda going to jump forward, try and get some damage in onto Aaron. Will not be able to do so, and now the re-engage is here, chunking Othric to about half HP. Big tidal wave will knock up nobody actually, but decent amount of zone control that it was able to do. Rift Herald popped in the mid lane, inner turret under fire, nearly taken down off of the proc alone. And with the wave crashing in, it looks like Grandview are going to try to continue the push.
Yeah, wave going to be coming in. They should get this mid lane turret. They got Prankuru in the bottom lane. That turret should fall as the next wave is rolling on up. They can just walk on over to ensure it. And now full tier 2 line of turrets will be gone, Grapes. That means all your jungle belongs to us. This poor Udyr, who just wanted all of his camps, they're now no longer his.
Yep, definitely not. I don't think anything really belongs to anyone on Drury at the moment here, as they are down about 9,000 gold at the 19-minute mark. Gonna look for something though. Othric and Baymax are on the chase. Target could be Aaron, who doesn't have a whole lot of mana. No Turbo Chemtic available for Othric just yet, and they're just continuing to chase. You have to wonder, when can Grandview begin to turn? The answer might be now. Aaron's going to flash forward straight to the enemy team and take down Baymax instantaneously. Othric now trying to go forward as well. The Moonfall doing a whole lot of damage. Othric gets revitalized a little bit here with that Chrono Shift, but Prankuru is fighting a 1v3 and will fall. So a decent trade there for this side of Drury. They go 1 for 1 in the engage. The only problem is you still have Meslo pushing up on the top side, and Coldthrow looking for more. Might have gone a little bit too far though. Will dodge away from the Deadly Flourish. Nice tidal wave to disengage as well, but here comes the curtain call. 1 shot onto Pluto, 2 shots onto Coldthrow, 3 onto Pluto again. The 4th will not land, but it might have slowed up Grandview enough for Othric to push forward, but instead will just be them backing out and allowing for Meslo to get that push in on the top side and take that inhibitor.
Yeah, it is a 1 for 1 at the end of the day. That disengage nicely handled by Pluto on this Nami. Gets the tidal wave, gets the bubble correct. Gets really everything right to get himself and Coldthrow out of trouble. And yes, they fight back in this bottom jungle, but as mentioned, it is for a great price. His base is now wide open. There are 6 turrets to nil down for Grandview. And I mean, the ability to come back with so little map control is incredibly difficult. You are constantly going to be walking through vision as these important buffs spawn. The Baron is already up. Next Drake going to be up in 2 minutes and 17 seconds. And you can see Grandview doing their due diligence, taking away the wards and getting ready to spring whatever trap they need to try to close out this game.
Baron has just spawned here. We were talking about how much damage this Grandview team composition has with basically 4.5 damage dealers. Nami does a decent amount as well. And they could have enough to take a Baron this early on in the game. Of course, the health bars are pretty squishy, so if Drury do end up trying to capitalize, could be a bit dangerous, but we continue to see them hover around it nonetheless, letting Prankuru do his whatever he kind of wants in this bottom side jungle. Now headed back over to the mid lane. Killer guy has to back away. Inhibitor tower might be a new target here for Grandview to go for.
Just trying to work their way up here are Grandview. I think it's a little, even for them, maybe a little early to try the Baron.
Ultimate forward, Baymax looking for the stun, but cleansed away from is Aaron with the Mikhails, and Othric now stuck in the middle of the enemy team. There's the Diana Yasuo combo we were talking about. 4 straight kills go over to Grandview, and Yoda is the last survivor, and he says, "Run away, I shall," headed back to his base.
I like that. That was a good. That was a good one. I was well done, Graves. That was well done for someone who's not a Star Wars aficionado. But unfortunately, it's not going to save Yoda, and that is not going to save Drury, as this is the end of Game 1.
Nexus Tower is surely to fall. The death timers are just too long. And in a very convincing 22-minute victory, Grandview will take the first strike against Drury in this best of 3.
Yeah, you ever heard of the phrase win lane, win game? Well, this is the dictionary definition right here coming through from Grandview. They pick 3 aggressive damage-based lanes. They win all 3 of them, and they absolutely run over Drury for a very convincing start to the second series. And yeah, that was a blitz.
That's all there really is to say. I feel like, DJ. It was just Grandview taking control of the laning phase from all angles, and that's just really where it got out of hand. Shout out to Drury. They were able to get a couple of decent picks in certain situations where they knew that they could capitalize on an overextending player on the side of Grandview, but at the end of the day, it was not enough. We'll have to readjust and try and recalibrate a little bit heading into game 2 if they want to have a chance of keeping this series alive.
Yeah, we'll need a bit of recalibration. We'll see what comes out here from GVU in game 2, because they could just go for a similar draft if they really want to. I mean, worked pretty well. We're done here in 22 minutes, so I don't know if one of the players has a date. Maybe Dreyer has a date, something like that. But Drury's going to need to deny that in game 2. So maybe a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more aggressive lanes for them would be a good counter in the second game, so they can try to fight back and try to punish some of these lanes that they know will really go aggressive on them, if that is going to be the kind of run back from GVU.
Well, we'll see if that's the game plan for the side of Drury University as they will look to change their losing ways here in game 2. We're going to take a short break, but before we do so, want to thank some of our sponsors once again here in the Midwest Esports Conference and Unified. Thank you to Atlantic, to Palti, Gangster, and of course, Skulls, your one-stop shop for all the gamer gear that you want. If you want to upgrade, look no further. You can start your year off right with official Unified Esports merchandise brought to you by Skulls. Hoodies, joggers, jerseys, armbands, and a lot more is coming soon as well. You'll have the skill. Now you want to get the swag. Skulls.com/collections/unified has everything you need. If you want to gear up, you've got a game on. Skulls. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you in just a few short minutes for game number 2. Welcome back, everybody. We're here for our final game. Oh, no, final series of the day between Grandview University and Drury
Grapes, you're
University.
giving away the script.
I didn't cast or curse it. But
League's not
if the game
scripted.
did go,
League's not scripted, guys. We
go-
promise. We promise.
If game 2 goes the way game 1 did, it might be the last game of the series. But Drury, having fallen in a pretty quick defeat against Grandview, are going to look to try and even up the score a little bit. I'm expecting to see a lot of adaptations come the draft phase for them, maybe focusing on some of the laning phase where they fell really hard behind in that first game.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is just pick more winning lanes, right? You had one that could have been a winning lane in that mid lane with the TF into Meslo's Yasuo. Of course, Meslo did outplay that lane and looked very, very good on the Yasuo. So I think one more winning lane, right? You have Jin and Zillion, like kind of hard scaling, like tough to wave clear into Lucian Nami. Give yourself a little bit of a better chance either there or in the top lane where Yoda was obviously into a very tough matchup against Prankuru's Akshan. So I would say one more winning lane. Try to draft yourself 2 winning lanes so that it's not just the full kind of win lane, win game strategy for GVU.
Yeah, and for the side of GVU, I mean, they don't have to change that much up, I would imagine, if they want to have a similar result to that last game. The only question is, what will Drury decide to do on the other side to counteract some of the pressure that Grandview was exerting on them early on? They have switched sides, so might have a little bit more flexibility with access to that first pick as we are headed into the ban phase of this game 2. Caitlyn, Gwen, and Corki, I'll take it away.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff. There's that Victor that was banned away by GVU last time. They're just going to take away the normal mid laners once again, try to force Baymax onto something he doesn't like, and this is setting up to be pretty similar, right? It's a lot easier to take advantage of weaker champions if you are going to play this win lane, win game style. It's a little harder to get through OPs, so take away the OPs, try to get a good matchup once again for Meslo. This time around, though, the Diana not going to be available, so we will probably not see Yasuo Diana. A little bit harder to make that combo work, and there's that final ban, the Zeri. Yeah, I think GVU is going to ban that for every game for the rest of the season.
Yeah, doesn't matter what side they're on. Well, maybe not the rest of the season. Might get nerfed or something. But the Zeri ban, not super unexpected, to say the least, from Grandview, as we have finished out the first ban phase, as Drury are going to be locking in Rakan early on for Fat Cat, so allowing some early priority and early power pick potentially for this freshman support, and maybe giving him a little bit more agency in the early game.
Yeah, definitely going to be kind of the complete antithesis of what we had with the Zillion, right? You have the ability to go in, you have the ability to make engages. Still a little bit of a weak laner in general, but the roam potential very high, and of course the engage potential extremely high if you can handle that lane. We've got Felios coming through for Aaron, and they're going to give him a Morgana to pair with that. That is an interesting combo. I haven't seen that in a while, but it does give him a lot less fears about this Rakan engage.
Absolutely. I guess that's a very good counter into the Rakan that Morgana is, as well as a lot of different engaged champions. But I would like to see this hover here for off
Here we
Keurig
go,
and getting it locked in. We're talking about how the early game was a big struggle point for Drury, obviously, in that last matchup. That's how they lost in 22 minutes. So getting off Keurig instead of off the Udyr, which it likes to scale a little bit more and just become a big power farmer, onto a Rek'Sai, a champion that could be a little bit more proactive and can impact the map come very, very early on.
Yeah, I mean, and this was a specialty for him last season and even in the early parts of this season. So very excited to see Opcurix Rek'Sai hit the Rift and does offer you that early game skirmishing that you would want. Little interesting that it gets paired with an Anivia, right? Not a champion that's going to have as much priority typically to help you out. But, honestly, Rek'Sai doesn't really need that much help sometimes in the early game. He kind of just one-shots you. And speaking of one-shots, we have got a Meslo Zed coming through for GVU.
That's a very exciting pickup, to say the least. We saw some explosive plays with the Yasuo in Game 1, but Meslo looking to continue that potentially in Game 2. Also could be a jungle pick for Colthrow. Not entirely expecting that. Zed into Anivia is an interesting matchup, because obviously you have the revive coming out of Baymax potentially through the egg. So might take a little bit more time for Meslo to get his hands in on some kills early on, but still a pick that I'm really excited to watch out for.
And we do have the Jinx as we get into ban phase 2, taking away Kennen actually off the table for the likes of GVU to pick. That's an interesting one from Drury, trying to take it away from Prankuru's. There is not a lot of AP damage from the likes of GVU's comp, so might be kind of preempting what they think GVU would be pulling out. And then Jin will be taken away, as there are still an AD carry to select on the other end of things for the killer guy, who, again, it was a rough lane. I think he played honestly about as well as he could have on that Jhin up against the onslaught of that Lucian Nami. So pretty smart to take it away. Here's the R4 for GVU. Hovering the Jarvan, still got 14 seconds as they look for their jungle selection. And we'll see they want to opt for. Would be AD if they go Jarvan, and instead they will go away and they'll go for an Ivern. Graves, we're setting up for a let Aphelios carry the game composition here.
I look at Trees is shaking in his boots right now, KJ, as we speak.
Wow. We got
an exciting pickup.
Someone's got to pull that out against him.
So you can look at the tree. Is that like a stun bot? Does he just is he unable to play the game because he's too busy looking at the tree when Ivern is on his screen?
Dude, if we ever get an interview, we're going to need to ask him. We're going to need to ask him what happens when he plays Ivern. I need
your
to know
opinions
now.
on Ivern, yeah, definitely. Still have the ADC and the top laners to select here for Drury, and it looks like we'll be going back to the Tahm Kench for Yoda, but that final lock-in going over to Prankuru's side potentially. We'll see what ends up getting locked in here. Obviously, Pluto having a little bit of fun with the hovers potentially. Taking a look at the other side, Killer Guy is going to lock in that Twitch, so we do still see a decent amount of scaling on this Drury composition matched up with the Rex side and maybe help snowball a little bit further.
Yeah, there's plenty of scaling and range with this Twitch. It's going to be about keeping it safe, right? Rakan can help, but again, it's not the strongest lane. This lane should push for GVU pretty easily. I mean, particularly really with just Morgana, it should push, but I think the Aphelios will help out. And the bigger questions will be about the two solo lanes next to this Ivern, right? Ivern is kind of a wonky champion to play with. I'm sure Coldthrow and GVU will have practiced this. And it is a pretty good spread of damage with that shield and buffing that will come through for the Ivern. So my eyes for this GVU comp, the early game, will be very much on Prankuru again, right? It's not an Akshan. It's not as easy as it was last game against this Tahm Kench, but Camille can still do some work. She can absolutely carve through that shield that Tahm Kench will have. And I think this should be another good winning lane for Prankuru, and might see that kind of same investment into the top side that got GVU ahead so early on. Will it be as much of a lane kingdom in these three lanes as last game? Probably not as much. I'm with you, Grapes, that this Anivia into Zed matchup is going to be a tricky one for Meslo, but I doubted him a little bit in the Oswald lane, and I was proven wrong pretty quickly on that one.
Yeah, Meslo, obviously a fantastic player going up against someone like Baymax as well. The counter matchup, hopefully, will do a little bit more for Drury in that regard, but in this top lane, again, I'm surprised that Yoda keeps defaulting over to this Tahm Kench. It's not something that I think we saw a lot out of him early in terms of like his solo queue play and things like that. And again, it's a champion that has gotten hit pretty heavily in the solo lane. So seeing it up in the top lane again for the second time against somebody like Prankuru, going to be a little bit scary, especially considering what we saw Prankuru do to Yoda in that first game.
Yeah, it is interesting, mate. Right, again, a young player might just be defaulting to some comfort, right? Compositionally, it's good to try to keep the Twitch alive, which looks to be the main carry threat in the later stages of the game. So might be a little bit of both, right? A little bit of self-sacrifice for the team and a little bit of comfort on a weaker side champion. And that's something that maybe you got to learn a little bit the hard way, right? You learned it against the Akshan. You might learn it here against the Camille because it is, again, a tricky lane. But we'll see if he's taken some steps even between games here with the help of the coaching staff to kind of stand up to the onslaught that may be coming his way on this champion.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're about to get into this game too between Grandview and Drury, I would say, DJ, it would be a crazy sort of upset. It would be really fun to watch Drury take a hold over Grandview early on and maybe have the potential to close this game out. And I would be really excited to see it. And I think this time their composition has a whole lot more damage in it, has a lot more potential to maybe burn down some of the members of this Grandview composition if they end up getting the leads that they need to get. So hopefully for them, they'll be able to utilize that Rek'Sai in the jungle to impact a lot more of the map and allow some of these laners to stay ahead in this game.
Yeah, I definitely agree that there is a lot more damage, right? And you have it coming through from the Anivia. You have this Twitch as well. And even some of the other members can provide some of that. And I do see a late game condition as well, right? You have the zone control from the Anivia. You can kind of wall off some of the members that want to run into you. And the Twitch should, unless it's the perfect gun combination, outrange the Aphelios when his ultimate is up. So there are options for them to team fight in the late game. I think the question again is going to be about getting there. There are options, and there are options really for Grandview's composition at multiple stages of the game. And of course, because of what we saw in game one, we have to be worried about the laning phase. If the likes of Drury wants to survive and move on to a game 3, they'll need to get to that point, which means that laning phase is still going to be the biggest thing to watch for in my eyes. You gotta hold your own. You gotta stand up. You cannot just let them bull you over in that laning phase. Win lane, win game can't be the story of game 2 if we want to have a game 3.
We've got some fun champions here in this game, DJ, to say the least. Got the Ivern coming out for Coulter, the Zed for Meslo.
Do you find Ivern fun? Do you find Ivern fun or more funny?
Fun. Okay. Well, fun in the sense of we've got like some off.
You see, I've asked you a very philosophical question here, haven't I?
Obviously, you're not going to see Ivern go for crazy, flashy level 2 ganks like a champion like the Jarvan, but it's nice to get a little bit of diversity every once in a while, especially here in the collegiate scene. Maybe Grandview want to try and issue a new sort of play style that they're sort of trying to practice, and getting that experience here obviously will be very useful.
The practice definitely very good, right? You definitely want to give different looks and try things out, but I do think you answered my question with funny as opposed to fun. That's all I'm saying. That's what I heard from you, Grapes.
Being funny is fun. I would say that. And for the Ivern walking around, honestly, just seeing him walk around like that, it might be all that we need in order to have a fun time here in this game.
It will be a very happy end to the night here at Grandview at the LAN, right? We got this Ivern just walking around doing end things. Gonna be entertaining.
Well, I mean, if he ints a little bit too much, might be headed to a game 3, but very excited for this game 2 here between Grandview and Drury. Once again, quick, short technical pause as we prepare to get into this game right here. But yeah, want to thank you guys all once again for sticking with us, for watching. Hope you're having a good time over at the LAN. How does the setup work exactly? Is there like a big crowd that we're kind of being broadcast to, DJ? Is that how this works?
Dreaming up and it'll become reality, Grapes, right? If you can't see them, you can pretend there's as many people as you want on the other side of that screen.
All right, everybody, we're gonna do the wave. Ready? I'll go first, and then DJ goes. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! Okay. Hopefully that's gone around. Okay, it's going around right now. Okay, and yeah, nice. Yeah, we gotta go again.
Going out of order the second time around.
This could just make no sense to any. This makes no sense to anybody watching the stream, like at home.
They're getting a good laugh at our expense, though.
They're laughing at us, not with us.
Definitely at us.
But hopefully you guys are all having fun out there in Grandview. Obviously, once again, shout out to them, as well as the Midwest Esports Conference for hosting these set of LANs at all these various locations. And it's a really fun way to get this collegiate play underway, get some teams qualified for the CLL tournament in the coming months. And so it's really excited to see collegiate action back here. I mean, we've seen a lot of collegiate teams do really well in the Proving Grounds qualifier, including Grandview almost making it to the main event a couple weeks ago. And just seeing that continue to grow here in this scene, obviously something you're looking forward to.
CLL is a fun place. It's a fun way to get the season started. We got more of these coming, of course, like 3 weeks in a row. We got more LANs for the MEC, and hoping we can see more on that. Of course, we got plenty of action tomorrow as well after this series does conclude. 4 more best of 3s to keep everything going. So don't get tired of our faces, because there's plenty more of this to come.
Well, we're not going anywhere. Yeah, we're gonna be up here whether you like it or not.
Stuck with us.
Oh man. Hopefully you're here for a good time with us, not a bad time. But we finally have arrived onto the Rift for this second game between Drury and Grandview. Drury will be on the blue side, Grandview on the red side. We see Colthrow and the rest of the team on the Ivern looking to go forward. Can we see what's going on? Okay.
They're frozen. They're blinded by the light.
It was too powerful. The wave that we did, it just shut off all the power.
Oh wow,
or something like that. I'm just making things up.
The wave.
I'm like 2,000 miles away from where you guys are.
Oh my god, that would. Imagine if we did get a big enough wave that it just threw the systems out of whack for a second.
I don't know if that's how science works.
I don't think that's how it works either. The fans of the Seattle Seahawks would probably believe that their 12th man chance.
that stadium gets crazy.
Guys,
I
if we
mean,
make enough noise, we can defy physics.
and impact the game in some sort of way. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that's happening here. Probably that's my guess at least. But once again, apologies for some of the technical delays here. We really want to get underway here with the second game between Drury and Grandview. Unfortunately, there's just some technical issues that are getting in between that and us right now. So we're going to take a quick break as we try to sort some of this stuff out. We'll hope to be back very, very shortly. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, here onto the Rift. Thank you for sticking with us here through these technical delays. We really appreciate it. It's Grapes and DJ once again with Game 2 between Grandview and Drury. Drury looking to tie up this series at 1-1, but they have a tough task ahead of them here.
Yep, they are going to have a very tough task. If game 1 was any indication, of course, but we'll see what they can pull out here in game 2. The drafts are very different. Some of the lanes have similar themes, but one of the big things I'll be looking at is, of course, Othkirk on this rec site. It's a very comfortable champion for him. It answers a lot of what we requested in between games 1 and 2 to give more agency and ability to fight back in the early game. And it is definitely something that could give an Ivern a lot of problems if the pathing is correct. So my eye is going to be on Othkirk to try to get some kills, to try to set up 1 or 2 of his lanes to have a better time than they did in game number 1.
Taking a look at Kolthro on this Ivern. Ivern pathings are always very interesting to me, just in terms of how they work so differently than any other jungler in the game. Looks like he will still be level 1 at this point. You gotta wonder when he ends up using that smite. Likely will be on the red buff if he has enough HP and mana to do so. And this is, I mean, it's a little bit scary, potentially, for Kolthro, but I guess he just assumes that Othkirk's not gonna go for anything too aggressive on the invade side.
Yeah, nothing too crazy just yet, Grapes. Just pathing. It's that top side if you are Othkirk. If you can maybe take advantage of that Camille who is pushing in. Does have that teleport ignite, makes it a little troublesome to try to make an early gank.
We'll see. Actually, it's going to be Othkirk headed towards the mid lane early on. Shadow already used by Meslo to get away. So Othkirk doesn't burn the flash, just adding a little bit of pressure here into this mid lane. This is kind of what you want to see here out of the side of Drury. There we go. Flash forward, and Meslo is down. First blood to Baymax.
Absolutely gorgeous, and I'm glad I had my eyes on him because he absolutely delivers at level 2. Othkirk finds the kill, finds the timing, and there's really nothing Meslo can do about it. It's just great jungling from Othkirk, and they are out to a much better start already than we had in game 1. Oh, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, Tree Man?
Trying to hold the wave a little bit. Prankuru's though is here
no.
as well. Baymax does have the egg, but will certainly die at least one the first time here on this engage. There's the resurrect. Othkirk is on the horizon, but we'll have to be very, very careful as Mesla will be able to finish the trade kill back on the other side. Aaron and Pluto also doing work here in this lane, landing the double root and already taking down Killer Guy with the auto attack. Fat Cat is the next target. Will land that final shot and finish off the double.
Oh boy, I had to ask what Tree Man was gonna do right there, Grapes, and what Tree Man did was bait the entirety of Drury into killing themselves. So no, it's a little unfortunate, right? They just don't quite comment out that Prankuru is moving down. Prankuru catches Baymax unawares as he is pushing in a well-deserved pushed-in lane from that early kill, and then the bottom lane, just that duo that we have harkened back to time and time again. Aaron and Pluto getting it done. It's a double kill for Aaron in what was already a favorable matchup, and they are looking like, I mean, they just bounce right back, and they're looking in full control.
And this is an offensive bot lane setup that Drury have gone for. They have the Ignite on Killer Guy as well as the Exhaust onto Fat Cat, and they just haven't been able to use it just yet. Aaron and Pluto have just been dominant throughout both of these games in the laning phase. And will look to continue to do so as they get a whole lot more gold upon this reset. Another gank though into the mid lane, but Pluto is here as well on the roam with Cold Throw. Othkirk already taken very, very low. The final shuriken from Mesla will finish the job.
Very nicely done by the Grandview bottom lane. They use their power down there to get a timer for Pluto, and he goes and affects the lane that is ahead. Oh, just great sidestep by Aaron. Yeah. That's just so good. And here comes Pluto.
They might even have a chance to try and turn this potentially. Aaron chunked about half HP. Pluto gonna flash for the binding. Doesn't end up hitting. That's a bit unfortunate. And now Fat Cat is gonna go forward, and they get the kill onto Aaron. Watch Cold Throw though. He has arrived. Don't have too much damage on the Ivern, and that's a double kill already for the Killer Guy. Cold Throw now has to run to the hills as 2 men strong for Drury will pick up 2 straight kills.
All right. Big fight back from the Killer Guy and Fat Cat in the bottom lane. Pluto, it's a little too big for his britches at level 3, decides to flash in, does not connect with the Dark Binding, and Aaron just melts in the face of Killer Guy with that Ignite, with the damage from the, I believe, probably the pool on the W, and then the Expunge just absolutely bursts him out, and then there's nothing left in Killer Guy. He is right back on even footing with Aaron.
Yeah, identical items, actually. And in terms of offensive stats, purely Killer Guy is now ahead with Aaron going for the boots instead of that Doran's Blade. So it's a bit of a scary twitch that could start to unlock here. This is that snowball and some of the proactivity that we wanted to see out of Drury to have a chance here in this game. And they're already off to a much better footing. Gold only about 700 in favor of Grandview. All the lanes playing much, much closer than they did last time.
That is just a huge fight back, right? Because this was a lane you're looking at that double kill for Ed, and you're thinking this lane's over, right? And this is an Aphelios, just going to scale up, be a monster in team fights. But the quick snap back means we're right back on even footing, means the scaling option in this Twitch is now even closer to being online, is now still an option for Drury to play around. And it gives them places, it gives them points of power on the map. You've got a kill on your Anivia, you got a couple kills on Killer Guy. Those are the 2 members that you want to have gold, that you want to be ahead if you want to pull off this big win.
Absolutely, and we'll see if Killer Guy can continue to do the rest of the work here as he's getting another wave shoved in under him. Cold Throw now hitting level 6 as well on this Ivern. We'll have Daisy to help him out. Turn some of these engages into that 6v5. No focus around the dragon just yet if we've just crested the 7-minute mark of this game. But as I say that, Cold Throw continue to go for these invades. This red buff is up for the taking, and with the side of Othkirk up on the top lane, looks like it's going to be a pretty easy steal here for Ivern.
Yeah, we'll just walk in, take away this red buff, and see Othkirk. Oh, meanwhile,
an engage here. Tower under the tower goes Meslo. It could be in a bit of trouble, and there it goes. Shutdown to Baymax. That's why you pick Anivia in this matchup. Meslo goes down.
Yeah, just a little bit too far. Baymax plays it well, dodges enough for the damage, holds on to the burst with that E, and just takes down Meslo for his 2nd death of the game. While Cold Throw will use some tempo to walk on in with Daisy, take away this first Drake, but actually, it's a little surprising. We know that Grandview really haven't liked the Drakes in game number 1. They kind of stayed away from them as they tried to push down the turrets. This time around, they are going for it. Okay.
Oh, it was close. It was definitely close, but Cold Throw able to secure that one without the smite in hand. Othkirk still making these proactive plays. The kill participation score might not really state that right now. but you continue to see him looking for things in that situation where Coulter was headed in the bot side of his jungle. It was because Othric was sitting in that top side, pressuring out Prankuru as much as possible. So something we got to keep looking out for as he once again has his flash off of cooldown. Target might be Meslo again.
They are hovering around. Meslo does still have flash. This is Ignite up. Ult's just about to come up. Good engage.
Level 6 onto Killer Guy. They could look to go for this fight. Stopwatch already used by Pluto, but the ultimate advantage is in favor of Drury. Killing spree now for the Twitch as Pluto falls.
They're starting to make this happen. I mean, this bottom lane, Fat Cat just sees it. He goes, I'm going right in. Like, you can't stop me. They absolutely blow up Pluto once again, and the lane is completely turning around now. Still 20 CS lead or so, but Killer Guy is going to make that up easily with the kill gold and continues to get more and more into his back pocket.
It's very scary to have a fed Twitch on the enemy team, regardless of how well you did in CLO last year, regardless of if you won your conference or not. And Killer Guy looking to make them feel that sort of pain later on into this game. And engaged here onto the mid lane now. Coulter going in onto Baymax. 4 Grandview members hovered around this mid lane. Won't be able to find much other than that flash away from the Anivia, but it does give priority over to Grandview on this top side. Rift Herald has spawned, and Coulter looks like he's headed over towards it.
Coulter playing the objective game in the early going on this Ivern. He's gotten a Drake for himself, something that was passed up by Grandview in game number 1, and now he's going to go back to what they're really looking for in those Rift Heralds. He is on it, but you can see Othric around. I just don't know if they don't really have the support to challenge this.
Yeah, it'll end up going down here. It looks like Baymax was not in a position to go for this fight on the 3v3, and now Prankuru's looking to go aggressive here onto Othric, already popping the Hextech ultimatum. Yoda has to make a decision on whether to go in or not, and it looks like he's going to choose neither and might actually end up falling in return. Othric ends up going down, just a 1-for-0 trade, but the Rift Herald goes over to Grandview as well.
Yeah, Rift Herald in the back pocket, and Othric punished for being around a little too long.
Aaron,
now
Aaron takes down Killer Guy. The shutdown going over to the Aphelios, and Fat Cat has to flash away as well. Man, that was a crazy set of events there in the bottom lane. There were literally 4 range champions all like standing on top of each other, it seemed.
Yeah, I didn't see the beginning of how that kind of unfolded for Killer Guy, but he will go down. That shutdown gold now over to Aaron, and this lead just kind of ping-ponging between the 280 carries, right? The 2 kills, then the 2 kills back, then the CS lead, then an extra kill, and now Aaron will reclaim that lead with the 3rd kill into his back pocket. Will really solidify that CS lead as he goes back to base and see what he gets on the buy here. He's probably quite close to a mythic item, and he does have it.
Yeah, Gale Force for even more outplay potential, for even more burst, potentially combined with that Moonlight Vigil. Definitely does a whole lot of work there. So Aaron will be very, very fed on this Aphelios for the rest of this game. And has the tools to now escape from some of the hard crowd control that Drury have set up.
Looking at the state of the game here, Grapes, it's about a 2k gold lead now. Well, 1.5 for Grandview, and definitely not the blitz we saw in game number 1. Wow, that, okay, yeah, I was going to say, that does not look like an ulti to take. He still almost kills Othric.
That's scary coming out from Meslo. Despite dying 2 times, still a very, very strong champion at the moment, and we'll be looking to continue to pressure onto this lane. Obviously, Baymax going for a very defensive-oriented build with the Seeker's Arm Guard rush, and now it looks like the rest of Drury could go aggressive here onto Coulter. The poison is ticking, and Killer Guy picking up another kill onto the Ivern. Nice roam, nice proactive play coming out from Drury once again.
Yeah, very nice. Once again, Drury finding more kills. They're getting it onto the people they want, right? 4 kills now for Killer Guy. Doesn't really matter. I mean, he's down a good, healthy amount of CS on Pluto.
Pluto hit that binding.
No.
3-man Moonlight Vigil as well coming out from Aaron. They get the knock-up with the flash, but Othric will still fall. Fat Cat looking for something on the other side. Duel in the top lane. Prankuru getting the better end of the trade with a precision protocol, and now Aaron is fighting this 1v3. He has the Gale Force already used, but he's trapped behind the Anivia wall. Has the white gun, though. It has a whole lot of range and is now trying to corral the rest of this Drury composition to where he wants. It's a very intense situation. He hits that Calibrum shot onto Baymax, who is now regenerating. It's a very dangerous spot, and now Coulter is here as well. Fat Cat has to look for some sort of engage to try to take down Aaron, but he will not be able to do so. A killing spree now for the Aphelios, and he's going to look for more. Taking down Baymax as well. A double kill for Aaron, who is absolutely popping off with his 6th kill of the game.
Oh, and that might be the dagger that Grandview was looking for. A 6-kill Aphelios. Aaron just completely outplays half of Drury's composition. They're going to pop the Rift Herald for him too. And now this Aphelios is just running away. And we can see the gold at some point soon. I really want to see how far accelerated he is. It has got to be monstrous at this point.
5K gold lead for Grandview at this point. Kills still in favor, only slightly in favor, so to speak. Killer Guy and Baymax still in a decent position to do a decent amount of damage, but you have to imagine that Grandview is smelling this victory on the horizon. To take their second dragon of the game, it'll be an Infernal Rift, so even more damage to match alongside what we've already seen. Killer Guy is in a whole lot of trouble. Meslo is going to let the Shuriken finish the job as he goes down, and take a look at the gold. Despite this Killer Guy getting all these early kills in this game, it's Aaron with a 2.3k gold lead individually.
7.4k on this Aphelios. He's practically 2k above literally anyone else in the game. I mean, that is fed. That is he has 2 items.
Yeah, he has a collector
two
in
items.
14 minutes.
Oh my god.
You know, sometimes you see like TFs get their items really fast, but that's kind of with the gold generation in their kit and the way that their items, the Everfrost and the Rapid Fire, not super expensive. These are 2 very expensive items coming out of Champion with no gold generation at a very similar time, so to speak. And so Aaron going to be very, very powerful come some of these later fights, as just looking to maybe stat check the rest of Drury at this point.
I'm scared for the next team fight, Grapes.
Might have to be scared here for Yoda. He's going to use the Devour onto Prankuru, but the ultimatum out, combined with the Q. That is a whole lot of damage onto the Tom Kench. Offdrake going to try to get the trade, but he won't be able to. Double kill to Prankuru, who outplays the 2v1.
Oh my god, Prankuru just so confident on this Camille. He knows his damage, his limitations perfectly, right? It looks like Offdrake's going to get him one more bite, right? The ultimate would probably take him down, but the true damage on the second proc of the Q Precision Protocol, it's
Power
just
going
way
forward.
too
Aaron
much.
Gale forces forward with the Black Shield, and he's just allowed to do whatever he wants. Pluto falls, but it doesn't even matter at this point. Aaron 8-1-0 picking up that double kill.
Oh no, I mean, it's nice that they get the kill on the Pluto, but the general rule of a non-fed Aphelios is red-white, don't fight, right? It's like your snake. You remember your snake rules when you were young? It's like red touch yellow could like kill a fellow, red touch black can't hurt Jack for like garden snakes. Red.
Yeah.
You never heard these?
I just suddenly realized what you were talking about. Yes, in terms of the snakes and Prankuru, doing a whole lot of killing himself. Very dangerous one at that. Yoda will be able to pick up the shutdown in the 1-for-1. But it's just Grandview getting control all over the Rift at this point.
Yeah, it's just a little too far for Prankuru. Nobody else can follow up on him going over the wall with the hook shot, so he does go down. But I mean, back to what we were talking about the snakes, right? The rule for the Aphelios is red, white, don't fight. They fight him in mid lane, and also he has 2 items. So you dug your own grave there.
He uses Gale Force forward in that fight. He had the Black Shield on, so he wasn't afraid of any crowd control. Just use that Gale Force, get as close to the bot lane of Drury as he possibly can, and that was all it took. Just an instant one-shot.
Yeah, and with that, Rift Herald's second one of the game going to go down, and it was a very nice early game from Drury, right? They really fought back. This is way different than game 1 when they sort of just got dominated in every single lane, Grapes, but I think the bell is starting to toll here as this mid game has rolled around. Just too many kills, too much gold ended up into Aaron's back pockets, and the rest of the map has slowly fallen apart after he got fed, with Prankuru getting way fed as well. And now with what is almost an 8k gold lead, it is looking like GVU is going to close out the series and close out our day with a clean slate of 4 2-0s in the best of 3s.
Uh-oh. Aaron now sees a Gale Force defensively this time, but Pluto with a beautiful Black Shield to keep his AD carry alive. Has the exhaust on him, but it's not going to matter. Already 2 kills going over. Offdrake finally will finish the job. Offdrake is stunned up here through the Soul Shackles, but Meslo is just killing Baymax 2 times in a row. One final auto will do, as Offdrake will also get out alive on the other side.
Yeah, and they're limit testing here on this Phyllis in mid lane. They know that's a 2v3. They're taking it anyway, and they get so close to getting all 3 of them. Aaron does go down, but Meslo with a solo kill. The map is just falling apart as the second Rift Herald is spawned.
And there's nobody here for Drury to try and stop this turret from going down. 1 crash is all it's going to take. There it is. More gold into the pockets of Grandview. Lead has ballooned to about 10K. We complimented Drury for some of their early aggression that gave them a couple of early kills on to their main carries. The scaling still potentially is there, but Grandview are trying to make this situation a lot more like game one than anything else.
This one definitely starting to spiral a little bit out of control for Drury, right? They still have a little bit of hope. They have better late game options than they did, and there's a lot of gold on Killer Guy. He's 5-5-2, but he still is working on a second item, and I mean, Aaron's about to finish his third. That is the true difference, right, in this game. It's just incredible how far ahead he is, and even Meslo is on a 2-item spike. Just so much power in the hands of Grandview. They can't even walk up to this Drake. They know it belongs to them. Prankuru.
Going for a trade on the other side is Drury, trying to take down Prankuru, but wow, Baymax already goes down. Killer Guy has a Gale Force away. Yoda has a good shield there with that Devour. Killer Guy nearly fell as well, had to flash away from that hook shot, but Prankuru will finally fall again for the second time this game. It is still point picked up with that Infernal going over to the side of Grandview. We're now fighting a bit of a 4v4 around this inhibitor. We'll see what Drury decide to do.
We got Daisy coming out. Here comes the wave. Let's see what the siege does look like. There's no Baron here, so it might not be the easiest siege, but again, with just how fed Aaron is, it's really tough. And he's got the pick-off guns as well, so you got to be careful walking up lest you be rooted and taken down. And Daisy goes down, turn about half HP. You're just trying to get that final killer blow in to put the nail in the coffin. Here they go.
Here they go. That cat gets rooted up before he can do anything with the quickness. And Killer Guy just gets instantly deleted. Aaron falls in the process as well. It's still a 1-for-1, but Osbrick will fall on the other side. Meslo with a death mark onto Fat Cat will certainly take him down. And it's only Yoda alive again, and he will not be alive for long. The ace comes through, the double kill for Meslo, and 20 minutes in, we're seeing Grandview push down the Drury base once more.
Yeah, I mean, this should be it. They're just going to take this down. I mean, what are the timers? 20 seconds. Killer Guy's up in 11, but he's not going to be able to do much against the remaining members. I believe this will just be the end of the series. And Aaron, yeah, he goes down, but the damage he did before he went down was absolutely disgusting. It's the easiest cleanup GB you could have asked for, and that should just be the end of day one here on the opening weekend of the MEC.
Grandview University, the hosts here of this LAN, will finish day one undefeated with a 4-0 record, and they will look to make it more tomorrow. Nexus about to go down. Final autos go through. One more kill onto the Killer Guy to get him a positive KDA, but it won't get him this win. Grandview take it 2-0.
Grandview do take it 2-0, and I have to say I really like the adjustments that Drury made. I like how hard they fought in that early game, turning a couple plays around, really kind of flexing a couple of muscles, even on some of these younger members, right? Fat Cat just really fearless in the face of Aaron and Pluto in that lane, but this is why GVU are the former champions, right? The reigning champions. This is why they are so feared coming into the season. I mean, they're just so strong, right? They're just such strong players. And by the end of that game, they're just limit testing or working on a new composition with this Ivern. It is an impressive start for them on the opening day of this two-day weekend.
And obviously, this does not mean in the slightest that Drury are completely screwed for this season. Obviously, going up against an opponent like Grandview, definitely a tough challenge for literally anybody in the collegiate space. And for them to be able to make some of these proactive plays around the map definitely shows a lot of promise for this team. And I'm excited to see how they're able to adapt and use this as a bit of a learning experience as they go through the round robin.
Yeah, completely agree. Right? Again, this is kind of the message we heard echoed from their coach and Coach Jones. This was a benchmarking day for them. They wanted to see in a benchmarking weekend. They wanted to see where they stacked up against the competition. Grandview's probably at the top of that list, right, to start the season. So you get a good idea of where you are and what you need to work on, and you can certainly in game two take some positives away with some of the play from your members. Game one, maybe a little more of a throw that one in the bin. But that's growth in a series, and that's a good start for growth over the course of a season. Definitely some positives from Drury, and can't wait to check back in on them in the weeks to come as they continue to grow through this MEC season.
Well, you don't have to wait that long, DJ, because while this is the end of the day for us here at the Midwest Esports Conference, we've got more action again tomorrow. 4 more matchups, including a very exciting one, Grandview against Ottawa. You're not going to want to miss that at the end of the day tomorrow. But with that said, that will be the end of our broadcast here tonight. Thank you once again to all of our sponsors at the Midwest Esports Conference, as well as Unified. DJ, thank you for being alongside me through this very, very long day. With that, I'm Graves once again. We'll be saying good night. See you all tomorrow.